Ah, funny.
You're your childhood teddy bears, all my fellow and future outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NAKAK Double G. Here with that weekly Yu-Gi-Oh! Recap that you all know you need, you know you want, and you know you just can't live without. So if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell and that like. Hit up that Patreon if you want to see some more content. Leave a comment telling me if you would agree to a duel over a card before simply asking who the hell this person was in the first place. But enough about that, let's head back to our episode, shall we? One that begins with our heroes now consoling the now awakened Mokuba. We see the older Kaiba literally near death in a dungeon with no one around to help him. So naturally, Yugi assures that the other Kaiba that he knows he's already safe and will surely find him.
Who would have believed Pegasus would keep his word?
Believe it or not, I did. Our favorite sandpaper Croquet appears and makes sure to remind the gang that Pegasus is definitely down with an illness and not in the other room getting his stomach pumped and also getting his eye treated because, you know, it's bleeding and, you know, just had it ripped out. Handing over to Yugi a very special and extremely girly card that looks like a Nerf version of Change of Heart called the Ties of Friendship. Also, here's the check for $3 million, no big deal. Joey snatches that shit up instantly because he knows there's no operation on the planet that costs 3 fucking mil. Before Croquet kindly asks them all to fuck off and leave the island. Mokuba starts calling out into the void, just kind of hoping that his older brother will hear him on a giant island. Yugi says he could literally be anywhere on the island, so naturally he appears immediately on the other side of the gate, and holy shit, he's smiling. That's fucking scary.
Let's not get all mushy and gooey, you know? I can't take it.
Yeah, I know. The same thing happens to me when I sit outside in the sun for too long without moving. Oh. Are we not talking about being overweight? Mokuba hugs his brother and claims he never gave up on him, which we all know is bullshit because he flip-flopped about as many times as Big Show has had heel turn. Before we're handed a real moment of Kaiba acting like a real human and thanking Yugi for saving his brother, explaining that their last duel was not conclusive and the next time they meet in battle, someone will win with honor and pride. What the audience doesn't know is that this is the show's greatest trick of all, convincing everyone that Seto's going through some sort of character development for changing that shit back right around real fucking quick.
I've been called many things through the ages. Pharaoh.
Well, okay. I'll give you that.
Yu-Gi-Oh?
No one's ever called you Yu-Gi-Oh as a character name.
I've been known as Yami.
That's also wrong, but I'm way too pissed about the last one to talk about it right now. Everyone freaks out because all the boats have already left, so they have to hitch a ride with Kaiba, except for Bakura. He sticks around while they leave immediately, claiming that he gained the real prize of this tournament, while the animation budget drops by about 50%. Holy shit, it's Yugi's mother. She'll definitely become a prominent and very important character moving forward in the series, right? Right?
She doesn't do shit!
They leave the hospital without paying and then go for a nice stroll down the sidewalk before something terrible happens.
1, 2!
Damn, Gramps, you gotta get with that DDP yoga. A random small child appears with the biggest frickin' travel bag in the history of humanity, calling herself Rebecca and demanding the Blue Eyes White Dragon card back from Solomon Moto, whoever the hell that is.
She talks to the bear?
Joey just got back from a tournament where stealing souls and erasing people with Hakai was commonplace, but somehow a small child talking to its toy bear is just too much to bear. Did you see what I did, bear? Unfortunately, being an 8-year-old is much like being the wrestler Batista, only able to say, give me what I want it, so give me it now, give me what I want, instead of actually explaining anything about who you are or how any of this came to pass. Joey then shows everyone what a good role model he is by threatening to beat up a small child over a mild insult. How will the child retort? I will eat you alive. Bear can talk? Yeah, fuck this, I'm out of here. Our heroes head to a dueling arena nearby, because I guess those are just common now, because apparently Kaiba Land is already done in Season 1 and they need permission to use one to make the duel more epic. Hi, my name is Mokuba, and I mean, I guess you saved my soul from the grasp of an egomaniacal dictator who was trying to resurrect the dead, but I mean, I guess I could let you guys use one of them, I guess. They enter the dueling arena and Gramps is ready to destroy this bitch, but the sound of her voice is too much to bear and causes him to hold his head for about 7 frames before Yugi says the single best line in the entire series.
Grandpa was just released from the hospital this morning. He's in no condition to be dueling.
Dueling put this man in the hospital, and now that he's out of the hospital, dueling is too much for him or he'll put him back in the hospital. Anyone gonna tell me how he even made it this far? Rebecca begins the duel with, shit, Witch of the Black Forest in attack mode. I mean, good card at least. Apparently just this one move gives Gramps PTSD of a duel he had once back in his life. You know, because no one's ever started a duel with Witch of the Black Forest before. Never. Yugi is unimpressed though, starting this duel like he starts about 70% of his duel with Zelda Link's Awakening, destroying the Witch of the Black Forest and... Jesus fucking fucking Christ, did you hear that scream? Did it really need to be that graphic and brutal? Yes, we did, because apparently we got a graphic and brutal montage of her just shuffling her deck after she got a monster from Witch's Effect. Follow that up with another good classic monster. She summons Sangan in attack mode for some reason. Damn it, woman. I want to root for you because you're using decent cards, but you're making it really difficult. Yugi isn't amused though, as he kills Sangan right away instead of summoning a stronger monster and doing way more damage before proving to everyone why someday he's gonna make a great father.
I'm not yelling at you!
Grandpa thinks this duel is very familiar despite being about 2 turns with very basic monsters so far, before Rebecca activates Tribute to the Doom, another actually good card used on a 1400 normal monster that makes sounds that just shouldn't be possible. Now, I know I point out these noises quite a lot, but you all know he's gonna start using him way less soon, and when he's gone, you're gonna miss him. Rebecca goes into serious mode, setting a monster face down in defense position as Yugi counters with a summoned skull. Although I'm about 90% sure he never actually declared an attack, she flips up the Millennium Shield, showing her love for McDonald, doing 500 damage to Yugi's life points for attacking into such a massive defensive wall. Activating the Ring of Magnetism and reducing her monster's defense a little bit, Yugi says, I don't care, it just passes his turn. That he really does. Unfortunately, this leaves our hero open for her to summon the Cannon Soldier. Another good card that shows you how American she is for actually having them, but just, using them very poorly. Thanks to the ring, every attack Yugi launches will be redirected towards the Millennium Shield. Thanks to the Cannon Soldier, every monster she tributes will do 400 damage to Yugi's life points. He better think of a strategy. The episode ends with Grandpa finally asking this little girl who the hell she is, revealing herself to be Rebecca Hawkins, the granddaughter of some guy that apparently he was a bit of a dick to long ago.
Took you long enough to ask.
It really fucking did. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell and that like. Leave a comment telling me if you still have a Millennium Shield card saved from back in the day, you fat rascal you. Tune in next week where we get the conclusion of this duel that I don't even remember taking 2 turns. I'm sure it'll have strong consequences moving forward. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. I'm thinking about making some burgers after I, edit this episode. Onions, blue cheese, hot sauce, sharp cheddar. I talk about food a lot, don't I? This has been the Man for Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. Also, that bear was fucking scary. I need a hug. Behold the ties that bind all my fellow and future outlaws. This is Cards, Games vs. Humanity, and I am that Annie-K-A-K-double-G. Here with a weekly recap of that show that has something to do with dueling. I bet there's a lot of cowboys, a lot of 6-shooters, and all that other Western crap that no one really cares about. So if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell and that like. Hit up that Patreon if you want to see some more content. And leave a comment telling me if you would wager your 1 chance for survival on a single game of Duel Monsters. You already know my answer. Unlike the answer to this question, do Rebecca and Yugi know if that their duel is being broadcast by Mokuba without their consent? Probably not. Rebecca continues to bitch about the card that Grandpa stole from her, yet refuses to explain how, forcing him to go into serious storytime ramble mode, something that can only be achieved with a precise level of boring once you reach the age of 65. Did you know that Gramps was an archaeologist and he went to Egypt for a brand new discovery? What's that discovery? We don't know. Grandpa then does this best impression of any time I forget to clean out my pipe.
So it was fortunate that I...
Odo nearly chokes on the water handed to him by Arthur Hawkins, Rebecca's grandfather, who immediately laughs at his pain, so naturally they become the best of friends. A radical thinker he was, claiming that duel monsters played a part in Egyptian history, despite the fact that duel monsters would have had to have been invented already from Pegasus, so that means he already discovered all this and just chose to tell no one, I guess?
That's ridiculous. But Arthur's colleagues ridiculed his theories and dismissed them as wild fantasy.
I'm not gonna lie, you could have told me that little snippet right there was a Republican political ad and I would have believed you. Everyone in the room looks bored as shit as Grandpa continues his story, explaining that Arthur believed there was a link between duel monsters and the Millennium Item. If only he knew it might have something to do with the fact that they were made out of literal human death.
The inscriptions tell of a place called the Shadow Realm.
Huh, what do you know? Even the Egyptians had fake news. Definitely because it happened and not because it's convenient for the plot. The tomb immediately caves in on both of them, leaving these 2 old men that I'm not really sure are old in this story, here to die in the dry desert air. Also, I seriously just want to know the timeline for all of this, because unless Pegasus created duel monsters like 30 years ago and this story is what, 10 years old? All of these men were born looking 45. With both of them trapped in supplies limited, the end seems near for both of these old men that are maybe 43. Deciding the best course of action is to have a duel over who lives and who dies. AKA, let's just pass the time, despite that being the most fucked up proposition I've ever heard. And because the Egyptian gods would not allow it, this Egyptian dueling table was definitely left unscathed for them to compete in this contest. A contest that starts surprisingly similar to the one we see going on now, with Witch of the Black Forest summoned by Arthur in attack mode. Again, has no one thought of a humble tea set and pass at this point? Naturally, because the story contains imminent death now, typical teens like Taya and the rest of the game want him to finish it, especially Joey.
Oh yeah? Well, some of us would rather hear the rest of the story first.
No, let the duel continue.
That has to be a record for how long that face has been held on the show. Like, it looks painful to maintain. It's only been 9 minutes and 4 seconds into this episode, and we finally get our first move back into this duel as Yugi summons the catapult turtle.
When I do, I am then able to deduct half of my sacrificed monster's attack power directly from my opponent's life points.
Did he just properly explain the effect? Did he just use brain control to steal Millennium's shield and use it as a tribute to destroy it, and then use Summon Skull to destroy the cannon soldier, inflicting 1,300 points of damage? Did he just destroy her entire strategy and not have to cheat to do it? Did they just decide in 1 to 2 episodes that they're gonna care about the rules a little bit? This feeling. I've never seen such bright colors. It's Rebecca's turn and she draws a card I've never seen before, mainly because it doesn't exist and its name is Judgment Blaster. A card that requires you to discard 5 cards to destroy all of your opponent's cards on their side of the field. Huh. Does that sound familiar? Almost like it was the final destiny of Yugi to watch his opponent go 6 for 2 and then not be able to do any direct damage because, you know, that's not allowed yet. You know that's not allowed from her favorite monster, the Shadow Ghoul, a monster that gets 100 attack points for every monster in her graveyard.
100, 200, 3...
1100.
You know what's funny? I don't even have to say anything for that one. Teya's got me covered. Yugi is devastated at the idea of tributing monsters, something that he's already done with Catapult Turtle multiple times already. Attempting to lecture Rebecca about how every card in your deck has a use and you must respect each one. This coming from a man who still has Horned Imp in his fucking deck, so not much ground to stand on?
Duel monsters aren't real. They're just ink on cards. What's to respect?
Sorry, little girl, but despite being an American making actual logical points that I want to agree with, this is Japan, where Egyptian magic reigns supreme. Yugi sets a monster face down, a monster that ends up being revealed as a Dark Magician, because naturally Rebecca top deck stop defense, destroying the monster quickly and putting Yugi back on the defensive. Oh look, Yugi needs time to stall. Will it be magical hats or swords of revealing? It's swords of revealing light. Rebecca is barely fazed by this, though, passing her turn completely as he revives the Dark Magician with Monster Reborn. He just ends up summoning another cannon soldier, forcing Yugi to retaliate with Dark Magician because he knows that's basically the poster child for FTK. This duel is very exciting, so she passes her turn once again, and I'm pretty sure Yugi doesn't even draw anything. I'm like 99% sure he didn't have a third turn. But ignore all that because it's time for another flashback with Grandpa. Wait, no, it's not a flashback. It's a present-day recollection imitation moment. As both Yugi and Grandpa draw a mysterious card that they both choose to look at for a long time, claiming that they're trying to think about what the right thing to do is, but it's actually just the uncensored version of Soul Release, and they have to quit right away and go take care of something. Yes, that's right. Yugi, the king of games, has surrendered the match, giving up his title within 2 episodes of getting it, to the shock of everyone but his extremely short grandfather. First off, he must have had this in his pocket the entire time, because I'm almost certain they didn't make a stop after the hospital. And secondly, in a world where this card is probably worth potential millions, you decide to use basic shitty Scotch tape to try to put it back together. There just has to be a better way. Rebecca is super pissed because she wanted it to get graded and now it will never get a PSA 10, causing her to be out of 80,000 American dollars. Hi, my name is Arthur Hawkins, and I've decided to show up at the end of this episode because my voice actor's prices were too high and I was only allowed 4 minutes of screen time. Oh, I'm sorry, I was watching the duel you were having with Yugi that was hosted by Mokuba without your consent. Arthur claims that by losing without using any actual cheats, Yugi is actually the winner of this duel, something that I looked into, and yes, that's actually in his contract. He shows everyone the uncensored version of Soul Release and just reveals that Yugi and Grandpa are huge perverts, and that's why they're the best of friends, revealing that him and Moto were secret lovers, and while they were trapped inside the tomb, he was able to give up the duel just to let him live. Pay no attention to the convenience of these random men breaking them through the tomb about a few seconds later.
Are you down there? Did you survive?
Are you down there? Did you survive? My name is 4Kids. The episode ends with Yugi giving Rebecca the Ties of Friendship card because it smells like Pegasus and he just doesn't really want it.
But I could outduel any of you young Turks even if I was still in a coma.
You mean these young Turks? Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell and that like, and leave a comment telling me if you think Yugi gave away that card because he knew just by doing so he created a fangirl for life. He knew. Tune in next week where we finally get a secret look at the new Kaiba Land MMORPG that's finally ready for beta testing. I can't wait to try it. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons, and the answer is yes. I would have activated Soul Release and wrecked that bitch so fast it ain't even funny. This has been the man from Earth with all the girls, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. See you Wednesday. Later. The race to level 99 begins now, all my fellow and future outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am the NAKAK-double-G. Back with another recap of your favorite MMORPG. I believe they called it Kaiba's Funland Happy Time Adventure Mode. So if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell and that like. Hit up that Patreon if you want to see some more content. Leave a comment telling me if you would instantly forgive 5 people that blatantly tried to kill you and kidnap your younger brother. Because that's apparently what's happening in today's episode, as Kaiba is seen confronting the Big Five at the top of his tower. He knew all about their plot to align with Pegasus and take over their company, threatening them with death before they just decided to say, we're really sorry and we really didn't mean it, but hey, check out this cool game we finished. Knowing Kaiba's one true weakness, his addiction to Warcraft, he immediately forgives them for finishing the Kaiba Land MMORPG that he's been working on for years. So Kaiba, I see you're pretty excited to try out this new game. Can I get some comments?
At last, Mokuba.
Okay, I'll just Ask again later. Jesus Christ, that face. Kaiba's been back for maybe 3 minutes, so just like a real teenager who owns a billion-dollar company, he decides to ignore work completely and play Warcraft. It's like he didn't even question anything at all. No thought process regarding maybe, hey, these guys that I wanted to kill 5 minutes ago may have messed with the virtual world system that I've been working on oh so dearly, but nah, never mind, I want to go find rares. Kaiba then says the same thing every American teenager says to himself the moment they turn on TikTok.
This mind transport portal has certainly been smoothed out. I can hardly even feel the separation from my body.
Seto spawns into the Viridian Forest with impressive graphics and amazing animations that look as real as can be. Except for the Wii version, though, they always seem to get the short end of the stick. Oh no, it's a twin-headed Rex. Let me just summon the blue-eyes white dragon to destroy it. Oh no, it's an armed ninja. Who could have guessed they would use Dragon Capture Jar against me? Oh no, I've been captured by this armed ninja because I refused to use a single other monster and decided to hop into a virtual world system about 5 minutes after getting home, knowing full well that the people who just programmed it tried to kill me. Oh nice, Chemo's working for the Big Five now. I was worried he might not be able to find work after season 1. Mokuba amazingly escapes through the vents, not unlike an armed ninja, and goes to the only person in the world he believes can help him. The police? Nah. Powerful rich people that he met along the way that could help him? You're crazy. He needs a 14-year-old boy who plays a children's card game. Grandpa then says the one thing that future Joey will get used to hearing after getting second place in so many tournaments and bearing his sorrows at the bar.
Your tab's past due, Joey.
Mokuba shows up all wet at Grandpa's house saying he's here to fix the cable. I'm sure you can guess where it goes from here.
He fixes the cable?
I've been waiting for an excuse to use that. He begs our heroes for help, saying that Kaiba's been captured because he's a gullible idiot and really wanted to play his new game, Kaiba's Funland Virtual Ultimate Happy Land Fun Time Adventure Mode, just like Mark Zuckerberg. That's some truly meta thinking right there. Naturally, our heroes ask no questions, just like, you know, if the prototypes actually work or if they have a chance of going into a coma. Instead, just ready to stack more bodies in a pile while they leave Yugi's grandfather in the rain. They reach Kaiba's ultimate top secret personal lab that's about 5 minutes away, and has the security so impenetrable that only Mokuba climbing over the gate really leisurely and then pressing a button is the only way to get past its defenses.
This is where Seto keeps his most secret stuff.
Sorry, Mokuba, but we all know that Seto's most secret stuff is inside a well-hidden folder labeled Dragons. They enter the secret lab to only find 3 pods available for our team. Can you guess which characters will be staying behind? If you guessed anyone but Taya and Tristan, you have not been paying attention. The Big Five instantly notice these new players joining the server and command the newly hired Chemo to go and pull the plug.
Once Chemo goes down there and unplugs those pods, they'll have no way of returning.
You know your plan is fucked up when even Chemo is scared. Kidnapping a kid and stealing his soul is fine, but killing is out of the question. And just like the average person on Twitter, Yugi, Joey, and Mokuba enter the virtual world and cannot believe what they're seeing is not real and only virtual. Running into the graveyard field, they're attacked by random zombies that scare the shit out of Joey until he realizes they're just duel monsters.
Shit.
New best friends Mokuba and Yugi watch as Joey's flame swordsman gets wrecked by the dragon zombie. He's naturally the only character that beat them before and has the only card that can beat them permanently, you know, has to be made an example of first. Activating the sword and shield card, Yugi commands the dark magician to wreck all 3 of the zombies before all 3 of our heroes jump into the air in an extremely dorky fashion.
Yugi, check this out.
Wow, 5 pennies for 3 monsters? Even at level 1, this loot system sucks. Joey has seen Tristan play plenty of Zelda, so they start pulling out all the gravestones and search for a great fairy until they find Navi. She sees Yugi's hair and gets very scared and runs away, leading our heroes to the lost city of Lut Ghislaine. I just have one question at this point. Why is the desert zone always one of the first 3 in every game? Just change it up a little. They find the Yu-Gi-Oh! Gambling corner, but just like the Porygon that so many players desire, Joey has nowhere near enough coins to afford it and can't get this shitty ritual monster that he wouldn't be able to summon anyways. We don't have a lot of time, so let's do an epic montage of us running through the city asking every NPC we can find for help. Make sure not to waste time running around with a child on your neck for some reason or sitting next to some Buddhists who are definitely not going to give you any information. Like, really, Joey? That was the first person you went to? Joey and this dog do some kinky shit while Mokuba explains that he found out they have to cross the haunted wasteland to reach Death Mountain to progress in the game. And just like total idiots who thought they could progress into the next area without doing at least one side quest in the previous town, they get caught up in a massive sandstorm caused by a twister that warps them back to the stage.
Brace yourselves! It's coming right towards us!
Okay, so they literally got hit by what looks like an F2 tornado, got knocked unconscious, but took no damage to their life points. Gotta love a game where you can feel every bit of excruciating pain from the wind and debris, but don't have to worry about your health because if it's not a dual monster attacking you, you're perfectly fine. With all of our heroes at low HP, this old rickety cricket NPC laughs maniacally at them, explaining that they can't cross the desert without the Niwatori card, also known as the Duelist Chocobo. Back to Chemo and his group of thugs who have already reached Kaiba's top secret lab because it's about 5 minutes away in the middle of town. Our heroes look like they have some new threats to contend with.
Now it's just a matter of pulling the plug on those brats.
Wow, within a few minutes he did a complete 180 on his morals regarding killing children. That's a loyal employee right there. Taya and Tristan are very bored, so they decide to do the one thing that makes sense for teenagers that are alone together.
A game, and it's called Guess My Facial Hair.
Anyone else surprised that got past censors?
Here, take a feel.
Ask me again after a few drinks. Our heroes couldn't find the Niwatori card at a stand, but luckily Yugi finally activates his brain card and notices the sign for the competition to win said prize card. Gee, I wonder who the fuck that could be. For some reason, the guy that runs the gig is just some random moblin goblin that eats flies in front of them. It's not even a duel monster. Well, actually, it could be the rejected fat member of Goblin Attack Force, I guess. The episode ends with Joey, aka Senor Porky, walking out into the stage to be challenged by Madame Butterfly, a secret fighter that definitely doesn't have Joey massively turned on with her ability to jump 40 feet into the air and stay suspended until the credits roll. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell and that like, and leave a comment telling me if you think the devs really need to update the game for more players to party up together. I mean, 3 at a time? Come on, man. Tune in next week where we do 5,000 bail runs to reach level 99 in Diablo 2 Resurrected. The scary part is, that's not even that far from the actual number. And of course, I shout out to all my patrons. If I find out any of you are using that damn rusty dagger that you found back in the Tarragon Forest, you're off the team. I mean it this time, you're off the team. This has been the Man for Ruth with all the growth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. Also, do not miss tomorrow's opportunity. Trust me. See you next week. Build your skill tree correctly or die mercilessly, all my fellow future outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NAKAK-double-G. Back in the weekly recap of the new Yu-Gi-Oh! Video game that just came out, I heard that everyone's stuck on that new Gate Guardian boss. Guess I'll have to show him what's up. So as per usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell and that like. Hit up that Patreon if you want to see some more content. And leave a comment telling me if you think you look anywhere near as good as Joey does in just a few pieces of animal fur. But I'm sick of waiting, so let's load our game and get back to it, shall we? But wait, crap, Mama Kimo and her friends are trying to bust into our room and turn off the computer. I guess it's a good thing that these two teens can hold multiple fully grown men off from entering the room, even though this door looks like it needs a key card to enter anyways.
You know what I like about butterflies? They don't talk!
That was fucking savage. Oh look, who would have guessed that Joey would have summoned the Flame Swordsman and I would have summoned the Harpy Lady? Don't you dare skip her turn and attack right away, Joey, or else she'll activate the Mirror Wall card that she didn't even set down because she didn't have time to do so. Also, pay no attention to the fact that Rose Whip gives 500 attack points and I can stop my monster's attack like it's a Pokemon now. Mai claims that she's testing this game for 5 suits at Kaiba for some money, which is a totally believable story about 10 hours after they got back from Duelist Kingdom. Mai then says the same thing any tourist visiting Las Vegas says after staying for more than 5 days.
I'm not so sure about crossing a desert, but I'm over this place.
I guess in this virtual world, duel monsters are basically just Pokemon, as Mai commands the Harpy Lady to use the Rose Whip to steal the Niwatori card from the fat fuck goblin that refused to get up. But don't worry, Joey becomes my goddamn hero and activates Trap Hold, destroying all these monsters with 1,000 attack, I mean causing dozens of people to fall into a giant pit suffering massive injuries. I love how one Niwatori card became the exact 4 monsters that they needed to cross the desert. Also, why is the card so much creepier than the actual version? Crossing the desert on these chickens that are only a few feet tall and really wouldn't help anyway. Our heroes encounter a massive problem.
It's an earthquake!
You just watched a giant geyser of sand shoot into the air, and the first thing you think of is an earthquake? A giant sandstorm monster appears towering over our heroes with a massive 1,300 attack. Red Eyes wrecks that shit immediately.
Guys, Joey named his chicken.
Let the man name his chicken. Maybe they just connected in a short time. Damn, girl, you don't know. They reach the temple in about 1 minute because that's literally all it took. As Mokuba rushes off, causing all her heroes to follow him and leave these chickens in the desert to die. Damn, Joey, way to make me look like an idiot within 30 seconds. And because this is season 1 and we wouldn't dare reuse ideas already, the cave becomes a massive labyrinth right away, just like when they fought the Paradox Brothers, closing in on them and trapping our heroes. They hear some random chick scream in the distance, and Joey takes off right away so he can secure that booty before Yugi appears and has a chance to transform and reveal that he's the beta.
That doofus will do anything to meet a girl. I guess he realizes I'm way out of his league.
Yeah, I guess it has nothing to do with the fact that he's like 16 and you're 22 or anything. Ultra devastating labyrinth tanks bust in through the walls like the Kool-Aid Man, boxing in our heroes against the wall with seemingly no escape. Luckily, Yugi's protagonist powers are not limited to the real world as he activates magical hats, instantly warping them all away. I actually sat there for a second and just thought about how much control he has over that card. I feel like it'd just be so easy to accidentally warp someone across the entire world. Whoops.
Clear. Some nice thinking there, Yugi.
So, is anyone gonna explain to me why she was standing there super horny for like 5 seconds straight? Oh shit, Navi the Great Fairy is back. Let's follow her so she can lead us to this weird female version of Mokuba. Something I dare you to try today without any explanation. This dumb bitch is apparently lost despite having this fairy to lead her out of the exit that's literally right around the corner. Why didn't you just say that you couldn't get past the Gate Guardian instead? At least that would have made some sense. Yes, the Gate Guardian, the boss of the labyrinth, now with his full attack point, stands there menacingly and never actually attacks. Or He never actually attacks, does he? Realizing his lack of intelligence, our heroes pay the $5 million required to summon Brock Skull Lesnar to the field. Upgrading him with a nice manicure, he destroys the Gate Guardian that never actually seemed to pose a threat. Apparently, all these villagers were just waiting on the other side of the cave, just, you know, too scared to even remotely try to evade the Gate Guardian and save their princess. They thank our gang and call them the heroes of legends for some reason before we finally get a glimpse of Seto Kaiba once again. He's seen hanging from the stone cross, practicing for his new role as Jesus in the new upcoming movie, Passion of the Christ, Rise of the Dragon. Only to be mocked by the witty Phantom, the main antagonist of this arc. Kind of? It's never really made clear.
Gee, I never liked parties.
Fucking nerd. We head back to our heroes who are now traveling in high-class carriage style, as Yugi claims that Mokuba should be proud that his brother made such a cool character of him. Which is a statement I'm not sure reveals more about how Kaiba views his younger brother or more about how Yugi has a sense of style that others may call quirky. We're then treated to a short audio clip of the first time Joey and Mai made love together.
Are you okay?
Happens all the time.
Disgusting.
Apparently it's a yearly tradition that someone gets offered up as a tribute summon in this kingdom. I mean offered up as a tribute to the mythic dragon so it can be resurrected. Which means if they had been following it each year that the dragon would be constantly getting resurrected, and if they didn't want to bother with it, they just wouldn't give it a human as a tribute. Jesus Christ, even I didn't realize how bad they explained this shit. Legend predicts that heroes will appear and resurrect the great flying machine, capable of passing through the magical barrier surrounding the castle of Dark Illusion. That they will come together to summon a creature capable of defeating the mythic dragon.
Just keep telling yourself this is only a game. I mean, life's a game!
Good job, Mai. You almost crashed reality by giving NPCs a sense of existential crisis. Our gang gets epic wardrobe switches as for some reason Yugi and Mai are changing together, and why does he look tiny as fuck? Joey comes out looking fine as hell in his new barb outfit, sporting a morning star before the castle is immediately attacked by thousands of monsters.
I'll activate the Dark Hole Magic Card! Oh, no!
I can't be the only one who was so sad to never see that go off. Arm Ninja is apparently the best fucking monster in the entire game, capturing Adina, who is secretly revealed to be Mokuba later on because he switched outfits with her, because he just really loved her dress and it was the exact color that he wanted. The monsters managed to fly away with Mokuba, leaving our heroes standing around like idiots, and finally noticed the football-sized flying machine imprint on the ground in front of their castle. Using the Time Wizard, they attempt to resurrect the flying machine so they can go and save their friends.
If their hands land on skulls, it'll take our life points.
Nah, Joey, you don't have any monsters on the field right now, so you're fine. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell and that like, and leave a comment telling me if you're just as excited as I am to go farm Mythic Dragon over and over again for that 0.0006% chance for his chest piece armor. Tune in next week where we finally get to finish this beta test and tell the devs what we really think, which, of course, is just, you know, more anime titties. And, of course, a shout out to all my patrons. We did have to kick 3 members out of the team last week, and it was a very unenjoyable experience, but we don't carry no scrubs in this guild. This has been the man from Earth with all the girls, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. See you later. Bow down to the Lord of D, all my fellow and future outlaws, as this is Cards Game vs. Humanity, and I am that aka Double G. Did you remember to build your skill trees correctly? Did you? I hope you did, because like I said in part 1, I am bringing no scrubs around for this raid. I mean, this recap. So as per usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell and that like. Hit up that Patreon if you want to see some more content. Leave a comment telling me if you remember how many times that Kaiba didn't know what was coming next in a game that I guarantee was still about 90% developed by him. An episode that begins only a few seconds after the last one ended, so I'm not really sure how Adina is in her dress already again. But ignore all that because our heroes managed to bring back the old shitty wooden flying machine back to life.
You did it!
You love me!
Mai, I already told you twice in the last episode. This is getting disturbing at this point. Just wait the 2 years, Jesus. Joey is finally living his dream as the captain of his ship. It'd be a shame if this moment got interrupted by thousands of attacking monsters. I think that would just bring down the whole vibe of the entire day. They summon the Harpy Lady, a flying creature, the Dark Magician, a spellcaster with abilities that I could accept, flight being one of them, and Guilty of the Night, a guy with a spear. How's he attacking people in midair? Thunderball smash into the ship, causing Yugi to trip back and leaving him vulnerable to the Whiptail Crow's attack. And because this is an episode of Digimon and not Yu-Gi-Oh! Chumon, I mean Nero the Fairy tanks the attacks and saves Mimi, I mean Yugi. He then remembers that monsters are pointless and magic cards are OP, using Swords of Revealing Light to stop thousands of monsters in their track while mourning over the loss of his friend.
No! She's been digitized.
Jesus Christ, you guys aren't even trying to hide the copyright infringement, are you? The loss of his friend is too much to bear, causing Yugi to transform into what I can only assume is SP2, Super Pharaoh Stage 2. Breaking through the magical barrier, our heroes get shot down by what I'm guessing is Dark Fire Dragon, but according to Mai, it's the magic card Salamandra. She called a Dark Fire Dragon the same name as an equipped magic spell card with a sword on it. What do I even do? The ship frickin' explodes immediately, but luckily Yugi is far too powerful right now. Summoning Fortress Wing Guardian of the Winged Fortress and taking our heroes up to the Castle of Dark Illusions. We head back to Kaiba and the witty Phantom, who reenact your average conversation between an Amazon warehouse manager and the executive who hired him.
You programmed me to torment my captives, not let them sleep.
He reveals Mokuba in a dress right next to him, and funnily enough, Kaiba doesn't question anything about that. Mokuba basically just ignores the witty Phantom, who does absolutely nothing to defend himself, and summons the Sword Stalker to set his brother free. Pedo summons the almighty Blue Eyes and wrecks the shitty Phantom, who did nothing to stop it. Like, why did he even fucking bring them here? He just summons Mokuba and allows him to set his brother free, and he's like, sure, kill me now. What? Oh no, the Armed Ninja, the best monster in the entire digital world, has appeared again with more dragon capture jars. Wait, never mind, I have a trap master to destroy them. Oh, by the way, did you notice this was the exact Armed Ninja that I came in contact with earlier, so I get my old Blue Eyes back? I mean, it's not contrived at all that this was literally right here at the end game and not anywhere else in the entire world, and if that was an actual game mechanic, it could take literally months to find the right one.
You know how I feel about Yugi Moto.
Oh, we all know, Kaiba. And while Yugi may never reciprocate those feelings, we all support you. Back to our gang, who are somehow running through a giant forest on top of a castle that really didn't look like the Castle of Dark Illusions at all anyways. Our heroes are attacked by a massive swarm of flying insects. This causes Yugi to say the same thing he said last time he entered the club when he was visiting Miami.
Man-eaters. This must be one huge bug nest.
Yugi says fuck this shit and just activates Mirror Force, because why use monsters when magic and trap cards have literally no monster limit to them? The resulting flames burn down the entire forest because fuck collateral damage, also releasing the great moss that seemed to only be on turn 5. Joey and Mai are very scared, but Yugi is still in rage mode from the loss of his friend. By activating Catapult, Turtle, Karibo, and Multiply all at once to launch a goddamn sweeping cluster bomb level attack on the great moss, destroying all of them and leaving a path to the cavern. Man, they really gotta do something about the graphics on that Wii version. The Big Five are not pleased at our hero's progress, claiming that the final level is coming, standing up menacingly all at the same time to make sure that you don't forget it. Our gang enters the cavern only to be immediately interrupted by the Kaiba brothers, pulling a few stories out of what looks like a random Shadow Realm portal with absolutely no explanation whatsoever. This reunion is quickly halted by the Big Five, who claim that shitty lava pool exit was not enough to end the entire game. Hate to admit it, but if those armed ninjas were supposed to be some sort of alternate final boss, yeah, I kind of agree with them. The Big Five uploaded their brains into the Big Dragon, and we're here to kill you. Actually, we never really told you what we're gonna do next, but hey, look, it's the digital world. Mai attempts to summon the Host Sisters, but the Big Five reveal that this is a game for the D's only, as the Lord of D's signature is found on the floor, and when the Lord of D tells you what to do, if he's not satisfied by your D, then you just don't belong. Kaiba then says the same thing Konami said the day that George R.R. Martin released the first book of Game of Thrones.
You dare challenge me to a battle of dragons?
It's so awesome, everyone. Kaiba summons the Blue Eyes, Joey summons the Red Eyes, Mai summons Harpy's pet dragon, and Yugi summons the Curse of Dragon. It's a rare moment where he has the worst one. All of them attack the mythic dragon at the same time, but are canceled out by the four heads of the great beast, leaving the fifth one open to attack Mokuba because he a bitch and he don't have a deck. Naturally, because it's his younger brother, Seto just stands there as Joey sacrifices Red Eyes to save Mokuba from the attack, dropping his life points to 0 and being the first human to be digitized. Well, in this series at least. Everyone is ultimately devastated and overly dramatic for a game that they don't really know what happens if someone dies yet, as Yugi tells everyone that he knows of one monster that can defeat this mythic dragon. Activating the Black Luster ritual, he tributes Guy and the Curse of Dragon to summon the shittier version of BLS that can't just remove the mythic dragon from play, so it's brought to its knees. Mai gets pissed and she dies, saw that coming. Yugi asks Kaiba for help and he gets pissed, saw that coming.
No way, you don't even know what you're doing.
This coming from a man who literally just got fooled minutes from getting home after an ordeal in which the man that's offering help now is the only reason he got his soul back. I swear he has like friggin' BPD or something. I'm guessing the mythic dragon's attacks have a cooldown or something because it kind of just stands there most of the time. Oh wait, never mind, there it goes, it's attacking Seto. Luckily Mokuba pushes them out of the way and saves his older brother, getting digitized in the process, which I kind of think is bullshit because he technically didn't have a deck or life points, so he should be treated as an NPC who we all know have infinite health. Kaiba falls to the ground in such an overly dramatic way that all Shakespearean plays are immediately outclassed, finally willing to listen to Yugi and his plan to defeat the dragon. Summoning the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and combining it with BLS, they create the Dragon Master Knight. Amazu receives the power of all other dragons on the field and in the graveyard, raising its attack power to over 9,000. Wait, No, it's exactly 9,000. My bad. Destroying the mythic dragon in one shot, our heroes fall into a void and wake up being celebrated by a bunch of NPCs. Apparently the princess was the mystical elf the entire time, something that, you know, Kaiba should have probably known.
She's casting a spell to bring back our friend.
How the fuck would he know that? The episode ends with Kaiba refusing to thank everyone except for Yugi, to which he offers a bit of gratitude, to which Yugi says, quit being a bitch and admit you love me. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell and that like, and leave a comment telling me if you think the devs really need to update that endgame. I mean, that boss kind of just stood there the entire time. Tune in next week where I highly recommend you do not watch with your girlfriend, because if she sees Duke Devlin, she will no longer be your girlfriend. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. After 3,488 runs, I've finally got that mythic chest piece armor. But, you know, too bad it's power crept in about 2 weeks with the next update. This has been the man from Earth with all the growth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. See you next week. Get ready to put your rivals out of business, all my fellow and future outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NAKAK Double G. Finally done being down with the sickness, I'm here with your weekly recap of that new dice game that just came out. I heard it also already has a copyright strike for being nearly exactly like Duel Monsters. So as per usual, don't forget that sub and that bell and that like, hit up that Patreon if you want to see some more content. Leave a comment telling me if you find yourself having a hard time to decide who to root for in this episode, because everyone's just kind of a dick. Everyone except Grandpa Moto, who is normally very happy to be sweeping the entire street, is currently very upset at the new game shop that just opened up downtown. I understand his frustrations though. How dare they be all hip and new and trendy and not full of asbestos.
I've endured many things in my life. Been trapped in an ancient pyramid, stung by scorpions, attacked by Tibetan wolves, but nothing compares to this.
You may not know it there, but he's legitimately just confusing his life with clips of Disney movies that he watched last night. Yugi wants to check out the competition, which is basically the equivalent of cheating on his grandfather with a new game shop, before immediately just ignoring his grandfather's wishes and showing right up at the door. This random hot chick hands Yugi a flyer, which instantly makes Taya jealous because how dare any other human interact with her one and only. Activating her Mother Bear magic card, dragging away Yugi with one arm with what looks like absolutely no animation. Yeah, they better walk away, says new antagonist Duke Devlin, working in the shadows, monologuing his evil plot to his evil henchman card shop owner who just wants the publicity to help his legitimate business grow. What a dastardly son of a bitch. The only thing more dastardly is the fact that our heroes are actually in school right now. Talking about Dungeon Dice Monsters, that new game that just came out that somehow only Joey has heard about because he reads the paper.
I just need a little extra spending money, that's all.
Joey, you just won $3 million and you'd be lucky to find a single goddamn eye surgery on the planet that breaks 6 digits. Just admit you can't read. Okay, I don't care how big or girthy his cup may be, those noises were weird as fuck and should not be allowed. Double D drops all the ladies' panties with the most basic ass Yahtzee cuphead trick you've ever seen, making Joey jealous because now he has 2 alpha males in the show to contend with. Also, are Japanese chicks really that easy? Cause goddamn, I need to learn some parlor tricks. Joey does the most unnecessary action post sequence of all time, talking smack about how he came in second at Duelist Kingdom and deserves more respect. Naturally, he has no idea who Joey is and tells Yugi how impressed he was for winning the Duel Monsters tournament and for defeating Pegasus and the number 2 ranked duelist in the world, whoever that is. Duke Devlin then challenges Joey Wheeler to a shitty dice game that no one in the real world would ever care about. But after seeing how easy those girls were swooned by gambling addiction, he accepts the conditions of the game. That condition being that if Duke can actually grab the dice inside the cup without actually touching it, he wins the game. Can you guess what happens next? Yeah, Joey just picks it up and he grabs it.
If you were a real man, you'd play a real game. I challenge you to a match of Duel Monsters.
Yeah, that's right. Why don't you step up, bitch? Fight me like a real man. Whip out your deck and fight me one-on-one. I got this shit on lockdown. Duke is a fucking card shop owner, so of course he doesn't own his own deck, offering instead to play Sealed Showdown against Joey with brand new cards that they open from pack. Apparently this is a very bad idea, as Yugi warns him over and over to not engage in battle with a card shop owner. Not because he's good, but because we all know Yugi is very scared of using any new cards whatsoever. If Duke wins the match, Joey has to be his slave and do anything that he wants for an entire week. No rules on that? No rules. You might want to put some rules on that. You might want to, but if Joey does win, he will be the hero and force Duke to put this card shop out of business. You know, the one that was owned by his friend that we saw earlier in the episode? The fuck is this episode? Both men accept the terms of battle and meet each other at the front of the game store after school, and holy shit, they're wearing new clothes. It only took about 46 episodes, which is coincidentally only about 4 longer than it took to get the actual plot of the show.
I'm bad, you know it. I'm bad, I'll show it.
You know, Joey might be an idiot, but I kind of like that beat.
I'm bad, you know it. I'm bad, I'll show it.
Our heroes head to the elevator where a giant random cardboard box full of packs are waiting for them. And judging by the red color of the packs and the, elaborate design of Thousand Eyes Restrict on them, I'm gonna guess these are Pharaoh's servant. And if you actually pay attention, a lot of the cards used in this duel are actually from this set. So this will be a rare moment I look directly into the camera and tell you, the writers, Good job. Our heroes enter the dueling arena as two cheerleaders and whatever the fuck that is praise on their master Devlin, who without any warning or consideration has decided to host this duel to the entire world. Yes, all 7 billion of them.
Second rate? You're gonna need a second.
Oh my god, what even happened, Joey? How do you even make such a disgusting face? Both players head to each side of the state-of-the-art dueling arena that apparently everyone owns just a few days after Duelist Kingdom ended, starting the duel on Devlin's side by summoning the Ruxin tank T-34 in attack position with no back row. And because this is an elaborate duel with many ins and outs, Joey just counters with the Sword Hunter, an actually decent monster that has a power-up effect every time it destroys one by battle, destroying Ruxin's YouTube channel and inflicting a massive 1050 damage in the first turn. The first fucking turn, he almost ended it right there. Ruxin's face becomes a part of the Sword Hunter's chest armor, increasing his attack to 2650 and leaving Joey feeling very confident.
Hey, Puke Devlin, you crack me up, Pukey boy.
Hey, I said he was feeling confident. I never said he was clever. Puke Devlin. Devlin summons a random shitty bat that is quickly destroyed by Joey's mad sword beast, a monster that even gives us our first introduction to piercing effects, being able to inflict damage despite the fact that he was in defense mode.
The Michizuri monster will drag you to your doom.
You know, I didn't have to make fun of a single thing like this in like the last 8 episodes. We were doing so good. It just hurts. This match is very complicated and elaborate, so you better not blink, because Devlin just destroys the Mad Sword Beast with Spike Bot right away. And then Joey destroys the Spike Bot with Goblin Attack Force, leaving Devlin with a measly 50 life points. And then nothing, because they switch to defense modes even in a format where you can just summon high-level monsters for free.
You don't have a snowball's chance in Hades now, Duke Deadman.
And there you have it, folks. The single most edgy line you will ever hear from 4Kids dialogue, and I'm still surprised it got past. Devlin takes his final turn, summoning one of the most powerful monsters in his deck. And of course, I'm talking about Gradius, a 4-star, 1200 attack monster that has to be pumped up with both limiter removal and fairy meteor crush just to destroy the Goblin Attack Force and inflict piercing damage and kill Joey in one shot. Jesus Christ, just a few more episodes and they'll have some life points to work with. Just a few more. Joey is defeated and Devlin has that dog costume ready for him way too quickly, forcing him to embrace the inner furry that was once teased by Kaiba.
You're a dog now, Joey.
Yeah, you really should have set some boundaries on that anything I want for a week rule. Yugi transforms, having seen enough of Joey Wheeler actually uphold his side of the deal, claiming that only he gets to make people slaves on this show. The episode ends with Devlin challenging Yugi to a game of Dungeon Dice Monsters, and if he beats Yugi in a game that he's never played before, Yuki Boy not only becomes the king of games, but Yugi must swear on his grandfather's life that he will never duel again, and well, he ain't gonna last much longer, so that's fine. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell and that like, and leave a comment telling me if seeing Joey in a dog costume has awakened something deep within you. Tune in next week where we get an exciting episode of one character not being able to summon for about 7 turns straight. Sounds fun! And of course, I shout out to all my patrons. Are you ready to roll the dices, bro? Do any of you know what that line is from? If you do, let me know. This has been the man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. I'm almost over COVID. I miss the outside world. Save me. All right, see you Friday. Set your gambling addiction to unrecoverable, all my fellow and feature allies, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am the NAKAK-double-G. Here with another recap of the show that decided that this mini arc needed to be 4 episodes long, Duel Monsters. So of course, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell and that like. Hit up that Patreon if you want to see some more content. And leave a comment telling me your guess of how many times Yugi got the equivalent of a garnet in his hands in this exciting new game. This exciting new game called Dungeon Dice Monsters, something we've never seen before. So God forbid they have any explanation at the start of this episode to explain how and why our heroes got into the situation. Like, really? This episode out of all of them?
No more dog suit, no more demand.
I think I had an ex say the same line to me once. I didn't listen. Yugi steps out into the dungeon dueling arena, ready to save his friend, aka how dare anyone in this show approach my levels of slavery, demanding that Duke Devlin actually explain the rules of this game. If you look closely, you'll see you have up to 15 different dice you can choose from in the dice pool with different functions with each. Oh wait, he's already done. Thousands of combinations deduced in seconds. Why did I expect anything less from the king of games? Devlin tells Yugi to put the dice into the slot, make the right selection, but be quick, you're racing the clock, or pop goes your expectation. Pay no attention to the aspect that you get 3 random dice each turn, essentially turning every game into a level of RNG equivalent to Joey's normal deck. And then we're treated to a scene where Joey Wheeler's dream finally comes true.
The dog show!
Every time you roll your dice, at least 2 of them have to be summoning crests, or else you won't be able to summon a monster to the field. Definitely not a bricky kind of setup or anything, surely no. Naturally, Duke is a basic level 2 piece of shit monster and pushes the dice onto the screen to summon it. Pretty much the one aesthetic of this game that I actually enjoy, summoning Ryu Kishin to the field without explaining anything about the map or how it works.
I'm glad that you made that point, my little cheerleader in waiting.
I don't think I need to explain how lucky this man is to have gone on in the series without getting mind crushed by a pharaoh that may or may not appreciate the fact that Duke's trying to groom his #1 slave. I mean his girlfriend. Yugi realizes the more monsters that you're able to summon, the better you're off, as you're able to create more map towards the opponent's side of the field. Which basically means that the first few turns will always be boring because nothing gets to interact. Beautiful game design. Yugi unfortunately picked many high-level monsters in his dice pool, which I guess is a mistake that can happen when you take less than 3 seconds to decide your entire strategy. This makes it difficult for him to land a summon, as each crest has less chances for that monster to be rolled. A concept that is very foreign to a man who's pretty much just used to slapping down high powerful monsters without any cost whatsoever. It's Devlin's turn and he summons another crappy monster, which is literally just some red guy stuck in a chest, extending his map towards Yugi's hard points on his side of the field. Oh, by the way, another rule, you can save up your crests in a backup and then use them later on when you need to. You know, God forbid I take your title as King of Games in a game that you've never played and I invented. This very exciting duel continues on as Yugi rolls and gets nothing. Duke rolls again and he gets the Gator Dragon. Yugi rolls again and he gets 2 summoning crests, but they're not the same level, so he gets nothing. Very exciting gameplay. Duke then starts talking shit about Yugi's recent failure with those 2 college chicks he met at the club last weekend.
They were too hot for you to handle, but let's see how I can do.
It's Devlin's turn once again, and he summons another random Zelda chest to the field. But this one's a level 4 item summon. What's that? Don't ask questions. Yugi rolls and misses for the 5th time because this is such a fun game, oh my god, haven't you heard? Allowing Devlin to roll yet another monster at the 13th grave, almost completing his path to Yugi's side of the field, leaving him open to an attack. It's only 6 turns in and Yugi realizes he's gonna have to transfer his Heart of the Cheater to these dice or defeat is assured. Finally rolling 2 level 3 summoning crests and bringing the Mighty Mage to the field, because of course his first monster is a great value version of Dark Magician.
Ha! Not a summon crest.
How the fuck did he see that dice? They're like 30 feet away, sitting in a pod, and just... There's no way he saw it. Yugi moves his Mighty Mage forward and destroys the 13th grave, getting praise from everyone after finally being able to do something after only 6 turns. But it's back to Devlin already, and of course he gets another monster because the boss of the arc has to have minions scattered everywhere. This time it's the Blast Lizard, a monster with a very special ability. Oh, what's that special ability? Don't ask questions. It's Yugi's turn and he finally gets some low-level summoning crests and he gets to bring out a brand new monster. Can you guess what it'll be? Yup, it's the Wingardium Fortress Dragon of the Dragon. And here I thought it'd actually be a new monster.
Boy, are you dense!
Hey! Shut up! Mr. Devlin's turn comes back around and he plans on using the special ability of his Blast Lizard. A potent ability that only takes 4 frickin' magic crests to use that allows him to destroy a monster with a projectile attack that's maybe 3 spaces away anyway. I know the Wingardium is already dead now, but am I the only one who just thinks all of that really wasn't worth it? Oh look, it's Yugi's turn and he rolls nothing again. I believe that's only 6 out of 8 breaks during this duel. I just love this game. Summoning a level 3 monster this time, Devlin brings out the level 3 Dark Assailant to the field before moving the Blast Lizard and the Gator Dragon close to Yugi's heart point. We then spend about the next 3 minutes listening to the Duke monologue about how he has a super huge boner for Pegasus and everything has gone wrong only because of Yugi.
But I'm not, and it's all because of your cheating ways.
I mean, I'm not saying I agree with his line of causality here, but as far as the cheating goes... Oh god, you have no idea. Devlin claims that he should already be the 2nd best game maker in the entire world. That he spent his entire life, aka maybe a few weeks, working on Dungeon Dice Monsters before sending it off to a local billionaire named Pegasus that he somehow has the private email of.
Email for Devlin Boy. Email for Devlin Boy.
Do not open that email. Unfortunately, Dookie Boy did not listen to the warning signs, being instantly shipped out to Duelist Kingdom for a special visit, as Pegasus challenges and defeats him at his own game. Devlin can't believe that he won. Pegasus can't believe how similar it is to Duel Monsters, offering to fund the project after this little tournament soul-stealing thing he has to take care of. Devlin gets it. Unfortunately for him, after his defeat by Yugi, Pegasus seems to have ghosted Duke completely, and no one ghosts Duke Devlin.
I've never cheated at anything in my entire life.
Despite the fact that he just told the absolute biggest lie of his life, Yugi was not lying when he said Duke has no idea what kind of man Pegasus really was. You know Pegasus, the epitome of manliness in Duke's eyes, which may explain a thing or two about his wardrobe choice, said that there's no way that Yugi defeated him without being a fraud and he must be exposed. Channeling the heart of the cheater, once again getting 2 level 3 summoning crests, Yugi summons Big Bomemon to the field. A monster with an apparent special ability that Duke is sure Yugi won't know how to use, even though I'm pretty sure it's just the same magic crest mechanic that he used earlier. Duke then reveals his place of origin by threatening Yugi in the same manner as a casual resident of southern Florida.
My Gator is poised to take your heart!
The episode ends with Yugi following his contract, looking super scared at the new antagonist that he's fighting at the end of Act 1. Duke follows his contract by looking monstrous and laughing like Mark Hamill as the to-be-continued credits roll. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell and that like, hit up that Patreon, and leave a comment telling me if you would open up an email sent by Pegasus that had a dancing rabbit on it saying your name over and over. Tune in next week where Yugi actually summons a few monsters and does a few moves. Exciting, isn't it? And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. I'm only 3 days away from being out of quarantine, so I promise you, you'll all get your one-on-one spooning time with me very soon. This has been Man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. See you Monday. Get a little too comfy wearing a dog suit, all my fellow future outlaws. This is his card game versus humanity, and I am that NAKAK double G. Here with that weekly recap that you know you can't live without, but I'm sorry to say, yes, we're still playing with dice for 2 more episodes. I promise it wasn't my decision. So of course, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell and that like. Hit up that Patreon if you want to see some more content. And leave a comment telling me if by the end of this episode you would dare look up Joey Wheeler dog costume in Rule 34. Some of you already have, haven't you? But enough about that, let's head back to our duel. I mean Dungeons and Dragons game, shall we? But wait, what's that? We didn't add a recap again for some reason to the only non-card related duel in this series? Yeah, let's just have these kids that are watching on a TV outside of the card shop explain what's going on instead. Then let's have these cheerleaders beat the shit out of Joey for not performing properly in the last episode.
Boy, bad dog!
Bad dog! That's right. Hey, interest and hate how the cheerleaders are treating Joey, so naturally they just sit there and watch. Before going on to explain a bit more about the current situation going on, because the writers knew that this episode would not have enough meaningful dialogue to fill it.
I'm not housebreaking him.
Let's all just take a step back and realize how fucked up this situation would be if Joey was a girl. 4 minutes in and it's finally Yugi's first turn of the episode, rolling 2 magic crests that apparently have a 2x multiplier on them, allowing him to use the Thunderball's secret ability. Man, it's sure a good thing that he has this help screen to help him out that was never once talked about or mentioned in the last episode whatsoever. Much like Hurricane Ian barreling towards Florida, Yugi proves his hatreds of lizards and other swamp-like creatures by commanding the warrior wheel to destroy the blast lizard and the gator dragon all in one fell swoop. Oh fuck, it's Grandpa that has arrived at the new game shop that he never said he'd visit, and why is he crawling on the ground? Like really, just think what you would ask yourself if you were one of those kids and you looked down and there was a weird old man crawling around all of you.
Oh, marvelous, splendid, beautiful, even what I wouldn't give for a TV of this size.
Yeah, it's definitely the size of the TV that you are admiring. Jesus Christ, 80% of the characters on the show are gonna have a run-in with Chris Hansen. Finally back to Duke's turn, he tells Yugi not to get too confident as he is the inventor of this game. Something that would normally intimidate most opponents, but Yugi basically just says, so what bitch, so did Pegasus, and I kicked his old ass. It's Duke's turn, and he honestly just rolls nothing and saves his crest for later. Massively exciting. We're back to Yugi's turn, and he rolls another level 2 monster, the Knight of Twin Swords, but unfortunately it is out of bounds and it's not able to interact with anything.
If you're gonna learn how to obey our command.
You may not know it, but this is secretly the lifestyle that Joey wanted all along. Duke is getting very scared that Yugi is learning too much from the help scream that was definitely not there on the last episode. Rolling Summoning Crest, he brings Battle Locks to the field as Kaiba is heard screaming off in the distance very loudly. Moving him forward, he attacks Yugi's Twin Sword Knight, but unfortunately Yugi learns how to finally say, my monster is defending now, allowing him to survive the Battle Locks' attack.
Unbelievable. That cheat has taught himself how to defend.
Yeah, how dare that piece of shit actually learn basic functions of the game when so much is on the line. So unacceptable. How dare Yugi roll 2 attack crests, allowing him to gore the Battle Locks twice, destroying it outright. Anyone else think he's getting a little too comfortable in that dog suit? I mean, he's been in it for maybe 20 minutes or so. Devlin does his best Mark Hamill laugh impression before admitting that his last turn wasn't just about summoning the Battle Locks and pissing off Kaiba. That his true intentions was to make the dungeon map extend from one side of the field to the other, boxing in Yugi and leaving him unable to progress. Although I'm pretty sure that they already had monsters walking on each other's side of the map, so he could just use Duke still? I don't know, man. They don't explain shit. Back to Duke's turn, and he gets the Black Die. Getting 2 level 3 summoning crests, he creates a fucking black hole in the field that allows monsters to travel quickly. Oh, sorry, a warp vortex. They only say it 300 times, excuse me. It's Yugi's turn, and he rolls 2 level 3 summoning crests as well, bringing out the Strike Ninja. Arguably the MVP of the entire virtual arc. Honestly, yeah, he kind of gets special treatment for like these 8 episodes, doesn't he? It's kind of weird, isn't it? Naturally, because the black die is very rare, Duke gets it immediately on his next turn. But like a chump, isn't able to get 2 summoning crests, forcing him to end his turn right away. Naturally, because the black die is very rare, Yugi gets it immediately on his next turn. But like a champ, is able to roll 2 level 3 summoning crests and is able to create a warp on his side of the field instead. Now this is where things get a little confusing, as it looks like Yugi just commands the Strike Ninja into the vortex. But unbeknownst to him, Kaiba was still in the virtual world and started hacking his way into this duel the moment that he saw Devlin summon the Battle Lock, secretly taking the place of the Strike Ninja and only revealing himself through excessive Power Ranger-like grunting. You can't fucking tell me that's not Kaiba. I mean, Strike Ninja comes out of the vortex and destroys Ryukishin with a roguelike strike attack, making Duke nervous that Yugi has turned his own weapon against him. It's Duke's turn and he rolls nothing again. Yes, hi, hello, I'd like to introduce you to my new friend. Her name is Irony. Her other name is also known as It's Yugi's turn and I'm about to destroy one of your heart points. Anyone else think he's getting a little too comfortable in that dog suit? It's been maybe 24 minutes since he put it on. Duke starts going into Joker mode, clutching his face like he's an endgame boss villain that's about to reveal his final form. He claims he can't remember the last time he lost a heart point, despite the fact he just told us a story about how he lost a game to Pegasus maybe about a month ago. But it's nearing the end of Act 2 in this 3-act duel, so you know his big bad is coming. Rolling 2 level 3 summoning dice and bringing out his ultimate creature, Orgoth the Relentless. A monster whose oxen-like sounds even put the Celtic Guardian to shame. He uses 2 magic crests to raise his attack even higher before moving him in range of Yugi's Strike Ninja. Luckily, Yugi has a very helpful help screen that was there last episode, Shirley, telling him he can use this one trap crest that he never once mentioned to escape one attack with a Strike Ninja's special ability.
I can't believe Yugi has taught himself such an advanced defense maneuver.
Oh god, that's advanced? Duke is getting very flustered and nervous, but has to remind himself that Yugi is nothing but a cheater and can never be the inventor of a game. Too bad for him, it is the cheater's turn. He gets another movement crest, allowing him to destroy 1 more heart point.
You were close, Yugi. Closer than anyone I've ever faced.
Yeah, it's not like he didn't just lose to Pegasus about a month ago. The episode ends with Duke destroying the Strike Ninja, aka Virtual Secret Agent Kaiba, before claiming that Yugi is now at a dead end and nothing can stop his ultimate monster. Jesus Christ, why did this have to be 4 parts? Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell and that like. And leave a comment telling me if you think Orgoth the Relentless is secretly the Celtic Guardian's long-lost father. I mean, the noises are unmistakable. Tune in next week where we get the finale of this Dungeons & Dragons game that only had about 1 dragon that got blown up after 1 turn. I guess they had to balance things out after all the dragons in the virtual world. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. I have 2 kitties, and they don't want to be here right now. They hate me, but it's a group hug, and I love them, and I don't care.
This has been the Man from Earth, with all the girth. Be the character you know you're worth. We're almost at episode 50. That's awesome.
It's finally time to put down your dice, all my fellow and feature outlaws, as this is Cards Games vs. Humanity, and I am the NAK Double G. Back with your weekly recap of that Dungeon Dice Monsters game that didn't seem to have a single dungeon inside of it on the entire map. They really didn't, did they? So as usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up that Patreon if you want to see some more content. And leave a comment telling me if you think your wrist would be broken after so many dice rolls in such a short amount of time. A short time, just like the amount of time the show actually spends on giving us an explanation of what's going on here. I mean, it only took 4 episodes. 4 episodes over this very exciting duel where most turns are just someone rolling and moving so they can attack him, you know, maybe 5 minutes later. Like right now as we watch Yugi put all of his monsters in front of his hard points to defend them from Duke's bovine swordsman. A swordsman that is now enraged thanks to Duke's movement crest, but he seems to be taking a sweet time in getting there.
From my crest pool to move Orgoth the Relentless into attack range. With the magic crest, I will always Orgoth attack power. I told Orgoth the Relentless, now we need to swing the blows. Orgoth the Relentless.
Seriously, how fucking slow is Orgoth? Duke was talking for about 30 seconds.
Looks like I better get used to the taste of dog chow.
Nice try, Joey. We all know you love that shit on the regular. Orgoth swings his big sword and splits Big Mame Mom in half, making me realize 2 things while I was sitting there watching. One being that Yugi probably could have just sent another monster into the vortex as well and started pressuring Duke's side at the same time. And 2, holy shit, nothing funny happens in the first 5 minutes of this episode. Like, I'm genuinely disappointed. Duke claims that Yugi can't progress any further on the map because he's boxed him in up himself with his own structure. That while he has done well for a first-timer, there's still no way he could have beaten Pegasus despite the fact that he's actually losing right now. Did you know that this episode is brought to you by the number 2, as it's been 2 full episodes since Yugi summoned the Mighty Mage and he's finally decided to do something with it. He attacks Orgoth, but Duke defends, so he only takes 10 damage from the blow. Also, the Mighty Mage takes damage from the interaction as well. They legit never explain why. Duke says fuck explaining and uses 6 magic crests that he never said he actually rolled, increasing Orgoth's power to a massive 70 attack points, which, yes, in this game, that's a lot. Seeing this strategy, Yugi is reminded of the one thing he desperately tried warning Donald Trump about before he went to the election in 2016.
Without strategy, power's just an empty threat.
Mr. Sexyback orders the Orgoth to destroy Yugi's Mighty Mage, a very useful level 3 monster that he maybe used twice in about 3 episodes. And for some reason, the destruction of this one single monster causes Yugi to go into a deep despair and actually question his resolve.
What if he's right? Dungeon Dice Monsters is a different game.
Dude, it's the same game. You're fine. Duke's cheerleaders go into ultra super hyper annoying mode, causing Joey to put those bitches in their place with a massive friendship speech, telling Yugi that he's always been such a good cheat, that no one can cheat like him, and even the original Game Shark is jealous of his power. Tristan then gives his best impression of your average speech by an American politician.
What he said!
After what has to be at least 5 friggin' minutes of friendship speeches, Yugi has finally hacked into the dueling computer. I mean, he has the courage to roll these dice and go for victory. So of course, with all this hype and build up, our hero is going to have have an epic turn, right? He's gonna use those 6 attack crests to override Duke's 5 defensive crests that no one ever talked about, right? Of course, Duke has that red guy stuck in a chest that has a special ability that I forgot to mention for the past 3 episodes, right? I mean, he's not just gonna parry 6 slash attempts from Yugi's monster and then counter with a devastating slash, right? Then after 4 episodes, Duke Devlin finally reveals his identity as a Giga Chad.
I'm only one move away from breaking your heart.
Being the only character on the show that is just as beautiful as Yugi himself, we all knew our hero would have some trouble resisting such a bad boy. Instead, Yugi tries to distract himself by schooling Devlin with after-school special life lessons. Saying you should never underestimate the people you're playing against, and giving up is not the answer, especially if you have the cheat. And naturally, because he just gave a confident, impassioned speech, he rolls nothing and we head back to Duke's turn, who successfully moves forward and destroys one of Yugi's heart points. I'd like to have some talk about the, match flow in this episode, because if Yugi doesn't summon a monster in this next turn, he will have nothing to defend himself and this game is over.
Millions of gaming fans around the world are glued to the TV.
Bitch, those are definitely bots. Yugi knows of one monster that can save him, somehow, in a game that he's never played before, that he was just worried about 4 minutes ago, saying that he might not know enough to beat the inventor of the game. So how does he know about this monster all of a sudden? Activating Heart of the Cheater at full power, he rolls 2 level 4 summoning crests, but unfortunately can't seem to summon it because Duke has boxed him out of free space with his own structure on the map. What's that? You think I don't have space? Doesn't matter. I'll make this die fold out perfectly onto the map in any way that I want. Yep, it's my first game and I knew how to do that. Also, I hacked into your computer, I looked up shit, and I'm about to summon the Dark Magician. Yugi moves the signature bro 4 spaces and wrecks Orgoth easily in 1 strike, forcing Duke to move his Dark Assailant on top of the Zelda chest on the end of his next turn. Remember when he talked about item summoning 33 episodes ago? Yeah, get ready for that shit, because apparently inside this tiny little chest is a giant monster with a fucking cannon on its back called Monster Cannon.
Monster Cannon is a weapon that fires a monster at the enemy instead of a cannonball.
Duke Devlin! Very perceptive. All catapult turtles are feeling really insecure right now as Duke commands the Dark Assailant to load itself into the cannon like some hilarious Nightmare Before Christmas rocket launcher. Unfortunately for Duke, he gave a monster that naturally ended up being the signature creature of a person that he ended up dueling over very significant consequences. Very powerful abilities like magical hats at no cost apparently, allowing him to evade the monster cannon's ferocious attack. Apparently Duke thought it was a good idea to give Dark Magician the same special abilities he has in regular duel monsters, despite the fact that he's a vanilla monster with no special abilities. Almost like making it an epic monster in a game that he created to have to face it down the line. Thinking someone was a cheater was a bit of a bad move on your part. Yugi goes into a pure assault mode, activating the second special ability, Mystic Box. Which according to Duke, he thought he was killing his own monster even though he made the game and no, that's not how it works.
No!
It may be subtle, but that might be the darkest monster death we've had so far in the entire series. So are we just not going to talk about how weird it is that a hologram just wagged its finger all sassy-like at the inventor of the game? Dark Magician can apparently attack from 5 spaces away, cause fuck it, let's just end this duel, destroying Duke's final heart point and saving his friend Joy from the clutches of the dog suit that he secretly loved. Duke is mortified, thinking that no one in the world will ever want to play Dungeon Dice Monsters again after seeing that train wreck. The game decides to prop him up either way, even though he was a dick, because they'll know they'll get some of that sweet shareholder profit. The episode ends with Duke getting an email right here, right now, and not in a contrived way at all, from Industrial Illusions saying they want to take his product worldwide. He was a dick for 4 episodes, he was nice for 40 seconds, and now he's rich. What a story. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell and that like, hit up that Patreon, and leave a comment telling me if you're just as happy as I am to get back to what's really important, motherfucking card games. Tune in next week where we'll be at episode 50, ladies and gentlemen, and we're just now getting into the plot. But I am pretty happy that we're at episode 50. I got a special surprise. Of course, a shout out to all my patrons. I only brought one cat this time. He's not any happier about it. He's gonna claw me. This has been Man for all the girls, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. See ya. Welcome on my film and feature outlaws. It's our 50th episode today, and I had a special intro planned for all of us, but unfortunately, I dropped my remote that had, Yu-Gi-Oh set to it, and well, it kind of hit another button and I can't get back to it. So unless I can get Yu-Gi-Oh back up on my channel, I won't be able to review the show for you guys anymore, and I can't have that. So I got that new app on my phone that is just called The Remote. And apparently it changes all the channels on your normal TV. That's definitely a thing that exists. So I figured I'm going to give that new app a try, see if we can get the channel back up on our TV and get back to the review show that we all enjoy. So let's give it a shot. No.
That allow us with a relatively
God, no.
small set of...
No. 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 No.
The most beautiful thing I have seen in my entire life. Hey, how'd you get in here? Get out!
Gonna have to remember that button. Hand over your most prized possession to a total stranger, all my fellow and future outlaws. This is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NAKAK-double-G. Here with your 50th episode of that recap you ever wondered how you lived without. Will I make money off of this someday? Maybe. But as per usual, don't forget that sub and that bell, hit up that like, hit up that Patreon if you want to help me out. Leave a comment telling me if you've ever been caught talking romantically to one of your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh cards before. But enough about that, let's head back to our episode, shall we? One that begins with Grandpa exactly where he belongs, sweeping the entire side of the sidewalk. He's interrupted by Taya, who's here arriving to pick up Yugi for their morning quickie disguised as schoolwork. Grandpa just looks at her and says he's currently upstairs talking to himself.
This new chain ought to keep my Millennium Puzzle safe. Seems like everyone wants their hands on it lately.
What are you talking about? No one but Pegasus has even remotely made an attempt on it. Yugi comes down the stairs and tells his future wife that he was busy talking to his current boyfriend, as his BF feels like fate still has much left in store for him. I mean, we're only on episode 50 after all.
We're gonna be late for the big game. What took you so long?
What game? Yugi doesn't like sports.
You don't really care much about sports, do you?
Called it. A not at all suspicious looking fortune teller appears on the side of the street next to this random storage building, asking Yugi of all people if he wants to know his future, of course. Unfortunately, Yugi is an avid believer in astrology and immediately enticed by the offer. The mysterious man says he needs a personal item from Yugi to be able to see into his future. A not at all suspicious line from a man you just met, so let's hand over our puzzle and see what happens. Oh no, I handed him my puzzle and he ran away with it. How could I have seen this coming? I guess I better take off after a grown man in a black robe with absolutely no friends or weapons to help me.
I can't believe I handed him my puzzle!
You know you're a fucking idiot when even the writers are making fun of you. Yugi follows these arrows that are hung up on the buildings like a new generation game that holds your hand as you play, before we catch Taya running off in a random direction for some reason. He magically runs into Bakura, who agrees to help after finding out what happened to Yugi. Everyone's wondering where Yugi is. I'm just wondering how the hell he got back home. Bakura does a dramatic turnaround, revealing evil Bakura, because I don't think he has an official name yet. Let's just ignore the fact that he then took about 44 seconds to monologue to himself while no one else was listening. Bakura finds the path with the arrows that Yugi went down pretty much instantly, messing with all the arrows that were laid about to confuse Yugi's friends like some troll message in Elden Ring.
Where are you hiding?
Yeah, where could he be, I wonder? I mean, there's this giant warehouse with, an arrow on the gate pointing inside, but I just, golly gee, wonder where he could be. Our hero heads inside only to be bombarded by a dark and mysterious voice that claims they have to duel for his puzzle. Pay no attention to this dueling arena that I already have stashed in this warehouse. Yes, of course, everyone already owns one of these, even though it's only been about 2 weeks after Duelist Kingdom. There seems to be a puppet master with a Millennium item controlling this robed creature in an effort to defeat Yugi. He really wants the power for himself, but according to the rules, it has to be won in a duel or it doesn't count. Man, that whole honor thing just kind of screws all the villains in this series, doesn't it? Yugi Moto, a loving friend, a fierce duelist, and most importantly, a man of willpower.
I won't duel you for my Millennium Puzzle!
It's in my possession now!
Then I accept your challenge!
I'm not gonna duel you for something that's already mine. Yeah, but I already took it. Well played, sir. I will fight you post-haste. Yugi is very scared because he can barely feel the connection to the spirit of the Millennium Puzzle, despite the fact that it's maybe a few feet away. Not exactly a strong connection, huh? Yami, or so he's called, warns Yugi to be careful because he senses the dark spirit coming from the other man, before fading off into the distance like the ending of a bad 80s glam metal song. Our final duel with 2,000 life points, thank frickin' God, begins with just Yugi by himself, no friends or spirit to help him. Can you guess what monster he plays first? Yup, it's Zelda. The mysterious man sets a monster face down in defense mode, to which Yugi calls him a little bitch instantly before attacking right away with Ocarina of Time. The face down monster is revealed to be the sexiest thing I've ever seen, the one, the only Cyberjar. Destroying all monsters on the field and letting both players draw 5 cards, and somehow Yugi only sets down one monster face down despite having like 11 cards in his hand right now. Luckily for the mystery man, he sets down Mechanical Chaser and Ground Attack Bergoth, giving him a nice advantage in tempo.
More machine cards!
Yugi, Cyberjar is a rock type? Trust me, I frickin' know. Apparently one rock monster and 2 machine monsters is all it takes for Yugi to deduce that this is actually Bandit Keith, who somehow survived a 500-foot fall into the ocean and then was discovered by this band of pirates who wear dark robes in the hot burning sun. Probably would have just taken my chances in the ocean, honestly. Conveniently, Bandit Keith was the one to lead him to Yugi. Yes, he needed Bandit Keith to do it. Not a single other more famous person on the planet has any affiliation with him whatsoever. No worldwide broadcast during Duelist Kingdom. Nope, Keith was the key to everything. Summoning the Machine King, its attack is raised to 2,500 before destroying Silverfang easily. Yugi takes Joey's strategy for a test drive, just summoning another monster in defense mode before it's quickly destroyed on Keith's next turn. How can Yugi win without his dear friends or the spirit of the puzzle, which appears to be about 2 feet away from him now? How can Yugi's friends convince this gym teacher who's wearing a pink sweater for some reason to let them skip out of the school that they never attend anyways? Oh, I know, let's just lie.
It wasn't cool to mislead Coach Morty.
Who the hell has a last name named Morty? Yugi goes into fierce mode, bringing out the Cursed Dragon and Gaia to combine them with polymerization, destroying the Mechanical Chaser that he never pulled from from his tournament pack with Guy the Dragon Champion and inflicting 750 damage to Bandit Keith's life points. The Puppet Master is impressed, forcing him to use actual strategy and switching his other weaker monsters to defense mode before activating Machine Conversion Factory, raising Machine King's attack points to 2800 and destroying Gaia the Dragon Champion with ease. Yugi is very scared and does not know what to do. Oh wait, never mind. He found the cheater button, activating Yugioh the Magical Mist. A magic card that can negate monster effects, protect from monster attacks, and now cause machines to rust up, lowering their attack point. But don't worry, I have a personal message from Konami here to all the fans who are wondering what this card actually does.
Fuck you.
Yugi summons the sexy-ass skull, getting a 750 attack point boost instead of 1,000 like last time from the rain that has rusted away these monsters, allowing him to wipe the Machine King off the map. The Puppet Master is impressed by the boy's skills even without the puzzle, but knows that he only has one duel left in this series with no actual rules, so it's time to cheat. Activating the already OP Graceful Charity, he draws 3 cards with no mention of discarding, mind you, using this weird overly complicated card placement thingy to stack 3 cards on the top of his deck. Yugimoto finally gets a taste of what it's like when his opponent is the one that has the perfect card in their hand already.
You also need to have the right monster card in your hand, and what are the odds of that? Oh, no way!
Yeah, it doesn't feel so great, does it? Puppet Master Bandit Keith brings out Zera the Man, one of the strongest monsters in the entire game with 2800 attack, no effect, and no protection. Back to Bakura, who's finally at the warehouse. He senses a dark spirit inside along with Yugi's puzzle, which basically means that it took longer for him to go from the arrows to the warehouse than it took for Taya to go to the school, get Joey and Tristan, and come back. Like, how much time did he spend just switching those arrows around? The episode ends with the mysterious Puppet Master monologuing for about 2 minutes straight. Seriously, they could have just cut this out. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course, shout out to all my patrons. I want to thank you all for the support over these last 50 episodes, and I genuinely look forward to bringing you all more laughs in the future. Hopefully someday I'll get paid for it too. That'd be cool. This has been the man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. Oh, and by the way, Ruxin, don't worry. Your secret's safe with me. Later. In today's story, a small boy receives third-degree burns and scarring for life, but don't worry, his necklace is A-OK. Get ready to watch the world burn, all my fellow feature outlaws. This is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NKK-double-G. Here with your recap of technically the last episode of Season 1. Kind of funny that it ends with Yugi almost dying, huh? So as per usual, don't forget that sub, that bell, and that like. Hit up that Patreon if you want to support me. And leave a comment telling me if you think it's a bit sus how long they actually survived in that building while it was engulfed by flames. But don't worry about that, because nothing's on fire quite yet, except for this mystery man's dueling strategy, putting Yugi on the ropes with only a third of his life points left, and Zera the Man ready to take down the rest of them. Despite having like 11 cards in his hand maybe 3 turns ago, he can only draw into the Komori Dragon to put it in defense mode and save himself.
He may have beaten Bandit Keith in Duelist Kingdom.
Pretty sure that was Joey. It's Keith's turn and he summons Sierra. Sierra? I don't know, man. I've always hated the way that name was spelled. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, he summons another 2500 non-machine beat stick to the field before cheating extra hard with his mechanical card replacer thingy that he didn't decide to start using until now apparently for some reason. And because it's episode 50 and everyone should have a playset of it in their deck at this point, he activates stop defense on Yugi's monsters, leaving it wide open for an assault by Zera the Man.
Attack!
Komori Dragon has 1500 attack. Zera the Man has 2800. Yugi had 1500 life points. Now he has 400. I fucking love math. Yugi audibly quivers in fear, but admits he'll never give up, aka he'll just continue to use Joey's strategy of putting monsters in defense mode until he draws in more OP cards. Also, that puzzle is like 15 inches away at this point. Seriously, how weak is that connection? He sets 2 more cards face down and then switches Zera the Man into defense position. This is definitely not a bait, don't you dare think so. Yugi sets 1 card face down and then plays Dark Magician in defense mode. This is definitely not a bait, don't you dare think so. Victory must be nice. Yugi activates the magical hat to protect the Dark Magician, the card that has saved him more than anything else in the entire series. Unfortunately, the Mystery Man has seen enough episodes at this point and knows that this is the card that he needs to negate with Magic Jammer, exposing the Dark Magician.
Oh no! My Dark Magician's exposed!
I know, I just said that. This play is then followed up by the single biggest god read I've ever seen in my entire life, as Keith activates Curse of Fiend, switching both his Zera and the Dark Magician that he knew Yugi was going to put into defense mode back to attack position. And this is all before he unleashes this attack, predicts the 1 mirror force that Yugi's going to use by negating it with the 1 time we get to see Solemn Judgment in the series. This is not only the single best play that we've probably seen up to this point, but honestly, Keith should have won the duel, as Yugi falls down to 100 life points despite knowing the fact that he should have taken 200 more in the duel from that attack from Zera. The Mystery Man wins the duel, the puzzle is his, and the show is over. We head back to Bakura, who is still standing outside of the warehouse.
I know the Millennium Puzzle is beyond those doors. I'm getting closer.
How did he get up there? How did he get up there? Did Tristan teach him how to frame skip? How did he get up there? It's Yugi's turn and he finally draws something good, literally just telling Keith that he's setting down a magic card before playing another monster in defense position. Joey would be so proud. The mystery man is running out of patience and says it's time to end this duel, using these great value level cheating skills to put Tribute of the Doom in his hand.
Whoa! That's one of the rarest magic cards in the game!
Since when? And why didn't you react like that when Rebecca used it like, I don't know, 8 episodes ago? Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, the final turn of Season 1. And yes, it just wouldn't be a proper send-off without Yugi cheating and countering with the Living Arrow card. No, it's a quick play spell card that just bounces the effective Tribute of the Doom back on Zera the Man, destroying it outright. He's just changing the card text at this point. Even Bakura is pissed off at such a high level of cheating and claims that this puppet show must come to an end, using his ring to sever the connection of Bandit Keith and the mystery man controlling him. Keith then finally wakes up saying the same thing I did that one time I finally agreed to join my little sister's tea party.
Where am I? And what on earth am I wearing?
The puppet master manages to gain control of Keith briefly once again, forcing him to the other side of the dueling arena at top speed. He wants the puzzle to himself, no one else, so of course the best thing to do is to smash it into pieces so it's even harder for me to find later on as well. Devastated at the sight of his puzzle being shattered, Yugi feels the weak-ass connection that he had to Yami slipping through his fingers. I mean, he's not even in this episode. But it is lucky for him that a snow leopard jumps from out of the raptors coming out of nowhere, knocking Keith down off the dueling arena. Bakura helps Yugi gather all the pieces so he can put the puzzle back together, while at the same time putting a bit of his spirit inside one of the pieces because I guess he can just do that. But don't worry, once we get to about, I don't know, 2025, I'll finally be able to reveal his plans that come to pass. And because this episode's duel has already ended and we really needed to fill screen time, let's spend the next literal 4 minutes monologuing to ourselves about it. Don't ask why Yugi didn't notice a single thing even though he was standing there the entire time. And because Bakura is an evil mastermind, he falls on his ass and then leaves for school because he thinks the threat is all over.
I'll be right behind you, Bakura, as soon as I unhook my chain!
The writers in the show will really take any chance to say anything that could be misconstrued as a line that's related to BDSM, won't they? The mystery man tries to get Keith up and finish this duel that I guess is technically still going on, but unfortunately this grown-ass man doesn't feel like playing a children's card game anymore. Instead, he grabs this lead pipe and starts flailing wildly, hitting this conveniently placed set of control never seen before right next to this conveniently placed barrels of gas. And as you all know as well as I do, that is a very serious safety code violation, 538-X9 subparagraph 2A. All of Yugi's friends are on the literal ground, defeated and hungry by the arrows that Bakura apparently spent all day putting around the entire town before they managed to see some smoke in the distance. Let's forget about Yugi and go help. And despite being an avid lover of Fleetwood Mac, Yugi cannot seem to break the chain no matter how hard he tries.
It could be all over for me.
Yugi bro, you're the main character. They'd never kill you off. Well, they might. Our best friends finally arrive at the warehouse and decide now is the time to split up and call 911 instead of when they actually just saw the fire from the beginning. Before Joey and Tristan trying to get into the building the only way they know how, blunt force. And Yugi knows he needs the puzzle to maintain his main character status, desperately trying to put it together while his friends try to break inside.
Even if I don't make it out, at least he will!
Considering he literally needs your body as a host to exist, I don't think it works like that. With their powers combined, Joey and Tristan finally bust through the door, only to find a Bandit Keith that I guess was still inside the entire time, screaming his head off as he runs away frantically.
Did we just rescue Bandit Keith?
Huh, no way!
I love how Tristan was going to be legitimately pissed that they had wasted all that effort just to save him. They find Yugi finishing his puzzle like a fucking idiot before immediately going dizzy right after. And actually because they're not angry apes, they don't just beat the spoke stuck in the dueling arena with lead pipe. They put the rod inside the hole and then they pull really hard. Took forever though. That pull-out game needs some work. Now that our heroes are back where they belong at the hospital fighting over the last Jello Cup, we get on this episode properly with Taya out in space worried about the dangers lurking just around the corner. I don't know what she took to send her out to space though, but I'll take 2 of them. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my patrons. If you'd like to purchase my new $10,000 tier, it does come with warehouse insurance. Granted that you only catch fire in the warehouse while specifically in the middle of a duel, I got you covered. This has been the man from Worth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. Later. In today's story, we spend the majority of our time learning about mummies and pharaohs from ancient Egypt. One piece of bad news, though, we couldn't afford Brendan Fraser. Get ready to stare at a giant rock, all my fellow feature outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NAKK-double-G. Here with that weekly recap of that card game that we all know and love, now with just a dash of Season 2 seasoning. So as per usual, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me, and leave a comment telling me if you would be confident in a Millennium item that allows you to see the future, but also allowed you to lose 2 out of 3 cards that you were supposed to protect. Millennium items that are being carried in this plane that'll be hitting the ground soon. Where could they be landing?
On behalf of the Domino Museum, welcome to America.
Okay, so that is where we are. are? It's like, welcome to America. Also, we have Japan. Recently, some thieves have been trying to steal these rare Egyptian artifacts, so even without telling her, she knew that they had this ingenious idea to put them in crates disguised in garbage trucks. How does she know? Could it be some sixth sense, or could it be some magical item that was made out of dead people? Yugi is walking down a random street with absolutely no friends, lamenting over almost losing his puzzle, as some random skink yells really loudly trying to get his attention. Naturally, Yugi just ignores it and walks away like a Chad. Oh look, here's a conveniently timed TV broadcast of a Shizu explaining the exhibit they're gonna host. For whatever reason, Mokuba is super into this Egyptian shit, asking Seto if he'll take him to the museum pretty please.
I'm running a company, Mokuba. I don't have time for mummies and pharaohs.
What you may not know is that this was the early 2000s, and Kaiba's just secretly bitter that a certain someone was picked over him to star in the new hit film The Mummy. Ring ring ring, it's the phone and Shizu's on the line. And now she's on the TV screen somehow, and now Kaiba lies to her within the first 5 seconds saying he was watching even though he definitely wasn't. And now we're at the museum with apparently no fight at all. I don't know what she said, but it worked. Kaiba arrives at the museum surprised to find that no one else is there, while some strange men come up from behind him saying that all the exits have been sealed and no one gets out, except for smoke break. Even though this is starting to look like a mob scene, Kaiba is already bored within 60 seconds despite the fact that he came here with pretty much no fight whatsoever.
Are you interested in owning a card stronger than Exodia?
Bitch, there's not a single thing that a god card could do on the field, in the hand, or in the graveyard that could stop someone when they already have all 5 pieces of Exodia in their hand. But GGV Exodia only has 1,000 attack on his own, he can't do it. Shut up! He tries to explain to Kaiba that Duel Monsters is based off an ancient game from 5,000 years ago. That Pegasus fell in love with it and recreated it for modern times, so it makes sense that he kept the strongest cards to himself, aka we didn't invent them yet. We head back to Yugi, who's sitting alone at night in his room wearing more colors than any teenage boy should. Now he does his best to try and encourage our hero before we head to Teo, who's currently having a wet dream about her and Yami in the desert.
Yugi, stop! Where are you going? Yugi!
Wow, you know you're low on someone's priority list when even in your dreams they ignore you like a Chad. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, at the bottom floor, and oh my god, it's a giant rock. It's a rock and it has Duel Monster carvings on it, and it's quite large. So large that Kaiba admits right away that her story must be true. Man, she just really knows how to get to him, doesn't she? Apparently the monsters were real and people were idiots back then, summoning them willy-nilly without knowing how to put them back like some broken me-sinks machine. They asked the pharaoh for help, and on that day he decreed, fuck it, let's have trading cards, sealing them away in stone tablets. Unfortunately, like most game creators, sorcerers stuck in their mom's basement with way too much free time in their hands learned how to use them as well and wage war back on the pharaoh. She shows Kaiba another giant frickin' rock, and this one changes his life forever. Startled at the sight of Yugi and the Dark Magician, shocked at the sight of himself and the Blue Eyes White Dragon, I'm just sitting there the whole time wondering, I wonder if back then they actually followed the rules still. Kaiba then says the same thing I said the first time I saw The Mummy Returns.
This can't be real. There's no way. This rock has got to be a fake.
Since Kaiba is refusing to believe, she takes him on a non-consensual ayahuasca trip into the Great Past, showing him the battle between the Great Pharaoh and the shirtless Kaiba holding a stick.
I will stand against you, traitor!
So is anyone gonna tell me why Atem hired the Great Saiyaman as one of his minions? Of course, Yugi's deck has to have Wind Guardian, Guardian of the Guardian, throwing one of Kaiba's monsters, causing 5 men on his side of the field to be struck by lightning, completely reduced to dust. Oh, and trust me, there ain't no fucking Shadow Realm where they're going. Wait, shit, let's head back to Yugi, who's still feeling like a loser about everything. Luckily, he has Yami here to give him a pep talk, because God forbid he ever talked to his parents about literally anything. I mean, his mom's like right downstairs. Back to Kaiba and his bad acid trip, as Shizu claims that the outcome of this battle was never truly known. Despite the fact that if it had been a shitty one, we probably all wouldn't be here right now with any sort of, civilization. The ancient duel heats up as shirtless Seto summons ya boy La Jin, only to be countered by the Pharaoh's minion who plans on using a fusion summon. Something that could only be accomplished by hiring powerful backup singers chanting their favorite Spice Girls hit.
Let two be one, let two be one, let two be one.
The new dragon destroys La Jin, and a few more men get killed by lightning that again mostly goes unnoticed. But the sexy man with the staff says that one of the Pharaoh's minions are no match for him and all of them will be wiped out from existence. Kaiba then says something so horrifically ironic that the universe almost implodes.
That sorcerer's a big mouth losing chump. You can't compare him to me.
The duel isn't over. Seto, shirtless, brings out his trusty battle ox and mystic horseman to the field, performing the show's first tribute summon that it only took going back 5,000 years to actually show properly. Apparently this one can attack all the opponent's monsters at once, wiping out Yugi's minions and laying waste to everything around him. And I know what you're thinking, and the answer is yes. This is where Kaiba realizes that he was destined to be a total prick for 5,000 years. Unfortunately, Kaiba is sick of story time and is about to leave before Shizu says, hey, I thought you want some cards, bro. Revealing the top of the giant fucking rock to be the gods of our world, Obelisk the Whore Mentor, Slifer the Pie Wagon, and Moltres. Kaiba says that she must be a liar, because why didn't Pegasus use these cards against him and Yugi in Duelist Kingdom? A valid question. How will she retort?
Because Pegasus feared the power of these Egyptian god cards.
Yes, he feared the power of the art that he just painted himself. Give them tangible form in any way and then they can hurt you. Makes sense. Kaiba wants the cards very badly, but he can't just ask Pegasus Pegasus for them, he's dropped off the face of the earth. Not to mention he just tried to put my soul in purgatory about a month ago, so it definitely makes sense that he'd just be nice and give them to me if I asked. Luckily, well, unluckily in this case, Pegasus decided to give them to a Shih Tzu for safekeeping, to which he did a spectacular job by immediately losing 2 of them to the rare hunters, which is basically the equivalent of drug cartel but for cards, but instead of keeping all the best cocaine in Colombia, they keep all the best cards to themselves. They spin around for a fucking year as she tells Kaiba to host a tournament to lure in the rare hunters before handing over Obelisk to him. He says he can only borrow it for the tournament because good luck getting that back before agreeing to set up the tournament in the next few days.
But I'm not going to set it up because of your fairy tales and your hocus-pocus mind tricks.
Oh my god, he said it. It took 52 episodes, but he finally said it. The episode ends with Yugi lamenting some more, and it's basically some of the more same shit from earlier. Kaiba rides away in this sweet-ass limo, laughing like a psycho, holding his new favorite baby blue boy. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course, a shout out to all my patrons. If any of you have a single idea how a god card can stop a monster that, just makes you win the game instantly, leave a note in the suggestion box below. I'll be waiting. This has been the man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. See you Monday. Later. In today's story, a fully grown man assaults a teenage girl for being better than him at a dancing game. I wish I were joking. Get ready to bust a move, all my fellow and feature outlaws. This is Cards Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NAKAK Double G. Here with your weekly recap of that new In the Groove game that just came out. I heard they have even harder songs than DD3R Ultra. So as per usual, if you enjoy, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if you think most of Yugi's outfits wouldn't be allowed in a club, let alone the general public. But uh-oh, it seems to be raining today here at school. So naturally, Joey and Tristan are the one to have to mop up any messes as payment for never actually attending. Joey's in a great mood that his sister's finally getting her operation today. He's very worried about going there to visit because his mom will be there and they haven't seen eye to eye for years. Tristan, on the other hand,
Tell me which hospital she's at and I'll go visit Sweet Serenity alone.
it just takes a certain kind of man to tell the brother of a 14-year-old who just had surgery that you're gonna go visit her in the hospital as a preamble attempt to get into her pants. There's just a certain level of fucking creep there. Yugi and Tei are just about to leave school as he asks her the favor of helping the Pharaoh regain his memories. How she's supposed to do that? I don't know, man. She has some good ideas sometimes. Before she even has a chance to respond, our hero runs off again like a Chad in the rain, saying that they have a date tomorrow without even remotely considering if she had plans already. It's tomorrow now, and seriously, that's what you're gonna tell me a 14-year-old boy is gonna wear outside? I mean, there's no way he doesn't have whips in that closet. I love how Yugi was running with the most intense music of all time and then it just kind of stopped. Actually, Yugi didn't tell the spirit of the puzzle a goddamn thing, transforming at will because I guess you can just do that now. This pisses off the Pharaoh greatly as he sees no card games around being played. And despite the fact that Tei is looking extra slutty today, he's just really not that into white women. Since they're here together to try to figure out shit about his past, the first thing they do is to go to get milkshakes, of course. Something that would normally excite anyone, but unfortunately Yugi is in a sad mood right now, worried about what fate has in store for him and why he can't remember anything about himself. Well, except that he's from Egypt, he lives in a necklace, and he feels really good in leather and cuffs.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I'm going through the same thing.
Yes, let's compare our normal everyday human existence as if it even remotely compares to a magical spirit living inside a puzzle from 5,000 years ago. Also, fuck those birds. Oh fuck, our heroes found a sweet-ass card shop. Let me get that address, I'll be right over.
These cards are both very powerful.
Yugi, those are sealed packs. Our heroes head to the arcade now, but unfortunately this is before Guitar Hero existed, so they only have lame-ass Dance Dance Revolution. Bringing us to the most dastardly evil antagonist of the entire show, Johnny Steps. A man whose parents who really didn't leave him much room in life to make a decision about his own career path, did they? Yugi wonders if this is some sort of dueling dancing game because thinking about things outside of the structure of a card game just makes no sense to him. Before that evil bastard Johnny Steps challenges Taya to a game. She immediately accepts and then immediately strips, stepping onto the stage foolishly as Johnny is gonna step all over her. Like, did his parents just assume that he was gonna be 6'5" and just be a crappy parody of John Travolta his entire life? Hi, my name is Yugi and I'm pouting. Why are you making those noises? Johnny Steps quickly realizes he has no chance against her tight teenage body, so he literally just starts assaulting her on stage while the rest of the people in the crowd just watch on happily. Unfortunately, Johnny trips over his own legs about 3 times before falling down as our heroes go off into the sunset to talk shit about how Johnny tripped 3 times and fell down. Yugi then gets very fucking serious about his past, claiming that watching Taya get assaulted today made him feel really good, that there's good things in life to live for. Too bad a certain man steps in, apparently stalking them all day, or else, how the hell would he know where they are? Demanding a rematch with a teenage girl that he recently tried sending to the hospital.
Taya, may I finish off your opponent?
Now, I know what you're all thinking. He's just talking about playing a friendly children's card game. He doesn't mean he's actually gonna kill him, right? 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 Yugi challenges the long-legged fellow to a game of Duel Monsters, something very closely related to dancing, as we all know. With the rules of engagement decided between both of them, should Yugi win, Johnny will have to leave this teenage girl alone, but should Johnny Steps win, she will have to go on a date with him. Is anything in this show legal. We immediately transferred to this random dueling arena. Like, seriously, where the hell are we? Is it supposed to be Kaiba Land, I guess? It's, you know, like a month since these things were invented, and now they're just everywhere. Come on. Also, remember when I said that Bandit Keith versus Yugi was the last duel in the series with 2,000 life points? I was wrong, but I mean, to be fair, I forgot Johnny Step. And also, to be fair, Yugi lets Johnny start the duel by summoning Sonic Maid, a basic bitch monster that gets destroyed by Yugi on the next turn by the first monster he summons. Can you guess which one he does? Can you? Can you? I dare you. Try it. Try a guess. Try one little guess. Just try. It's Zelda. Johnny counters on his next turn by summoning the uncensored version of Water Osmotics to try and distract Yugi. Something that apparently works because Yugi basically just skips his next turn. There's no way you didn't have one monster with over 1,400 attack, bro. Following it up with Spirit of the Harp and Chorus of Sanctuary, oh golly gee, we begin to see a bit of a theme growing here. Luckily, Yugi just destroys the Water Osmotics with Curse of Dragon, saying that he slept with her over 4,900 years ago, and wasn't that impressed.
So far, you're hitting all the wrong notes. Don't worry, I'm just tuning up for the grand finale.
Have we made it clear enough that this episode is about music and music-related puns? Have we said enough to distinguish Johnny as a dancing and music-related villain that can only understand things to the sweet rhythm of movement? Have we said it clear enough yet? Johnny summons his first good card of the duel, the Witch of the Black Forest, fusing it with Lady of Faith to summon the powerful Van Halen. Because naturally, when you put two groupies together, you get the artist that they wanted to sleep with. It's Yugi's turn, and he kind of just attacks right away despite Johnny having a face-down card. I'm not gonna lie, he's a little basic bitch shitty in this duel for some reason. But this mistake does cost him greatly as Johnny counters with the Metal Morph Trap card, transforming Van Halen into the all-powerful Iron Man and destroying the Curse of Dragon like the trooper he is. Being the one-hit wonder that he seems to be, Yugi just sets another giant soldier of stone in defense mode, confusing me and the other viewers as to why he's acting like such a little bitch in this duel. But that's okay, his opponent Johnny Steps doesn't understand much, claiming that Metal Morph increases the attack power of his monster on every attack. That might be just a little bit off.
Johnny, your ability to miscalculate is uncanny.
I love it when Yugi goes full sassy bitch mode. It really is at the height of its power in the earlier episodes. When used correctly, Metal Morph is a powerful card that only increases your monster's attack when they're attacking, so it leaves him wide open for the Dark Magician's assault on Yugi's next turn. In a rare moment, an opponent is actually wrong when they're claiming that Yugi is a cheater, as this seems to be the only duel that he didn't give a damn to do so, revealing himself to be Yugimoto, the winner of Duelist Kingdom. Such a legend is way too much for Johnny Steps, just a generic one-episode bad guy, forcing him to back out immediately and try to leave. Something that apparently pisses off Taya so much more than being assaulted that she goes into maximum mother scold mode.
I can't stand people who don't face their problem.
But you're perfectly fine if they try to elbow you in the face? Everyone on the show is a kinky bitch, I swear. The episode ends with Taya giving Johnny Steps the one thing he needed, a small girl yelling at him, telling him he's kind of a creepy bastard. Now we're at the museum. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my patrons. If we happen to be in a game of DDR together and you start winning, I promise I won't assault you. I'll just, pay another patron to do it for me. This has been the Man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. See you later. In today's story, we're finally introduced to the new dual disc system that I invented, said to have a 90% chance of injury. Why did I make it like that? Don't ask questions. Get ready to change your outfit into something more ridiculous, all my fellow and future outlaws. This is Cards Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NKK. That weekly recap that you all know you need more than ever when crazy new shit like new dueling rules come into play. So as per usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. And leave a comment telling me if you would risk a potential lawsuit wherever you go just to play a children's card game. Something that is surprisingly not taking up the first part of this episode, as our heroes Yugi and Taya enter the museum to check out the ancient Egyptian artifacts in an attempt to learn more about his past.
You're sure you want to go through with this, right?
I have no choice, Taya. It's my destiny.
I mean, you literally chose to not come here earlier in the day when Taya mentioned it and then just went to play video games. Yugi starts hearing voices that call him down to the basement that I guess there's just no security hired at all to protect it. As I guess they just stroll in to be startled by the sight of a significantly sized rock. Taya's freaked out, but Yugi knows that this rock must be real. He can feel the realness emanating from this rock that has his face on it. He is happy to have found this rock, but is now left with 1,000 more questions, it seems. Most of all, why did I ever start wearing shirts again? Because my god, look at that manly chest. But Shizu comes out of nowhere to tell Yugi the same shit she told Kaiba. World-ending, blah, gotta save it from a great evil from 5,000 years ago, blah, blah.
The pharaoh who saved the world was you, Yami.
Yep, let's just use that name as if it's even remotely correct and not just a slap in the face of the entirety of Season 5. None of the concept of that season revolves around his name or the power that it might hold. Instead of giving him any real answers, though, she just tells him to join the upcoming Duel Monsters tournament, because she knew that's all he was really gonna pay attention to anyway. Hey, and Yugi decide to not be blind, finally looking at the other side of the tablet, realizing that their opponent must be Kaiba. That he will be the big baddie that they have to take down at the end. And I mean, I guess it's not a horrible assumption. We head back to Kaiba Corp where the man himself has an all-new dual disc system, ready to go, as well as a sweet new outfit. I believe we have some footage.
It's not a jacket, it's a duster. It's like a jacket, only it's longer, thicker, and far more badass.
Mokuba and the other scientists are very worried because he removed the safeguards during the testing so he could get seriously injured. Apparently thought it was a good idea to have particle effects with like millions of lumens that are basically just laser beams being shot at your opponent. Something that just might be capable of fatal injury. I'm not sure why we even made this a possibility. Oh fuck, it's a new dueling robot and we have new rules to follow, and you all know what that means. New rules to break. This highly sophisticated doctor/scientist says the risk of injury from a non-tangible hologram is over 90%. I guess being armed with Kaiba's shitty deck from Duelist Kingdom really increases the chances of fatality.
Launching hologram projectors.
Okay, after seeing that, I think the only thing you have a 90% chance of is being sued endlessly. The supercomputer begins to duel like a master strategist, setting a monster face down and ending his turn. Seeing this crazy maneuver, Kaiba counters by laying one card face down and attacking with a mighty battle axe right away. Unfortunately for him, and very fortunately for me, it's your boy Cyberjar, destroying everything on the field and allowing both players to pick up 5 cards and summon any level 4 or lower monsters among them. The computer gets 2 monsters face down, and Kaiba gets 4 frickin' monsters to play with. Honestly, this is still the battle phase, so I don't know why he didn't keep still attacking to at least see what they were. Mokuba then says the same thing I say to myself anytime I see a larger content creator responding to an angry fan on Twitter.
What a digital dummy!
The highly advanced computer sacrifices 2 good wall cards that Kaiba already couldn't get over. One of them being Wall of Illusion, which especially pisses me off because it could have bounced a future tribute monster that Kaiba attacked with. Or an amazing Blue Eyes White Dragon, but not attacking because Kaiba has a face down. Almost like he could have summoned something else, baited a few cards out, and then just did all this on the next turn. Back to Kaiba, who's already breaking his own rules, sacrificing the Hitatsumi Giant for the Dragon Seeker in face-up defense mode. A monster that is capable of destroying the Blue Eyes on his next turn. Oh wait, never mind, the computer just summoned Lord of Dragons, your plan is ruined. Oh, did the computer actually attack now that it has protection from other cards? Nah, that'd be fucking crazy. Pretty sure Kaiba just skips his turn and puts all his monsters into defense mode, so it's good to know that turn skipping is still in play. As the Chessmaster computer proceeds to play Flute of Summoning Dragon, bringing out 2 more Blue Eyes through the field. Nice, surely it's gonna attack all of his monsters and gain a massive advantage in tempo, right? Nope, it just fuses them all into Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, a monster with no effect and can't attack on the turn it's summoned anyway. Also, clearly even the computer is cheating because it still has a full hand even after doing all that, and there's no ultimate on its side of the field.
With the safeties disabled, the dragon's neutron blast will cause serious injury to Mr. Kaiba.
Yes, Kaiba, look out. Can't you tell how dangerous this all is from the randomly colored bars that are covering up my Pornhub tab? Kaiba then says the same thing every Yu-Gi-Oh player has said to themselves the first time they stared down the barrel of Yatagrasu with nothing on their side of the field to protect them.
So this is what it's like to face fear.
Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, the one monster that not even Yugi Moto could take down, even though if I hadn't cheated and treated it like 3 monsters despite it just being 1, it would have died to Celtic Guardian. Sorry, I got a little off track there. But yes, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, the one monster that not even Yugi could beat, must be taken down by my ability to top deck a card just like the protagonist of the show. Sacrificing 3 monsters to summon the mighty Hobulus the Horror Renter for the first time, bringing with it epic new music that if it were any louder you'd barely be able to hear me. This motherfucker is literally the size of an entire building, so I'm not even sure how he's standing in there. But unfortunately it's weaker than the Ultimate Blue Eyes at 4,000. Oh wait, never mind, he's killing this man and his horse to gain some extra power. The Big Daddy Pimp's attack power rises so high that the computer starts exploding. Machine that basically started out as a simple number generator in the first place couldn't handle the infinity sign without blowing up completely. That, sure, we'll go with it. Albus destroys the Ultimate Dragon in a one-punch man-like fashion, revealing power that we've never seen before.
Oh, danger, danger.
Okay, so we're just gonna ignore the fact that his old deck just got completely incinerated. Like, all 3 of his Blue Eyes are gone. They're gone. They're not coming back. We head back to Yugi and Teo, who are still walking in clothes that would have been appropriate for a BDSM party, talking about destiny and fate and what do I do and all that other boring stuff they love to discuss.
Just promise me you'll be careful, Yami, because I'm sure there's still danger ahead.
Why do they just randomly have a 5-second clip of their feet? Did Dan Schneider direct part of this episode? Yugi whips out his deck and says that it has never let him down before, even though he's about to remove cards like Living Arrow, Mystic Box, Magical Hats, and like 5 other cards that are the only reason he ever won his duels. But oh crap, look, there's a pair of giant flying melons, and they seem to be coming right at us. They also seem to be dressed even sluttier than last season. Alright, Titty Vine appears to tell Taya that she's looking extra yummy tonight to ask if she's on a date with Yugi Moto.
But of course.
Yeah, that's right, you get a good look at what real boobas look like while I put you in this random headlock. This is how you work it. All of a sudden, minor characters like Rex and Weevil appear to show you that yes, we are just going to rehash shit from the last season. So pay no attention to the fact that Kaiba hacked into every screen in town just to tell people that there's a children's card game tournament coming up. Pay no attention to this episode ending with no real point to him taking over the screens if he was just going to appear dramatically in a helicopter and tell them all in person anyways. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my patrons. If you find yourself injured thanks to one of Kaiba's new dual disc systems, just know nobody cares. This has been the man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. See you Friday. In today's story, 3 huge thugs corner our hero Joey against the wall in what looks like an attempt to beat the crap out of him. But don't worry, they just challenge him to a children's card game, and then beat the crap out of him. Get ready for a 1-star rating, all my fellow and feature outlaws, as this is Cards Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NAKAK double G. Here with that recap of that show that likes to make up subplots and then resolve them about 30 seconds later, Duel Monsters. So as per usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. And leave a comment telling me if you wouldn't just run away as fast as you can when 3 men in dark robes approach you down a dark alleyway like a normal person. But normal people is not something you'll get in this show, as our heroes are seen on the top of the roof of the school discussing the upcoming rules of Kaiba's new tournament. I guess they have no problem being at school as long as they're not actually inside the school.
Here's a newsflash. Kaiba doesn't like you.
Hey, yes he does. We have stuff in common. There are things. So he's super pissed that Kaiba didn't invite him after getting second in Duelist Kingdom, saying he doesn't even really care and doesn't plan on joining right before asking Yugi if he's going to. He claims that he has no choice and it's his destiny, which is basically Yugi's speech for "it's card games, bitch, of course I'm gonna." Wondering what he means by destiny, Yugi says it's a long story, to which he explains it about 5 seconds later, and Joey says, yeah, I'm convinced, I'll join.
What's the matter? You never saw a guy kiss a card?
I mean, I'm not gonna say I haven't done it. So he's worried that the new dueling disc system will be much harder to get used to than the old one he used, which is definitely just not true at all. That thing let you recall your monsters. Before Joey takes off instantly, leading our heroes down a random street that apparently has the registration building. Yugi thanks Taya for helping Yami at the museum yesterday, causing her to worry about all the potential danger that's on the way. Yugi, on the other hand, he's just ready for card games.
The winner of the whole tournament gets the ultimate prize, a super deck made up of the rarest cards in Duel Monsters.
Yes, that's right, Yugi. A super deck made up of cards from random decks that don't support or interact with each other at all. I'm sure if you just throw them all into your deck at the end of the tournament, it won't mess with any sort of flow you once had. Our heroes enter the registration building only to meet a man wearing an orange bandana and a kitchen apron. Seriously, what the fuck is that outfit for this situation? Luckily for them, this isn't the Nintendo Wii, and he does have 3 duel discs available to give to them. Entering Yugi's name into the database, it's revealed he has a 5-star Yelp rating and he's qualified to enter the tournament. You'll be happy to know that just like the government surveilling your every move, Kaiba has gone to great lengths to be a creep to know every single card in all of your decks. Yugi gets a duel disc, something that'll literally be on his arm for the rest of the series, before Joey just shoves him out of the way and demands to be registered as well. Unfortunately, Kaiba's not a fan of furries at all and gives Joey a 1-star rating, filling him with rage so pure that he manages to pull off the rarely seen dance maneuver, the Saturday night frame skip.
I came in second in Duelist Kingdom.
Tristan puts Joey in a full Nelson while he sits there making angry bear-like noises for about 10 seconds straight, before the shopkeep says, oops, my hard drive was malfunctioning, something that would definitely affect the star rating on this computer. Turns out you actually have 4 stars, so please take this duel disc and get the fuck out of my shop. It's such a good thing that Joey was able to maintain his cool in such a situation. Oh wait, this random guy in a bandana and an apron was secretly evil all along, making a phone call to some obvious bad guys that are gonna stir up some trouble. Damn, that apron really made me think he was gonna be a nice guy. Apparently they've been walking all day because it's nighttime already, when Joey claims that he has to take off and meet his sister at the hospital by traveling down this dark and dank alleyway with no light. God forbid we ever take a taxi or, I don't know, ask our parents for anything in this show.
Yes, but I'll make sure that the Wheeler family unites once again.
That statement might be a bit more honorable if you didn't just admit 2 episodes ago that you're gonna do anything you can to get to the parents of his younger sister who's in the hospital for surgery. Joey has to hustle and get there quickly despite choosing to hang out with friends all day, all of a sudden being surrounded by Steve-like figures in log robes uttering the same thing that you see on your average Walmart billboard.
We stalk our prey and take what we desire.
Imagine hearing that line and the only thing they want from you is a fucking children's trading card. Unfortunately, they can't just beat him up. They have to challenge him to a duel for it because, you know, that whole honor thing just gets in the way every time. And Joey accepts the duel because he has no choice. If you notice, he's smiling because he definitely has a choice. We head to a quick scene of Serenity and her mother at the hospital, who I guess didn't know that Joey was coming, even though that's the exact reason she was waiting for him to get here before the surgery. Wow, unattentive bitch. Back to what really matters, not people in the hospital, people playing card games, of course. Joey starts off the duel with a brand new monster, the Panther Warrior. Holy crap, 2,000 attack on a 4-star monster? I'm sure it has no, major drawbacks or anything. The mysterious Fairy Hunter acts mysterious by mysteriously placing 1 card face down and ending his turn.
Just what I need right now. Scapegoat.
Really? 2 turns in? We're 2 turns in on the first duel with new rules and you set a magic card in the monster zone. It's never gonna get better, is it? Because it's a good card, Panther Warrior has to tribute another monster just to attack, destroying whatever the hell that was and ending his turn. The Fairy Hunter activates Graceful Charity because of course everyone has a +3 with no drawback, simply setting another monster down in defense mode and ending his turn. Quite a boring strategy. I wonder what he's trying to do here. It's been nearly 5 minutes, so we head back to Serenity, who is all alone in this dark room at the hospital because I guess her mom just left her there. Feared that if Joey doesn't show up, she won't be able to go through with the operation. What's with characters on this show having endless willpower and hope for months, but then when it's like getting close close to the point they give up within 5 minutes. Back to Joey's turn, and holy crap, we get a whole new monster again, the alligator sword, a clever name if there ever was one. He attacks with the panther warrior, destroying the set monster of the rare hunter before remembering something important that he had heard.
Well, I just heard that when you have no monsters on the field, I can attack your life points directly.
I'm not really sure what he meant when he said he just heard about it when no one said anything, but man, this scene always makes me want to go back to the clip of season 1 when Yugi and Mai are dueling. Yugi says that if I don't put a monster out soon, she can attack my life points directly. I just want to know the how and why of the mechanics so badly. The rare hunter takes 1,500 points of direct damage before activating another graceful Okay. These rules aren't broken at all. Like, we're just not going to put limits on any of this. We're just not going to do that. We're just not going to do that. He sets one more monster in face-down defense mode before ending his turn again. A strategy so boring that it causes Joey to say the one line that actually would have been considered a devastating insult between elites back in the 1700s.
You duel as badly as you dress.
And even though all it would take is summoning another monster with at least 1,000 attack, attacking with Panther Warrior first to clean up the field and then finishing the match with the other monsters, let me instead tribute 2 for the Red Eyes, a monster with 400 more attack than Panther Warrior, so I can just destroy your one monster and achieve no damage. I am Joey Wheeler. Unfortunately for our boy, the rare hunter says that he's the one that's been leading Joey into a trap, revealing he has just top-decked Exodia, summoning it to the field and winning the duel instantly. And I'd like to just kind of go out of character for a second, just for a moment, to explain how freaking lucky that actually is. Getting Exodia in just 4 turns when you only activated 2 graceful charities in a time where deck fluidity was just like a dream. I legit feel bad for Joey here. This is cheating on par with Yugi's bullshit. Oh, yep, it is. Just ignore the fact that he has multiple copies of every piece of Exodia in his deck with multiple copies of Graceful Charity. Man, Kaiba, those Battle City rules, just no room for error. We then get a series of lines where the only question I ask all of you is, what show are we watching? Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Game of Thrones?
Yeah, I'll get it.
We prefer to take it by force.
I said I'll get it.
Back at the hospital, Serenity is not opening the door for her mother or the doctor until Joey is there, calling Yugi as if he's the best person to try to help. Our gang heads down some random streets. Also, when the fuck did Tristan get a motorcycle? Where could Joey be? We have to find him. Is he okay? Oh wait, I found him. Good job, Tristan. The episode ends with Joey arriving at the hospital, telling Serenity he's very sorry that he wasn't there on time, but he was busy playing a children's card game. She says, it's okay, I get it. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course, a shout out to all my patrons. If you find yourself being chased by random warehouses and storage buildings, just remember their one weakness: fire. This has been the man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. I made a full week of content. I'm going to do it again next week. We're almost at 400 subs. Share it. In today's story, we're finally getting into the real heart of Season 2. In today's story, we're finally... Dude. In today's story... Let me get to it! Get ready for a brand new intro, my fellow and future allies. This is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NAK Double G. Here with another beautiful week of recaps, now with even crazier stipulations, like having an amount of life points that doesn't get snuffed out in one basic attack. So as per usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up that Patreon if you want to support me. And leave a comment telling me if you're incapable of making everyday generic statements without doing over-the-top anime poses. Hey look, Grandpa sweeping the street at the beginning of the episode. We've never seen that before. Good job, Gramps. You stay right where you are. Yugi has an imaginary boyfriend, so he has the advantage of not having to monologue just to himself. But to Yami instead, as they discuss the plot for those who forgot one episode ago. They claim this tournament will be unlike anything they've ever faced before, despite being pretty much the exact same scenario as last season, just with higher stakes and a less personal one. Was that really necessary? We hit to Joey, who's in his room wearing a new shirt, who's complaining about his red eyes that he lost to a rare hunter in probably the biggest bullshit fashion ever. He decides to call up Serenity to check up on her, only to be startled by the voice of an older gentleman that's definitely not doing dastardly things to his younger sister. Oh, silly me, it's just Tristan, the guy that taught Joey everything he knows about Duel Monster. The guy that single-handedly helped Yugi and Joey win Duel Kingdom, resulting in Serenity getting her operation. No lying, no manipulation for a chance at some later pussy, nothing but good intentions here.
And don't forget about that super 3-card combo I taught you.
You may not know it, but that legendary 3-card combo later on went to be known as the Yada Lock. Yes, Tristan is the one responsible for the ban list. Oh shit, it's a parade of generic background duelists wearing giant wristwatches, who, according to this random adult in the show, are very hot right now. I'm not even kidding, that's exactly what he says. Pay no attention to the looming aspect that hundreds of businesses were shut down with no compensation, and nothing in the government was able to stop me from doing this. Yugi is wandering about before being accosted by a large pair of knockers, claiming that while this tournament does have a large turnout, it's mainly just losers because, you know, most of them are of age and you can't just win easily. Oh hey, Rex and Weevil are here too.
Those are large words coming from such a small guppy.
So does everyone on the show just accept Mako's anger issues? Those a harpoon, that's okay. Literally choke someone out half his size as a way to greet them, sure, why not? Oh look, now he's shaking him like a baby just because he wouldn't tell him one card that was in his deck. No assault charges should be filed. The mysterious man that we saw last episode is now stalking Yugi and Mai, who apparently has a 4-star rating and her rarest card is Harpy's Feather Duster, which, I guess that checks out.
That sounds like Kaiba. Where is he? Kaiba?
Where's his voice coming from?
It's Kaiba!
I think that might have been Kaiba. Is that Kaiba? I think I heard Kaiba's voice. Huh, that sounded like Kaiba. I can't be sure, but that might have been Kaiba. How is Yu-Gi-Oh! Already on top of another roof? Whose building is this, and why did no one stop him? Like, yes, I understand that Kaiba's head is fucking huge on that blimp, and yes, I understand that we have to spend about the next 4 minutes listening to him to explain rules that we already heard. Yes, I understand that the loser of the duel must give up his rarest card to the winner, and while he said that, Kaiba showed off his blue eyes, which is not his rarest card anymore. Also, it burnt up about 2 episodes ago, so that's definitely a fake. Yes, I understand that the location of the finals is hidden. You have to earn 6 locator cards to find it, and this is definitely nothing like Starship.
Wow, all that for a card game?
Yes, bitch. Now quiet down and listen to Daddy Kaiba. Joey finally catches up with a rare hunter who's took his red eyes, a man who's currently going through the list of duelists in the tournament. Apparently, Weevil is better than Rex, and somehow Mako is on par with him. I don't know what the fuck Bones is even doing in there. Joey challenges him to a rematch for his red eyes, but the rare hunter says he's already gotten what he's needed. AKA, he pumped and dumped Joey after meeting him on Tinder last night, but he wanted more than just a one-night stand. Joey then responds with a one-line that's also a well-known piece of advice for any up-and-coming professional wrestler.
Never let an old creep in a cape slap you around.
Hey, Joey, what are you yelling about? My name's Yugi. Hey, Joey, did that guy steal your red eyes? I swear to God, I'll win it back for I'll win it back for you. Transforming in an epic new over-the-top spiral sequence and ending it with a vicious finger point. Yugi accepts the duel on Joey's behalf. Just ignore me sticking my hand right in Joey's face when he asks to help. I mean, he's right there and it's very rude, so just ignore it. The rare hunter accepts the duel, but don't you dare tell Yugi how I beat you. I mean, you could have already told him earlier in the day and there's no way I would have known about it, but don't you dare. Both of the duelists activate their future lawsuits, hollow imagers, before a bunch of people crowd around them like it's some middle school fight. Naturally, there's nothing in the show that would incite Yugi being a part of the very first duel of Battle City, but, you know, here we are. Something we only know because Kaiba's back at the lab monitoring every duel as the computer tells him he's facing a rare hunter. Anyone else think it's hilarious that the computer only knew his name is Rare Hunter? Just imagine going down the list of tournament names. Norman, Oliver, Peter, Rare Hunter, Rare Hunter, Rare Hunter. Also, if you're wondering why Kaiba has a harem of somewhat hot, large-breasted women and/or robots with multicolored hair, I'm not sure either. I just want to be there. The duel finally begins, and the Rare Hunter already has 2 pieces of Exodia and a graceful charity in his hand. Man, who could have seen that coming? Yugi begins the duel by placing 2 cards face down and summoning one of his first new monsters, Alpha the Magnet Warrior. Upon seeing such creatures, these 2 generic background characters do their best impression of a parent trying to learn their kid's favorite Pokemon.
What is that, Bob? It's obviously a big yellow magnet with eyeballs.
The Rare Hunter literally fucking starts off his first turn with a second graceful charity, a level of cheating that even makes Yugi go, wait, what? Being the clever generic villain with no actual name, he baits Yugi over and over by saying, you have no idea what's in my hand. Yugi says he's right and activates Light of Intervention, a card I never knew that he actually used, allowing him to see all the monsters on the field instead. Man, even in this one situation, that card just really sucks, doesn't it?
All he's done so far is draw cards and play defense.
Okay, I know his deck is pure cheating, but it's been 1 turn. You're not allowed to deduce things that quickly. Joey keeps warning Yugi about his hand. His hand. There's something in his hand, man. Quickly being silenced by the Rare Hunter saying he'll rip his shit up if he utters another word. Hearing this line, Joey starts to have flashbacks about his time in the war trying to sneak up on local farmers on foreign lands.
Forget about what's on the field. Worry about what's in his hand.
Yugi sets 1 more card face down before it's back to the cheater's turn. Man, it's really weird to say that when I'm not talking about Yugi. Anyways, he activates another graceful charity, laying down another monster in defense mode and ending his turn with over 4 pieces of Exodia in his hand. I guess the X-ray vision and invisible ink really come in handy when you have no discernible personality traits of your own. Joey tries to assist one last time, but Yugi shoots it down immediately, reminiscing over the time that Joey saved his Exodia cards and saying he would do the same for him. Well, maybe. If he felt like it. The episode ends with Yugi doing over-the-top dramatic poses saying that he's figured out that Rare Hunter's trying to summon Exodia. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my patrons. If you find yourself being someone with, like, you know, no personality or actual character traits, just remember, you can put 3 graceful charities in your deck now, and no one can complain about it. This has been Man from Worth, all the growth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. Also, I need a freaking haircut. In today's story, we've spent about 50% of the episode just talking to one another. No, seriously, that's it. They just talk so damn much. Get ready to take down the mighty Exodia, all my fellow feature outlaws, as this is Card Game vs. Humanity, and I am that N-A-K-A-K-double-G. Here with a weekly recap of that show that took about 40 episodes to reveal the plot, but now can't go about 2 minutes without talking about it. So as usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if you think it's a little bit weird that someone who had 3 sets of Exodia in their deck didn't have a single attack negation card whatsoever. I mean, just one messenger of peace, bro. But enough about that, let's head back to our duel, shall we? One where Joey is confident that Yugi will get back his red eyes now that Yugi knows the Rare Hunter strategy. That strategy being only 1 turn away from winning the duel should he pick up the 1 last piece of Exodia in this next turn.
Our satellite imaging indicates the Rare Hunter's cards are coated with an invisible ink.
How the hell does a computer know that? Because unless it's satellites, you know, scanned the cards from thousands of miles away, or the duelist has a way to feel the cards, then I'm calling bullshit at both. Okuma is ready to bust this fat cheat right away, but Kaiba lets it slide, saying that he might have something that he wants, but the computer can already read every card in his deck, so he would, know if he had a god card in there or not. Yugi throws a card face down and then destroys the stone statue with Chimera, seemingly leading to the end phase of his turn and the ending of this duel as the rare hunter's about to take his next draw. Wait, never mind, Yugi has time seal. He's never had it before, but he has it right now in this one moment where he needs to stop you from drawing. He has it.
I play Light Force Sword!
Yes, hi, my name is the Yu-Gi-Oh! Rulebook, and I'd like to have a talk to you about how you just can't play a fucking trap card straight from your hand right away. Despite having no control over the sword, we've come this far with cheating, so why stop now? Breaking the left arm of Exodia and stopping the rare hunter from achieving the full 5 pieces on his next turn. Yugi continues to not screw around, sacrificing Gazelle for Summon Skull, destroying that weird metal fortress thing that I'm not sure ever got a name, and leaving the rare hunter with no more monsters to defend himself. All of a sudden, the rare hunter starts Mark Hamill laughing extra hard before activating Swords of Revealing Light back on Yugi. So many Season 1 cards that he used to use being used back on him. I mean, he's not sure what to do about it.
Zeto, why are we letting that cheat beat Yugi?
Why not? Yugi should have been prepared for anything.
Yeah, that's right, Yugi. You should have been prepared for people to do things outside of the structure of a duel. You must be some kind of fucking idiot to think people are actually going to follow the rules of this game. Back to Yugi's epic turn, and he draws 1 card and then does nothing, which is helpful because it gives a rare hunter a chance to fill up screen time and talk about how he has 3 different sets of each Exodia piece in his deck, so he can just draw another one if he wants to. This makes the king of games laugh as he says his deck is bogged down with so many Exodia pieces, the chance of drawing the right one are very slim. If only that applied nowadays and every card didn't have 5 different effects to make sure that you could just switch this out for something else that you need.
And you're still a prisoner of my life.
With how slow he was raising his hand there, I legit thought we were going to see another Hakai. Rare Hunter draws a second Exodia arm and then ends his turn because this duel is very exciting, allowing our boy to take over as teacher of the class, laying 1 card face down, summoning Gamma the Magic Warrior, and then lecturing the Rare Hunter what it means to actually have a good Exodia deck. I mean, somehow he has 3 pieces of some of the rarest cards in the entire world, but he doesn't have a single threatening roar or Wabaku, so I get his point. The Rare Hunter begins to get nervous as he draws a second Exodia head, wondering if Yugi's actually right about finding a fatal flaw in his plan. I mean, he just spent the last 5 minutes explaining it to me, but I'm not quite sure that he's on to me yet, so let me put down Exodia's head in defense mode.
You activated my trap card! A costly mistake!
You gotta love those classic over-dramatic statements. Also, holy crap, Yugi uses nothing but trap cards in this episode. I mean, I think it's been like 8 already. Activating Chain Destruction, Yugi is capable of destroying the Exodia piece both in his hand and in the Rare Hunter's deck, rendering him completely unable to summon the Great Beast for the win. Somehow this man's deck, who's completely filled with rare cards, didn't have a single backup soldier or monster reincarnation. I guess it just slipped his mind. Yugi activates another fucking trap card, Dust Tornado, destroy the Swords of Revealing Light before activating Monster Reborn to bring back Chimera and destroying the Exodia head.
Summon Skull's electricity raises Alpha's magnetic attack power by 200 points!
God damn it, no! Summon Skull does not boost his attack points by 200. They're both normal monsters. Why the hell didn't you just summon Gamma this episode so you just could have killed him in 1 turn instead of doing this random bullshit? This is literally just cheating for the sake of showing off. Back at the lab, Kaiba is very impressed with Yugi's cheating and ability to defeat Exodia, but he says he has 1 monster he'll never be able to take down. He and Mokuba head out to Battle City before telling the League of Extraordinary Hotties to make sure everything is spotless by the time they get back. For some reason, the Rare Hunter got knocked out by a hologram, allowing Yugi and Joey to check out his deck. And why the hell does he have Gazelle and Berthelmet in his Exodia deck? I swear the animators are obsessed with just using the same monsters over and over inside an episode out of sheer laziness.
Something's rubbing off on my fingers. He was a cheat! Not anymore!
Yugi, those aren't your cards! You can't just do that! It doesn't matter how shitty of a person he is, they still aren't your cards! And that's not even considering the fact that there might be like, what, 5 to 10 copies of Exodia in the entire world in this show? He just ripped up millions of dollars. Like, I can't get over what I just saw. Like, imagine if you're at a tournament and you just lost and your opponent grabs your deck after the duel. But then he notices some Cheeto stains on one of the cards and then he just starts ripping them all up because he thinks they're gross and somehow you're cheating. Like, the degree of which he didn't need to do that at all is mind-blowing. The Rare Hunter suddenly goes seemingly berserk, possessed by the same mysterious man that took over Bandit Key. Talking mad shit to the Pharaoh, claiming that this hunter was the weakest of his crew, despite the fact that I'm pretty sure he's the only one that ever took a duel off any of the main characters. The Mystery Man claims that every Millennium item has its own unique power, that this Millennium Rod was passed down to it by a great mage named Michael, fused with the power to force people to dance uncontrollably in an early 90s-like fashion. Remember my name. It's Merrick. I am evil. I am the leader of the Rare Hunters, and honestly, my name is kind of plain. Like, it's maybe a 5 out of 10.
Egyptian what?
Kaya what? Apparently, Merrick has to explain the Egyptian god cards to Yugi because I guess Ashizi just failed to mention any of that to him. You know, that might be an important piece of information to share with the one person you're asking to save the world. I mean, you spent an entire fucking episode just to get Kaiba's attention. Are you just that into him? Yugi says that Merrick will never claim his puzzle, but Merrick doesn't want the puzzle. He wants the power of the Pharaoh. AKA, he wants all of the bitches and nothing but sheer respect because mind-controlled slaves, it's just not the same, man.
I'm beginning to understand why Ashizu asked me to participate in
Battle City.
You're just now beginning to understand it. Just now. After multiple episodes of people trying to explain it to you. They finally stop talking after 8 minutes before Joey and Yugi start talking again. Joey tells his best bud to keep the red eyes for the tournament, that all these players have such rare cards that he'll definitely need a 2 tribute monster with 2400 attack and no effect to help him. The episode ends with them saying how good of friends they are and how they're going to work together, and then they immediately take off in separate directions. Man, I really wanted to make fun of more of this episode, but holy shit, they just talk for like 10 minutes. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my patrons. If you feel like talking to me for 10 minutes straight when we should be dueling instead, just know I will charge you the same rate per hour. This has been the man from Earth with all the girls, ladies and gentlemen. We're just breaching that 400 subs, so I want to thank you all. You know we're going to hit that 500 before year's end. Later. In today's story, we get to see Joey... Wait. I'm tapping into the unseen cosmic forces into the universe. Yes, the answer is clear. I am a fucking idiot. Get ready to make Mrs. Cleo jealous, all my fellow future outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am Sexy George Washington. Here with that weekly recap that you all know you crave, now complete with a family of brothers that all look way too similar. So as per usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up that Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if you found it just as amusing as I did that Yugi didn't bother to help Joey at all despite knowing exactly how they were cheating in this episode. Yes, cheating, something we've never seen before on the show. Something that's definitely not happening right now as we see Rex Raptor dueling the newest threat, Esperoba. He loses immediately when Jinzo destroys his Serpent Knight Dragon, which means he must have had like 50 or less life points at the end of this duel, which is honestly kind of hard to pull off.
I didn't believe the rumors, then he predicted all of my moves.
Hey, everyone has to learn about Mark Zuckerberg the hard way. Robot challenges anyone else in the crowd to a duel, eventually spotting the poofy-haired goddess known as Joey Wheeler.
You mean he's psycho? No, psychic!
They're pretty much the same thing. Rex warns him not to challenge Esperoba as he's a psychic and can read the cards in his hand and knows every move he's about to make. And I mean, it's not like Joey's ever seen something like that before. Pegasus, other people. Apparently Roba's the only person on the planet that actually heard of Joey Wheeler's second place victory at Duelist Kingdom, saying that it would be an honor to duel him, and Joey Wheeler plus respect equals does not compute. We're at the hospital where Serenity is both bored as fuck and blind as fuck when all of a sudden a strange man enters the room. Naturally he offers to watch TV with her, the one thing that she can't do, instead offering to do play-by-play of Joey's duel. Also, he couldn't even turn on the laptop. I refuse to believe he's a teenager. Faye has been wandering around for 2 days now and still can't find Yugi. Her love powers are getting weaker by the second, it seems. I guess it must be because Yugi's spending his time walking down this random alleyway looking for victims. I mean, duelists to challenge.
Did you hear? Joey Wheeler's dueling some...
Dude, that third kid needs to lose some fucking weight. The duel begins as Espa puts up his Jinzo and Joey puts up his Time Wizards as the reward to the winner. But you know who's also a winner? Tristan, who needs the nurse's help just to turn on this computer. Luckily, the second they turn it on, Joey is just starting his duel. Don't notice all the very convenient shit happening really fast. Joey begins the duel with a bunch of new cards in his hand that seem to make him very happy before Roba... Wait, hold on a second. Something seems to be happening.
Celestial Force, I call upon you! Make me one with the psychic universe!
Yes, the extrasensory forces in the universe are helping me conspire to win this children's card game. Don't you dare ever ask the question, don't you think the fucking universe has something more important to worry about? Joey forgets that this isn't season 1 anymore and tries to slap down Guilty of the Night, which conveniently isn't a fusion monster anymore. Unfortunately, it's too powerful, being a level 5 monster, causing everyone in the crowd to point and laugh like he just made the biggest mistake of his entire life. And then, Jesus Christ, he's humming again. It hasn't even been 2 full fucking turns. Even Joey knows that this is a scam and says that he's seen it before. I'm not really sure if he's referring to Pegasus here, but at least his shit was actually real. Oh shit, what's that? You tried making an illegal play, so instead of just putting that monster back in your hand, I'm just gonna skip your turn and summon the Cyber Raider to attack you directly. Like, excuse me, I'd just like to have a little bit of a discussion about the main phase first, please. For some reason, Joey is knocked down by a hologram while taking a massive 1400 direct damage. Something that makes Tristan nervous as he's watching along with Serenity. I guess that's what happens when your turn is just skipped entirely. Tristan then does his best impression of a man's inner dialogue the moment he gets out of a seat with a boner he didn't expect.
How's he doing?
While you're sitting there, ask yourself, where is Yugi right now? If you answered anything other than another random rooftop, then you were wrong. He claims that there's more to this psychic duelist than meets the eye before transforming his view to the left, immediately noticing his younger brothers on the building next to him spying with binoculars. Literally just had to turn left. His brothers relay that Joey drew another graceful dice to Espa, allowing him to tap into the infinite cosmic bullshit that is his strategy. Only 11 minutes in and 2 turns into this duel, Joey realizes that the strategy must be a fake because he has a skull dice in his hand instead. Jesus, kids, look at the color of the card. Summoning Swordsman of Landstar, a 500 attack normal monster that I never understood why he had, before sending 2 cards face down in his back row. Nope, no, never seen a bait strategy like this. No, never, no how, no, never. Espa reveals that he can only activate 1 graceful dice at a time, confidently attributing the Cyber Raider for the Fiend Mega Cyber. Are you noticing a theme here? Do you notice it? Do you notice it? Do you notice it?
A skull dice trap card! Is this some kind of trick? Don't cheat me!
Yeah, man, don't cheat me, man. Don't just play the game normally by activating a trap card, man. Joey gets a 5 on the skull dice, something we pretty much never see again because it brings the Fiend Mega Cyber's attack to a weird-ass 440. Only the Swordsmen of Landstar are defeated for a weird-ass 1,060 damage. All of them... What the hell? Don't interrupt me. Did you really have to go black and white for that? Somehow this duel has only been 4 turns deep. My god, I don't remember it being this bad. Before Joey puts Espa in his place by revealing he's just a big fake with friends in high places. So basically, he's just from Hollywood. Literally 7 seconds later, Mokuba comes out of nowhere like Randy Orton can only dream of, teasing the cheating brothers that were just revealed with him being nowhere in the vicinity. Mokuba, god of destruction. Esperoba isn't just dueling for the fame and the glory, the money and the bitches. He's doing it to take care of his brother. Because apparently they have no parents, no family, no friends, and no government to support them at all.
What do you say? Come on.
Also, just like his... Are we not going to talk about the baby? Mokuba's hard-on for Big Brothers weakens his resolve and allows them to continue dueling as long as they stop with the cheating. Something that's not exactly reinforced when Esperoba calls them idiots and tells them to read the right cards next time. After only, I don't know, 18 minutes, Esperoba finally ends his second turn by laying a card face down and leaving him with no monsters to defend himself. Joey just needs a good card to take the game right here, right now. Luckily, he draws Alligator Sword, which is a good card, I guess. Joey attacks directly with both monsters, inflicting 1,500 damage with the Alligator Sword before closing in on the finishing blow with his little buddy.
Why does he sound like a bear? Why? There's just so many random animal noises, I swear.
Unfortunately for Joey, Roba isn't quite ready for Season 1 card type cheating to go away. Activating a magic card that used to take the opponent's monster for 1 turn, now a trap card that takes it forever. Joey knows he took his second monster instead because he's going to tribute it for something stronger, playing a sweet and spicy trap card that he knows is going to counter it. But too bad for our secondary hero, the episode ends with that tribute being the one and only Jinzo, destroying all trap cards on the field and leaving our Brooklyn Brawler with a serious challenge to overcome. Well, that's it for this episode with Sexy Santa. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my patrons. If you find yourself tapping into cosmic celestial forces on a daily basis and all your friends and family seem to make fun of you for it, that's called astrology. This has been the Man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not really Sexy Santa. I'm Batman. Happy Halloween. See ya. In today's story, our hero Joey Wheeler wins an entire duel off a game of complete chance. Funny thing is, if I didn't tell you what episode we're on, considering that's his win condition about 95% of the time, you'd have no idea what duel we're on, would you? They're ready to sneak up on a teenage girl sitting at a bench. All my fellow and feature outlaws, this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am the NAKK Double G. Here was something resembling a recap for a show that resembles something that of a card game, Duel Monsters. So if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if you would do what Yugi did in support of his best friend Joey in these 2 episodes. Absolutely nothing. The kind of nothing Joey's hope seems to embody as this duel proceeds with Jinzo on the field. Further powered up by Esperoba activating the Amplifier Magic card, raising his attack points by 500 and then another 300 at every standby phase. By the way, if you're wondering what this card actually does, that's what it does. Nothing about being able to activate trap cards on your side of the field even if Jinzo's out. Nope, it's just an attack boost. Espa then says the same thing the doctor said to my mother on the day I was born.
I don't know whether I should attack your monster or give it a baby bottle.
Joey draws Baby Dragon, something that apparently makes him happy to summon. Oh wait, Joey has the Time Wizard in his hand, and despite this being firmly into Season 2, still doesn't count as a monster card. No one's surprised the Time Magic works, aging the Baby Dragon to his 21-year-old self while destroying all the monsters on the opponent's side of the field.
My monster is made of a special dyed titanium metal that's guaranteed not to age, rust, or corrode for 10,000 years.
1, he's a hologram, so he's made up of nothing but sparkly light. 2, Jinzo doesn't have monster protection, or he would have been completely broken back in the day. And 3, did you really have to make up this kind of shit still? Just use a protection card for God's sake. Jinzo destroys the 1,000 Dragon for an undisclosed amount of damage because I don't think his attack actually went up this turn, leaving Joey in a very serious situation with very little option. So scary that we must head back to the hospital where Tristan is with Serenity. You think she'd have at least 1 family member there instead of, you know, a teenage boy, but nope, that's what we're working with.
Time for me to take your temperature.
Shit, sorry girl, we all know what that means. We then get a scene from the #1 Alpha Academy in the world showing us the proper way on how to pick up chicks.
Guess who?
Hey is not very appreciative of Gram's Lester the Molester-like tactics, but luckily for him, she has a phone call right now. It's from Tristan, who tells Taya that Joey's in a duel right now, and it's super important that he gets this message to him, or else he's gonna lose that duel. Just send him a text, bro. Back to Joey, who's looking like a man who refuses to give up, activating the Scapegoat Magic card to protect his life points. Unfortunately, Tristan is not a man who has scapegoats to protect him from the wrath that is Serenity, who smelled his bullshit from a mile away because he's the one that said that Joey was actually winning his duel. He thanks him for trying to be nice, but knows that Joey's the kind of bitch that is always consistently losing until he just wins in 1 turn for no reason, so she's used to it. This is then followed by a bunch of wholesome shit about Joey always being there for her, and she'll be there for him in heart and spirit even if she can't be there directly, so you know, it just brings the whole vibe down. Back to the duel, Espa Espa continues to use actual decent cards, summoning the Reflect Bounder, a monster that can reflect the opponent's attack right back at their life point. Amplifier finally decides to activate this turn, raising Jinzo's attack power to a massive 3200 and also making me realize that this duel was maybe 10 turns in total. I really thought it would get better, but the dialogue in between turns, it never gets better, does it? Espa then says the same thing every viewer said to themselves the first time they were introduced to Noah.
What a pathetic way to end your Battle City experience!
Unfortunately, Joey goes into super depressed thinking mode, which actually means he's just trying to think properly, a very unhealthy tactic, I know.
Hey, Joey!
Taya!
Oh shit, Taya, how you doing today? Thanks for coming out to support me. It really means so much. Oh, hi, Gramps. He comes to tell Joey that he has only 2 minutes to finish this duel or his sister will die of pure shame brought to the family name. With a renewed sense of hope and vigor, Joey does what he does best. Top decks a random magic card that's completely dependent on RNG and he has no control over it and that completely decides if he's going to make it through Battle City or not.
For a guy with ESP, you ask a lot of questions.
Huh, that's kind of like every psychic ever. Joey activates Roulette Spider, attaching itself to Jinzo and forcing it to spin right round baby until it lands on either a monster or a player. 2 options that could land on a scapegoat and do nothing, 1 that could kill him, and 2 that could land on Espa and kill him. Less than a 50% chance, so of course it's gonna work. Jinzo finally stops spinning and lands on Reflect Bounder, causing Espa to narrate every single freaking thing that's about to happen. No, Jinzo, please don't attack the Reflect Bounder, I will lose. No, Reflect Bounder, please don't reflect that attack despite that being your mandatory effect. I don't know why I'm still yelling like I have control over these cards, but please stop. Now with Jinzo destroying his own monster at 3200 attack, Espa takes 1500 points of damage and loses the duel, falling to his knees in a shattered embrace. Taya then does her best impression of a city girl who's standing next to an old man she just realized was rich. Kristen says, thumbs up, dude. I knew you had it. Serenity says, good job, Joey. I knew you could do it. Yugi says, nice work, Joey. I never once thought about helping you.
What happened to his ESP? He couldn't predict he'd be a loser.
That was fucking savage. Joey walks over like the nice guy that he is, saying, wow, tough duel. Now give me your Jinzo, bitch. This causes Espa to start freaking out, which confuses Joey greatly as he loses all the time, you know. Shit happens. You get numb to it. But unfortunately for carnival folk like Robo and his brothers, his ability to win is what they rely on. Or else they'll get bullied no matter where that they go. Don't you dare ask why we don't have any parents or anyone in the entire world to help us. Joey says he knows a thing or two about being a big brother, respecting Espa a bit more for his efforts, but also shit happens, so give me your Jinzo, bitch.
Get up! What? Where's that voice coming from?
Joey, just look right down. It's right there. You saw it fall on the ground. All of a sudden, Espa's brothers warp down to the crowd and appear randomly in front of Espa, claiming they are proud of the honorable duel that he just fought with Joey. That even though all of them look the same and their parents were definitely more than a bit related, they don't necessarily have to dress the same and be made fun of by everyone. I mean, if you're trying to draw attention away from the fact that you're a bit of a weird family, I think changing outfits might be a huge leap in that direction. The episode ends with Espa finally handing over Jinzo over to Joey after being asked about 5 times and promising he will never cheat in a duel ever again. Joey says, that's too bad. This is Duel Monsters. That's never gonna change. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching and of course a shout out to all my patrons. I don't know if any of you are like me at the end of this episode, but goddamn, Joey just kind of won in 10 turns with no strategy whatsoever. It never really gets better, does it? You just want to believe it will. This is that man from Worth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. Later. In today's story, I get really pissed off because I have to write a script about a frickin' clown. No, seriously. I hate clowns. Follow your enemies into a random town. All my fellow and future allies, this is Cards Game vs. Humanity, and I am the NAKK Double G. Here was some more quality time together, spent making fun of all the little things this show actually likes to call continuity. Of course, I'm talking about Duel Monsters. So if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if you'd accept a duel from someone who promised you a circus show but ended up bringing you to just a boring random office building instead. This Super Saiyan looking motherfucker claims he's making up his own rules now and demands the small boy who's basically the same size of him to give up 2 cards instead of 1. Naturally, such an infraction summons G.O.D. Mokuba to the alleyway within an instant. I mean that I'm the commish bish and you better do as I say, because if you don't, then Big Brother will come sneaking up on you and claim your taxes. Oh look, Big Brother is here already, offering you hope in the form of these trading cards. Because your deck is so shitty, I want to pump up its power level before I come crashing down on you like the full force of the IRS.
Time you learn to show some respect.
Why the fuck is he not using Graceful Charity and Harpy's Feather Duster in his own deck? We spend like 3 full minutes on a bully angle and you just end up giving this random douche better cards that are in your deck? The duel begins with this man drawing first and it's over.
Now who's the loser?
Oh god, I've only ever seen that face once before, and that was from a gentleman who saw Kim Kardashian without any makeup. A mysterious bald man that appears to be Merrick's second in command already knows about Obelisk being played about 5 seconds ago. Merrick claims that he already knew about Kaiba's tendency to cheat and was already confident that his sister was going to give Obelisk to Kaiba just to mess with him for reading her diary. Oh great, now we get a flashback of Merrick remembering things he wasn't there for. Before a short story reveal of this grossly chin man helping him discover the location of the winged dragon of Ra. I love how there's no guards surrounding the temple or anything, allowing allowing them to just casually walk out to get scolded by his older sister. Despite being the guardians of the Pharaoh's tomb, she knew that he would betray her and the family eventually. Sure, it had absolutely nothing to do with that barbarically shitty child life involving a hot serrated blade that they used to carve in tattoos into the rest of his body while she just watched and did nothing to help him. Merrick and Ashizu Ishtar, they might be closer than we'd like.
You'd use your Millennium Rod on your own flesh and blood, Merrick?
Yes.
Finally deal with flashbacks, Merrick claims that they have to weaken the Pharaoh by sending shitty duelists after him one by one, so tell Arcana to get on that chop chop. Back at the hospital, Tristan is with Serenity, never mind he's leaving. He asks Tristan nicely if he'll bring her to Battle City when she gets her bandages removed, so the first thing she can see is Joey dueling. Aw, family gambling addictions like that are just so sweet. Joey, Gramps, and Taya are walking together after his successful duel, talking about how they're the best of friends, so they ditch him immediately to go and try find Yugi. Yugi, who is currently staring at Red Eyes, wondering what the hell Konami was thinking, claiming that with this piece of cardboard, Joey's spirit is in their deck at all times, but without this piece of cardboard, he's dead to me. With all the rare hunters coming after us, we have no idea who could be coming next or what they even look like. It could be a giant ripped man who tries to brutally kill me. They could be a mad scientist with technology I can't even understand. Or they could be a fucking clown.
My master is waiting for you inside.
Yugi, my god, no, you can't take that offer. There's just so few situations in life where that line doesn't lead to you missing a kidney on the floor. I mean, surely it must take more than that to convince you. Yugi takes absolutely no convincing and follows the weird clown into the tent that was conveniently in the area that he was already in. Kay and Gramps arrive within about 2 minutes, yelling at their lover boy over and over as he just continues to ignore them like a true duelist. Oh look, it's a mystic box on the stage. Why don't you come inside? I promise none of this is creepy or unnatural. I promise I won't send you to another world. Naturally, the instant Yugi is warped, Mokuba knows about it right away, thanks to the tracking system's notification warning if Kaiba's lover boy ever goes missing. He commands Mokuba to find Yugi right away, not to show that he cares or anything, but because he's really pissed that someone's mocking his technology. That someone being Alexa, this computer hacking into the Battle City tournament and summoning Dark Magician out from the digital world to challenge Yugi to a duel. Also, we're not going to talk about how fucking random it is to go from a circus tent to just a normal office room with a computer in it.
I know it must be hard to think of your favorite card in another duelist's deck.
Yes, it must be very hard for Yugi to know that Dark Magician being in someone else's deck is basically the equivalent of treating his monsters as if they're sleeping with someone else. I mean, we all knew from the start that Dark Magician was a huge slut. Yugi accepts this because was there ever any doubt that he would, claiming that while most duelists choose their monsters, some monsters actually choose their duelists. Revealing a bromance that's been going for over 5,000 years strong, clearly the Dark Magician has never let Yugi down, except the times that it did.
Hurry, it's almost curtain time.
Bitch, you're in a tiny office room walking 1 mile an hour next to each other. Don't tell anyone to hurry up. Arcana says he has orders from his superiors to take him out, something that makes Yugi wonder who he could be talking about, despite the fact that we just got introduced to the series' new villain about 5 episodes ago.
Just who is it that you're working for, Arcana?
It's fucking Merrick. Both men walk into the dueling arena right next to each other like they're the best of friends. Honestly, it's kind of silly if you pay attention to it. Before getting close to each other on the dueling table, clearly modeled after YCS Pasadena, they decide to cut each other's deck and make an extra big deal about card tricks and no sleight of hands to try and cheat in this duel. I mean, wondering about deceitful taxes from a psychotic clown that you just met 5 minutes ago that warped you from a circus tent to a random office building. I mean, why would you ever be suspicious of anything?
Never trust a masked man.
Yes, but what if he used to wear a mask? Because I trust Kane with my life and a pile driver. Without warning, both players have moved back on these slowly moving platforms that he probably could have just stepped off if he really tried it all. Logging them both in before revealing buzzsaws in the middle of the dueling arena on both sides. Wow, the loser's gonna get his legs cut off completely? That's a little fucked up.
It's a dark energy disc. It just sends you to the Shadow Realm.
Really? Both players are locked in and the box with the key only opens when the opponent's life points reach 0. Surely a concept that will never be revisited in the series, let alone 12 episodes or so from now. The duel begins and Arcana has already drawn the Dark Magician, something that he knew was going to happen because he trimmed the sides of those certain cards, ruining their first edition value and making sure that the Dark Magician always lands on the top of the cut deck when their opponent does so, even though it'd be so easy for them to just be clumped together and it'd be so easy for it to not happen. It'd be so easy. Yugi begins the duel with a face down card and Alpha the Magna Warrior in defense mode. Arcana plays one monster in defense mode and nothing else, which is all it takes for Yugi to say that move was way too simple, so I don't trust your hand, I'm going to activate card destruction. And this is a very devastating activation because somehow he has Alligator Sword, Magician of Black Chaos, Metal Zoa, I think, and is that a fucking Obelisk the Tormentor? Like, they just didn't even try, did they?
When you believe in the heart of the cards, Arcana, you don't need to cheat.
Gee, could you ever maybe give us one fucking example of that? The episode ends with Yugi sacrificing both his and Arcana's monsters to bring out the Dark Magician, doing 2,500 direct points of damage and making me realize that this guy was even shittier than I remember. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my patrons. I don't have anything clever to say this time. I just fucking hate clowns. This has been the man from Earth with all the girth. Be the character you know you're worth. I really fucking hate clowns. In today's story, I don't get pissed off because I have to write a script about a clown. I get pissed off because I have to write one about someone who acts like one for not 1, not 2, but 3 episodes. Seriously, I can't believe this duel isn't over already. Take your cards face down and do nothing, all my fellow feature outlaws. This is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am the NAKAK Double G. Back with another recap that you know you crave. We're already over 60 episodes, and I'm not even getting paid for this. I'm kind of spoiling you guys, aren't I? As per usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me, and leave a comment telling me if you're just as pissed off as I am at the lack of animation detail they put into Mystic Tomato. Seriously, you just wait. They did my boy dirty. Doing the dirty just like Yugi and Arcana in this duel right now, with the opponent down a whopping 2,500 life points from one direct attack already. Arcana says that Yugi obviously doesn't know the Magician's Code, that they have to save the best trick for last, which would probably be a bit more of a significant statement if it hadn't just been 2 turns and you were almost dead already.
I gave you a chance to save yourself, but you've left me with no choice.
Let's all not pay attention to the fact that Yugi was only 30% happy when he was saying that. Unaware of his clear disadvantage, Arcana responds by summoning one of the most devastating and badass looking monsters of all time.
Let's get on with the show!
Okay, that's a fucking pumpkin. All Yugi has to do now is summon another monster and attack for game next turn. Something that unfortunately falls right into Arcana's trap as soon as Beta the Magnet Warrior hits the field. Activating Dark Renewal attributes both Mystic Tomato and Beta the Magic Warrior to bring back the Dark Magician from his graveyard. Also, I just realized this might be the one card Yugi takes from him after this duel, because he definitely ends up using it and we get no explanation of where he ever got the card. Uh-oh though, this Dark Magician is different. He has silver hair and longer eyelashes. I believe this is what the cool kids call a bad boy. You think you're a bad boy? Well, Yugi sets 2 cards face down and ends his turn. Then Arcana sets 2 cards face down and ends his turn. Then Yugi sets 1 card face down and ends his turn. Then Arcana sets 1 card face down and ends his turn. Then Yugi sets 1 last card face down and ends his turn. Then Arcana sets his final card face down and ends his turn. No, stop it. Don't you dare say that. I swear we didn't just go 6 full fucking turns without doing a single thing. This is an exciting show, I swear. After half the episode goes by, Arcana gets French as fuck, whipping out his guillotine and seizing the Dark Magician for the executioner's justice. Yugi somehow counters a Monster Destruction card with Magical Hats, a card that protects from monster attack. Unfortunately for him, Arcana has another one up his sleeve. That being Thousand Knives, another generic Monster Destruction card that I guess is a little bit better because it can just hone in on the Dark Magician regardless of what hat it's in for some reason.
I'll rescue him with Curse Breaker!
1, Curse Breaker is not a card. 2, that's D-spell. They didn't even try to make a different artwork. And 3, it's not a fucking quick play. My chest hurts. My chest actually hurts from the level of cheating all in one move. We waited 4 turns to set cards and not crash each other, so let's fucking crash each other and destroy our monsters. Now let's both activate Monster Reborn at the same time, despite the fact that it's still technically Arcana's turn and end in a game save that's basically the same as before. Gotta love those duels that have a 9 chain link scenario that end with nothing on the field really changing, so basically it's a tier limit ditto. Arcana then does his best impression of Harvey Dent having a normal conversation with a stranger.
Look at my face!
Arcana reveals that he was the greatest magician of all time since Harry Houdini himself. Struck with money, fame, and this arguably legal blonde that he meant to have as his wife. Then because this is an anime and true love for anyone that's not already a teenager is not allowed, something terrible happened.
Something went horribly wrong!
Why the fuck did a magic trick about a man escaping a box involve any explosives whatsoever? Like, you think maybe a master magician would remember to take the sticks of dynamite out of his pockets from the last trick before he started this one. I guess it just slipped his mind like his woman Catherine. The woman that was so in love with him that she left him instantly as soon as he was injured by a tragic accident. Along with his entire acting career, surely no one would ask why he doesn't have medical insurance to help cover this, or why his fans left him because a box exploded. Literally, it's just because a box exploded. Luckily, the hospital let me leave with the bandages still on my head so I could roam the streets like a wandering mummy. That's when I met Merrick, a strange man in a dark robe that said he could help brainwash Catherine back into loving me. See, there she is now, revealed behind the stage door like this was all planned from the beginning. It definitely makes sense for her to be sitting there watching this insane duel between Yugi and a man she hasn't spoken to in months. We then get a clip of Arcana saying the one line that is forbidden to say in Yugi's presence.
They're just cards, Yugi, and nothing more!
Oh, he's dead. He is so dead. We head back to Taya and Gramps, who are doing a sweet-ass montage of them running around the town preparing for the upcoming track and field tournament. That's not very exciting, though, so let's see what Kaiba's doing instead. As he seems to have gotten back home early and the harem didn't have time to finish cleaning up. Someone's getting fired. He reveals that Yugi still hasn't appeared and the dual disc system will only work if it's connected to a Kaiba satellite or a compatible system. Using his elite hacksaw skills, he narrows down the compatible systems in town that could actually work with Kaiba's system but are using ExpressVPN to hide their identity. This duel is super fucking exciting, so Arcana sets 1 card face down and ends his turn. This duel is very exciting, so Yugi sets 2 cards face down and ends his turn. How do neither of these fucks have another monster? Arcana activates back into the dark to send Yugi's Dark Magician to the graveyard. But unfortunately, it's countered by Yugi's Mystical Rift panel, a trap card with some of the most confusing lines of text in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! So honestly, I can't even be sure if he used it correctly or not. It doesn't really seem to matter as he was just using it as a decoy for his other true trap card that doesn't really exist, Nightmare Chain. He removes Dark Magician from play like some Light Force sword for the field, leaving Yugi wide open for a direct attack for 2,500 points of damage. Oh god, it hurts. The dark and purple light particles are so fuzzy. It hurts so bad. That goddamn fourth wall breaking dark magician continues to exist as a hologram. It somehow shows genuine concern for Yugi when he takes a direct attack. Seriously, is Mahat in there like the entire time? Because it's only season 2 and I'm already suspicious. Oh yeah, Tay and Gramps are still characters in the show that are doing stuff. Conveniently running into Mokuba, who is conveniently running down this one street in the middle of town. Gotta love all this convenience shit happening real fast. It just makes the scenes where people aren't dueling that much more enjoyable. Back to the duel, it's Yugi's turn and he summons Big Shield Gardner for the first time, something I genuinely don't remember him using this early in the series.
I will also summon a monster. Say hello.
Bro, that's a 5-star monster, albeit a really shitty one, but if we're gonna make fun of Joey for making mistakes like that, we're definitely gonna make fun of you too. Arcane activates his game-winning card, Ectoplasmer, a card that can remove the very soul from his monsters and fire at his opponent like some giant concentrated money shot that affects their life points directly. Diving deep into the fact that Yugi will lose because he is too soft, these monsters are just pawns and we are the masters to use them as we please.
I'll have no more use for them anyway.
Seriously, why is Dark Magician the only one able to interact with the player or the outside world? Well, except for Doppelganger. But we don't talk about that. Arcana drains the soul of his own Dark Magician and fires it, but luckily for Yugi, Jesus appears to save his one true father. It's apparently this magic card that sacrifices one monster on your side of the field, affects both monsters and just causes them to cancel out instead of doing 1,250 points of damage to both players and causing Arcana to win. The episode ends with me getting pissed off because this duel is actually 3 parts. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching and of course a shout out to all my patrons. If you find yourself as pissed off as I am that Mr. Tomato looks like the most poorly animated piece of shit of all time, let me know if you want to get together and start a riot about it. You know I'm down to honor my boy. He's done me good in the past. This is a man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. Today's episode is sponsored by No Nut November. Good luck. Get ready to talk, all my fellow feature outlaws, as this is Card Game vs. Humanity, and I am the NAKK. Back with another week of recaps where I talk about all the things that happen in Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters, especially the episodes that are nothing but 88% talking. So as per usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up that Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if you think it was necessary to have an entire 3rd episode just to cover the last 2 turns of this duel. A duel that begins with Arcana even looking more like a piece of shit despite being the one trying to talk it. Knowing his best plan to defeat the Pharaoh has already failed.
Now I'll place one monster face down.
Pretty sure that's a back row. Also, didn't you summon like a monster this turn already? Pretty sure it was like a 5-star monster too. Yugi says that Arcana doesn't know a damn thing about what being a true magician is really like. Which, coming from the man who basically invented it about 5,000 years or so ago, yeah, it's hard to argue with him. Luckily for Yugi too, Arcana only has 1,500 life points left and is wide open to a direct attack. So naturally Yugi has a monster with a perfect amount of attack points to take that out. I'm talking about Gazelle, the king of the mythical beast. Even more luckily for Arcana, he has another trap card that doesn't really exist called Shadow Balance. Also known as the Demon's Hookah, it destroys all monsters on the field that aren't willing to participate in the smoke circle. As we all know from the drug awareness commercials in the early 2000s, Yugi couldn't be a strong duelist if he were to take marijuana. He wouldn't be able to cheat constantly and defeat his enemies with ancient Egyptian magic if he was busy being all high looking at his cards saying, whoa man, look at the stars on that monster. It's Arcana's turn and he draws the game-winning card, and technically that's kind of true too. Also notice the Dark Magic Curtain, another card that I'm pretty confident Yugi stole from him after this duel, because I'm starting to realize how many staple support cards that he uses in the rest of the series were first used by Arcana here. Summoning the bad boy magician to the field once again before activating Anti-Magic Arrow, which apparently is just like Heavy Storm or Harpy's Feather Duster because it had no cost and all of Yugi's cards are just gone. With nothing to protect himself, Arcana attacks for game with a Dark Magician, when all of a sudden Yugi reveals that he has a second Dark Magician lurking in his deck. Yes, I know it's fucking unbelievable.
I'd know if another Dark Magician card existed.
Sorry bitch, but Magician's Force just came out yesterday and I happen to have pulled a certain secret rare. Arcana doesn't even bother asking questions about what this monster does and just blindly attacks like a real man, losing his Dark Magician in what was probably the slowest death animation I've seen in the series.
But why?
Because you attacked without asking questions. Just wait for the frickin' points to register first. Yugi attacks Arcana directly on his next turn without any fear of the face down card that was apparently on the side of his field still for some reason, winning the duel and forcing Arcana to give the most overdramatic scream of all time.
When you mistreat your cards, you pay a high price.
So does that mean when I was 13 and threw stacks and stacks of cards into the ceiling fan to watch them scatter everywhere, that doesn't count as mistreatment, right? Hey, Gramps and Mokuba are running around town still when they conveniently run into Tristan, who's on a sick-ass motorcycle. You know, the one that no one ever talks about, but that's okay. They're directly in front of the building that they need to save Yugi in already. Convenient. Back to the duel, Yugi says this man is nothing but a fraud, a fake, a failed magician. The only thing he's succeeded in doing today is losing in his own sick and twisted game. We then get a clip of Solomon Moto's audition to be the vocalist for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Theme song. Fortunately, despite finding the exact room that was harboring Yugi in this massive building that they were able to navigate in seconds, the doors is bolted shut and they're unable to help our hero. Oh no, the dark energy disc is gonna get me. What am I ever to do? Oh wait, never mind, I had a key the whole time. Oh no, my hands. I can't seem to use my hands. Merrick is using his Millennium magic to control me, and in about 5 minutes when the dark energy disc finally gets here, I'll be sent to the Shadow Realm. Oh hey, my name is Yugi and I finally freed myself from these shackles. Let me just stand here and watch this man flail wildly as what's supposed to be a buzzsaw, cut his legs off and probably cause him to bleed to death. Yeah, Yugi's still a bit of a dick. Hold on! Okay, I slowed it down during this part, and there's seriously one frame in between him running and saving Arcana from that buzzsaw. One frame. There are some characters in the show so fast that not even the animators can keep up. Instead of thanking Yugi for saving him, Arcana acts like a real alpha male, immediately turning around and smothering his sweet Catherine in the curtain, suffocating her and turning her into a mannequin that falls apart immediately. Also, apparently not even this obviously shitty, made by a 3rd grader in art class level ruse isn't enough to deter him from assuming that Merrick still has the real Catherine somewhere. You know, they really just kind of skim the surface with the level of crazy this guy possesses, don't they? Alright, we've had 2 turns of dueling, that's far too much. It's time for me to talk for 15 minutes. My name is Merrick, and I can control people with my Millennium Rod. Did you know that? I want the power of the Pharaoh, and I want to defeat you and claim your Millennium Puzzle. I want to take back what should rightfully be mine. I also want to remind you of this monologue every frickin' time that we meet. I also want to show you flashbacks of when I took control of Bandit Keith, because this episode has literally nothing but talking in it. Once I claim the power of the 3 Egyptian god cards in the Millennium Puzzle, I will rule the world. What are you gonna do to stop it?
Oh yeah? Just watch me, Merrick.
Nice, Yugi. That was a nice comeback. I want to spend 5 more minutes explaining things that we've already heard multiple times from both Ishtars already. What will I actually do when I get to the point of ruling the world? I haven't really thought about it.
But I can't just take the Millennium Puzzle from you. According to the ancient scriptures, I have to defeat you in a duel first.
I want to take these things from you, Yugi, I really do, but according to the rules of the game that no one ever seems to explain how or why ever got developed, I must obey the strict code of honor instead of stabbing you repeatedly like my father. Merrick claims that Yami doesn't even know how to use the powers that lay dormant within him, so basically every Shonen Jump anime protagonist ever. Merrick then gives Yugi the same advice I'd give any teenager deciding who to pursue as a future girlfriend.
Beware the quiet one.
Oh shit, did I just spend the last 10 minutes explaining the same things we've heard in the last 10 episodes? Oh wait, hold on, I'm not done talking. Did you know I want the power of the Pharaoh and I need the Millennium Puzzle and the 3 Egyptian god cards to claim it? Did you know that I'm gonna banish Yugi to the Shadow Realm and then I'm gonna rule the world? Did I say these things enough? Have I said it enough? Yugi! Did he just shoulder tackle through a fucking steel door that was bolted shut? The episode ends with Yugi holding a grown man in his arms before quickly heading over to Merrick, who is currently stripping and feeling himself up. Man, this episode sucks. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course, a shout out to all my patrons. Did you know that this show likes to talk? I heard the characters in this show like to talk about stuff. They repeat it a couple 100 times, too. Did you know this show likes to talk? This has been the man from over all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. I've been talking a lot. Be the character you know you're worth. I've been talking a lot. Be the character you know you're worth. I've been talking a lot. Be the character you know you're worth. I've been talking a lot. Be the character you know you're worth. In today's story, we follow our hero Ash Ketchum as he heads to the hospital to enter an MRI machine. And I know what you're thinking. This is Yu-Gi-Oh! Trust me. I know. Infect all your family and friends, all my fellow and feature outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that Anna Double G. Here with another recap of that Saturday morning cartoon that you know you'll never be able to stop loving. Of course, I'm talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters. So if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. And leave a comment telling me if you also noticed that both of Joey's duels in Battle City only began because someone genuinely recognized him and respected him first. Respect, something that is not well known in this group of friends, as Yugi and Mai are apparently on a date together waiting for Joey to meet them in the middle of town. He wasn't even remotely with them in the last episode, so like, where's Tristan, Taya, Gramps? Is it a new day? Who knows? Joey finally arrives, but is instantly put in his place when he sees that Mai already has 4 locator cards that she got from little kids that she beat up earlier in the day.
I'm watching every move you make, little Yugi.
Yes, Yugi, you better watch out. Every breath you take, every move you make, every bond you break, every step you take, I'll be watching you. Hey, and Gramps are very upset at Tristan for making them wait, because he was too busy hitting on a girl who was still stuck in a hospital. Which is understandable, as they're already very upset for being ditched by the main characters just in the span of one episode to another. Joey is walking down the street when he's accosted by this small boy with blue hair that honestly reminds me of the Pringles guy's mustache. He asks our hero for an autograph, activating the one-liner code that causes our hero Wheeler to short circuit, aka Joey plus respect equals does not compute. The small boy asks Joey if he can hold his duel disc for a few moments so he can know what it's like to feel like a true duelist. Luckily, Joey is blinded by fame and fortune right now and hands it over to the small child. Oh wait, oh wow, he's already gone, isn't he?
That's your back, man! What's the rush?
You can't just frame skip down a balcony, jump off a set of stairs, and land 20 feet below within 2 to 3 seconds. You can't just ignore physics, Tristan. I don't know what you're doing. They corner the kid on this bench as he admits to his wrongdoing, claiming that all he wanted to do was compete in the Battle City tournament before his deck was stolen by someone.
He had bug eyes and a head like a blue beetle.
Olma? Hey, Tristan and Joey's friendship is so strong that it apparently allows them to combine their thought bubbles together, deducing that it must have been the dastardly Weevil that concocted this plan. The kid heads down this alleyway, revealing that he was working for Weevil the entire time just to try to get this rare bug card that's actually not out rare and everyone already has it. I'm not gonna lie, I don't even want to fucking know what that sticky stuff was. Oh look, it's Serenity chilling at the hospital looking out the window. Oh wait. The nurse comes in and says some little bitch is running around the hallways because he's terminally ill and he's scared to end his life. What a coward. Turns out she lied to the nurse and the small boy was in the room hiding the entire time. A small boy with a certain voice you may recognize.
You knew I was here?
Jesus Christ, they didn't even try to hide it, did they? Like, Pokemon would have been running during this time too. At least change it up a little? Our heroes meet the dastardly Weevil in the middle of this random park. Kristen naturally ready to beat the shit out of him for making him reveal his superpowers. But just then, Joey tells his friend to back off and challenges Weevil to a duel instead. In a move the gang considers too risky, Joey offers to put up 2 locator cards against Weevil's 2, making this a sudden death match for both and making me wonder why didn't Weevil just start stealing locator cards to begin with. Within seconds, the duel already begins and Joey is summoning the swordsman of bear noises and laying a back row. This might be the fastest start to a duel I've seen in the entire series, and it just leaves me with one question. How the hell do they decide who goes first? I've never once seen a coin flip. Weevil's first turn is a simple one, summoning the flying Kamakiri and attacking Joey's monster right away. Luckily, Joey hasn't forgotten how to cheat, activating shield and sword, swapping both monsters' attack and defense and allowing the tiny-ass gnome to come out victorious. Pay no attention to the fact that it would have been so freaking easy for Weevil to just summon a monster with more than 1200 attack. That's not a lot. Back to Joey, he draws the almighty Jinzo, summoning it to the field immediately and destroying Weevil's remaining insect. And because this duel is very exciting, Weevil counters by just laying another monster face down before it's destroyed immediately by Joey. At this point, I'm not even really sure if they're turn skipping or they just have no other cards to use whatsoever. Why does the grossest thing make the cutest sound? This gross-ass monster sucks half the monster's attack and turns it into Weevil's life point, bringing his life points up to a whopping 5,700 after only a few turns of Joey doing literally nothing but attacking over and over again and summoning no other monsters. Only about 4 turns later, Joey finally brings out another monster, the Panther Warrior. A monster with an effect so shitty that it needs another monster to tribute just to attack. It can be used to get rid of both Jinzo and the Parasite to destroy Weevil's basic bitch bug. Now it's time for Weevil to get serious to bring out his ultimate creature, the Larva Moth, and attack. Oh wait, I mean the Cocoon of Evolution in attack mode. That 2000 defense, god damn, that's so hard to get over. We head back to the hospital where Ash Ketchum reveals his identity by sheer complete lack of knowledge regarding Yu-Gi-Oh!
Weevil just combined some of the most powerful cards in all of Duel Monsters.
Okay, you can't tell me that motherfucker isn't spying in on us. Back to the duel, Weevil pulls an Arcana, activating a magic card that doesn't really exist called Reckless Parasite. A card that immediately brings Parasite from the opponent's deck to the field. Something that would require immense setup with a card in real life, but oh wait, this is a strict world tournament, so we're just gonna cheat instead. So he realizes that Bulma must have slipped the card into his deck when she stole the duel disc from him earlier. Making me wonder if that whole Heart of the Cards thing, you know, doesn't really always pan out, does it? So he can't even tribute his monsters, an effect that wouldn't be broken at all in earlier Yu-Gi-Oh days, forcing him to summon the little Wingard to further build up his defenses towards the impending perfectly ultimate Super Saiyan Ultimate Mega Ultra Great Moth. Luckily, our hero realizes that Weevil is a total dipshit and left his cocoon in attack mode, which naturally leaves it wide open for the Wingard Sword Strike. Oh wait, silly me, this is Battle City where sometimes the magic cards are quick play and sometimes they're not, so here's Insect Bearer to stop all your attacks.
Joey, you've got to stay calm and believe in your deck!
Joey, you must stay calm! Please don't let the high volume of my voice distract you from my message. You must stay calm just as I am doing so right now. It's Weevil's turn and he summons the most devastating monster of all time, the Legul, capable of bypassing Joey's monsters and attacking his life points directly. And I gotta say, out of all the direct monster attacks in the game, a giant caterpillar with pincers just biting my thigh over and over again would just piss me right the hell off.
2 turns, and you still can't attack me.
I gotta pass again.
Okay, you know your writers are getting lazy when they literally have a montage in the middle of the duel that explains about half of it in about 5 seconds. Like, you literally make up cards on the spot whenever you choose, so just make it more exciting. So he holds up his hand in this pose for way too long, telling Tristan to calm down, bro, I got this, before summoning Alligator's sword in preparation for Weevil's great beast to come. The episode ends with the birth of my greatest rival, a giant frickin' moth. No, seriously. Fuck moth. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my patrons. If you hate moths as much as I do, then just know your next month's payment is on me, but if you like them, you have to pay double. This has been Man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. See you Monday. In today's story, we get to see the brutal destruction of a giant moth that was built up for about an entire episode and destroyed in about 60 seconds. It's a good day. Pack 100 cans of bug spray, all my fellow and future outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NAKAK Double G. Yes, I'm finally back. The wait is over, and I even got some sweet new flannel for all of you to enjoy. So let's get right back into that recap that you know you can't live without. So as per usual, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. And leave a comment telling me if you find yourself sitting there at the end of this episode much like I did and saying, damn, that was kind of anticlimactic, wasn't it? But don't worry, that's the end of the duel. We're still in the thick of things, watching Weevil make his first attack with his Mega Moth and Joey's Alligator Sword.
What are you? His pom-pom girl?
Don't make me come over there.
I mean, he's not wrong, but Tristan will also shove those pom-poms down your throat at 10,000 miles an hour, so I probably wouldn't mess with him. Also, why didn't you just say cheerleader? Weevil says that the Gate Guardian and the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon are the only two monsters that have enough attack point to defeat the Great Moth. And Joey's monsters couldn't even attack if they wanted to just because of his insect barrier. If only things like MST and Axe to Despair happened to exist during this era. Oh wait, they did. The situation is so depressing that Ash Ketchum is ready to just log off his computer and run away from all of his problems. Luckily for him, he can stay in this blind girl's room, so anytime the nurse asks if she's seen him, technically she's not lying. Back to Joey, and he's got a plan you've never seen before. Setting a card face down and switching all his monsters to attack mode. Could this be a bait? I think this might be a bait. I'm not 100% sure if this is a bait, but Joey's a master baiter, so it could be one of those. Weevil thinks Joey is too dumb to have actual plans, setting a monster face down before attacking with that dirty bastard Legul.
And attack his...
Anyone else notice that they gave Legul a second attack animation just so he could knock down Joey this time? Weevil goes for an attack on Joey's Parasite to win the game, leaving himself open to the Skull Dice trap card, which lowers the Great Moth's attack points by half by rolling a 2. Joey compliments this gross-ass Parasite with a graceful dice, rolling a 4 and bringing its attack points up to a whopping 2,000. Don't pay attention to the fact that we just destroyed the Great Moth in 2 turns when it took about 5 turns to come out in the first place.
My moth! My precious, precious Great Moth!
Good! Kill it! With this great beast destroyed, Weevil gets super pissed off and summons another insect soldier of the sky before activating the most powerful card in his deck, a can of bug spray. He reveals the face-down monster from earlier to be Pinch Hopper, destroying it with a can of bug spray and allowing him to summon any insect monster from his hand immediately. He chooses the almighty Insect Queen, and also making me realize that it didn't even take 2 turns to go from the moth to the queen in this episode. Just a little bit of pacing would have been nice. Queen comes out making a noise that not even a mother could love, gaining 200 attack points for every insect monster on the field besides herself. This massive attack boost brings her up to a whopping 3,200. Still weaker than the moth, though. Remember what Grandpa taught you, Joey. Insect cards are very tricky. To be able to beat an insect, you have to think like an insect. So basically go to his house, raid his resources, and kill his mother. We then get a second piece of evidence that that bastard Ash Ketchum is just a spy trying to infiltrate our show who knows nothing about the actual game.
Now Joey's up against a monster that's even stronger than the Great Moth.
It's literally not. It has less attack, has no protection, and it needs a monster tribute just to attack. Besides ease of access, it's worse in every way.
Hey, will you be my friend? Sure.
Shit, kid, you better watch out. Tristan doesn't care if you're 9 or 90. He will kill you. Insect Queen is a good monster, just like Panther Warrior, needing to tribute this poor Legul just to attack, destroying the Wing Guardian and doing a hefty 1,800 points of damage to him in the process, leaving our hero in a very precarious situation. Unable to attack, Joey draws 1 card and sets a back row, seemingly forgetting to hit the button to switch all his monsters back to defense mode, scaring all his friends half to death.
Oh no! If Joey's attacked now, his life points will drop to 0!
Joey, oh my god, you're about to die! Please remain calm like I clearly am! Don't ask why the only 2 volumes I'm able to talk out are 1 in 100! Back to Weevil's turn, he draws the Cockroach Knight, sacrificing it to the Queen despite the fact that they definitely just reused the Legul eating scene from earlier. He attacks blindly and literally just lets Zoe win again by activating a basic trap card. Ah, trap cards. No one has ever been able to activate those before. Zoe makes a gross face before activating Magical Arm Shield, another card that I didn't realize he had so early, using Weevil's Insect Soldier of the Sky to take the attack from his Insect Queen, doing almost 2,000 points of damage. Despite making an excellent move, Joey seems to have used all his best cards and is forced to switch all his monsters to defense mode on his next turn. Luckily for Weevil, the Cockroach Knight is a tournament pack stable, able to return to the top of the deck every time it is sent to the graveyard. A very shitty ability that allows him to tribute it over and over again for his Insect Queen to attack.
And grow strong, my queen!
At least this time they got the animation right. It destroys the Panther Warrior finally, causing Joey to go into his usual sad monologue shtick and think to himself deeply until he hears the voices of one of his friends. Joey hears the voices of one of his friends that were here the entire time, being reminded about his sister that he somehow forgot again by the guy who wants to bang her more than anyone on the planet, that she's always watching. She's always watching.
With my friends behind me, there's no way I can lose.
Oh, that's right. Don't quit on us now, because we believe in you.
Gotta love how Ash was super motivated and inspired by literally hearing the thoughts inside Joey's head. How the fuck did he know? For the first time in the series, Joey summons Gearfried, the Iron Knight, a monster that Weevil's Parasite just can't seem to infect. Why? Let's go to Joey for the explanation.
He's Gearfried, the Iron Knight.
Thanks, Joey. We can always count on you for a proper scientific explanation. Gramps goes on to make fun of Weevil for not knowing that fact, despite the fact he's supposed to be an expert insect duelist, claiming that Joey did his homework and prepared for this duel, despite the last episode literally having a main plot point that Joey never checked his deck before the duel and it was stolen from him. Joey attacks one of Weevil's eggs that are conveniently always left in attack mode for some stupid reason. Before going on a huge rant about how they plan to lower her attack bit by destroying all the other insects on the field, despite the fact that her natural attack power is stronger than Gearfried. Throwing any semblance of following the rules out the window, Weevil counters by summoning a basic soldier insect and activating ant reproduction, a magic card that apparently just spawns 10 ant monsters on your side of the field. No problem with that. We're not going to talk about how that could be an issue with how many monsters you're allowed to have on your side of the field. Just Imagine that with Link summoning. Queen absorbs all the power of the insects, raising her attack power that was already high enough to attack for game. Launching her attack on Joey before being stopped by, yes, you guessed it, a trap card. Like seriously, that's all Joey does in this duel. He just counters with trap cards.
Gearfield?
Pretty sure his name is Gearfried. Joey activates Grave Robber, stealing the can of bug spray from Weevil and destroying the queen on contact. Right before attacking one of the exposed eggs for 1700 damage and winning the game. Yes. They won with a can of bug spray. The episode ends with whatever the fuck that is. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course, a shout out to all my patrons. If you find yourself surrounded by snow outside like I happen to be these days, just know one thing. It's cold out. This has been the man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Got the mic back. We got the voice back. We got the content back. Now give me some fucking money. It's Christmas time. No, I'm kidding. Love y'all. Later. In today's story, we get the single best example on all of 4 kids on what decisions to not make as a teenager. Baggy pants, grunge music, and piercings everywhere. Don't do drugs, kids. Except for weed. Get ready to pull on some strings, all my fellow and future outlaws, as this is Card Game vs. Humanity, and I am that NAKAK double G. Back with a recap of that show that seems to have a hard-on for jesters, mimes, or just generally anything that reminds you of a clown, Duel Monsters. So if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if you're just as curious as I am to where Merrick actually found this sad, strange little man. But ignore that for now, as we're joined by Joey and friends, who are currently celebrating the recent victory over that disgusting Weevil Underwood. But before we get a word in, Joey says the same thing to all of them that I said to myself after about 5 days on Tinder.
Yeah, why do I attract these freaks?
His friends give him general praise for the first time in months before, oh shit, we see some rare hunters lurking around the corner. I wonder what plans Merrick could have in store for them. Oh, by the way, speaking of Merrick, he's on a boat. He's on a boat. He's on a motherfucking boat headed towards Battle City. Can you guess what he's doing, though? And if you said anything other than monologuing about how he's gonna get the Pharaoh's power, then you were wrong. For some reason, there's a gross-ass mime standing on this bench surrounded by a bargain bin Super Saiyan and his girlfriend Counterfeit Serenity. The girl tries to make a pass at him, but like most characters on this show, Yugi is his one true love, and he flees the scene immediately. Yugi's chilling at the side of this random riverbank, asking the Pharaoh, what the fuck, bro? You have all this power, why don't you just use it? I mean, I've already seen you kill like 3 people already. Unfortunately, just like a Gohan without an Android 16, the Pharaoh just doesn't know how to reach his power. It tells Yugi not to worry, as he is courageous and strong, that he has the heart of the Pharaoh, which basically means, please don't die, kid, because I kind of need your body for a few more years. Yami then says the same thing we all said to ourselves on the day before Trump was allowed back on Twitter.
I sense a darkness approaching.
Strings, aka Tony Hawk's son, jumps 30 feet into the air and slides down this sick-ass ramp to reveal himself to Yugi. His name is Strings, and he's a puppet, and my name is Merrick, and I'm a puppet master, so I control him by pulling his strings. Do you get it? Yugi transforms right away and claims that Merrick will never break the heart of the cards. That power belongs to the people and the people alone.
You tell him! No way is he getting his hands on your power!
I just did.
That's right, you will never claim that power for yourself. Yeah, you tell him! What are you doing? Oh, look, it's a Shizu talking to her one and only true friend, the giant rock, explaining to it that her evil brother can be saved if his plans manage to fail. Pay no attention to the fact that I have no defining qualities in this show besides explaining the plot. After wandering around town looking for Yugi for about 5 days, Sakura finally gets up and is apparently chilling at the outside of this museum, sensing the power of the Millennium Necklace. Actually, because there's no security whatsoever, he waltzes right down into the basement only to discover the giant rock. Also known as the Pharaoh's tablet, stones he claims he hasn't laid eyes upon in many years. Unfortunately, his ring is out of batteries and loses connection to her necklace, despite the fact that she's literally just around the corner talking shit about him. Claiming that he may know some of the ancient stories, but not all of them, because apparently the power of the Pharaoh is far greater than the power of the 7 Millennium items. They never really make that distinction clear, do they? The duel begins as the poor mind slave goes first, setting 1 card face down before summoning the humanoid slime. Yes, 800 attack, 2000 defense. I'm just... Really?
You will fail!
Honestly, I was gonna make fun of his drama, but if he keeps doing shit like that, I'm gonna have to agree. Yugi knows he wants to bait him into attacking, but he isn't falling for it. Laying 1 back row of his own before bringing Gazelle out to the field and not attacking for some reason. And once you see the interactions that happen in the next few turns, you're gonna understand that there was no reason not to do so. That becoming more clear when Strings fuses together Worm Drake and Humanoid Slime to create Humanoid Worm Drake. A very fucking clever name that I guess actually explains the monster as they're combined together, so maybe I'm just a bitch and probably shouldn't complain. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, Yugi calls him an idiot because fusion monsters can't attack on the same turn they're summoned.
You can attack now!
Yes, Yugi, he can attack now. I get it. Thank you for yelling it at us. After about 5 minutes about talking about attacking and doing stuff, Merrick finally does stuff and starts attacking. Wait, never mind, Yugi activates diffusion, splitting up the monster into its component parts. Somehow Yugi knew he was luring him into a trap like this, which in and of itself would be fine, but you have to consider the fact that he knew he was gonna do a fusion summon and have quick attack ready instead of just a generic trap card to, you know, counter an attack. I refuse to believe he prepared for this.
I was hoping for a far more challenging duel from you, but you've only disappointed me.
It's been literally 1 fucking turn and he's already disappointed in Merrick for not preparing for like the biggest god read I've ever seen in my entire life. disappointing. Back to Yugi's turn, he draws into Buster Blader, but claims it's too powerful to waste on his weaker monsters, as if this is just season 1 and he can just slap it down willy-nilly with no consequences. Instead, deciding to summon Beta the Magnet Warrior, destroying both Worm Drake and Humanoid Worm Slide on String's side of the field. He's not losing though, he's just testing his strengths and weaknesses, despite the fact this is kind of almost the 3rd time they've dueled already. Eric then reads off the Wikipedia entry for Alex Jones.
It's a shapeless being made completely of plasma, with no solid mass, making it utterly indestructible.
Eric brings Revival Jam to the field, a monster he claims that simply cannot be destroyed. Except for Fissure. Excuse me, ignore that while I activate Jam Breeding Machine, a card that can spawn slime tokens every single turn so I can ultimately summon my Sacred Beast. Just hearing the word breed is enough to scare Yugi, causing him to go into a frenzy and summon Buster Blader right away. Because apparently 1 turn later is the right moment to do so, despite the fact that both of his monsters could clear Revival Jam if he just attacked. Unfortunately, after the Buster Blader's mighty swing, Majin Buu reforms himself, bringing all his pieces back together with seemingly no damage. Every time this monster is destroyed, it just comes back with no cost, no worries, and apparently no reason to ever use Spirit Reaper. Already with a Pot of Greed and Slifer in his hand, because of course. It's back to String's turn as he summons the first slime token to the field before sending one back row that definitely wasn't in his hand a second ago. Yugi laughs and claims that this plan has one tragic flaw, that his slime tokens are open to a direct attack that would cause over 2,000 damage.
You'll lose over 2,000 life points because they're so feeble.
I love how Yugi will take any and all chances to make any and all things somehow feel beneath him in some way. For some reason, Yugi's feeling extra basic today and just attacks normally with Buster Blader, leaving him wide open to the Jam Defender's trap card. Trap card that just shoves Majin Revival into the way of any attack from his opponent, essentially canceling it out. Again, this is kind of bullshit, but to be fair, Yugi is playing pretty basic right now. The episode ends with Merrick activating the Steel Cage Magic card, which basically means that there's now no DQs and all attacks are gonna hurt a hell of a lot more. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course, a shout out to all my patrons. If you'd all like to start a wrestling promotion with me called Nightmare Steel Cage, just know that once that bell rings, you are all my enemy. This has been the Man for Worth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. We're back in business, and I like it. Be the character you know you're worth, and I'll see you Monday. Today we're introduced to one of the 3 most powerful monsters in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! And I can promise you one thing. There will never, ever be better monsters printed than these ones. Never. Pretend your deck has infinite cards, all my fellow and future outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am the NAKKGG. Here with a recap of this weird little thing we all like to call duel monsters. Aren't you sick of these trap cards yet? I know I'm not. As per usual, don't forget that sub, that bell, that comment, hit that like, and hit the Patreon if you want to support me. And leave a comment telling me if you remember just how bad the cheating gets in this duel. Like, we were doing pretty well for a while in Battle City, but I guess that was all just good karma saved up for this one. Good karma, something our hero seems to have very little of, as we see that this duel is only 1 turn away from the almighty Pie Wagon being summoned to the field. And you know me, I loves me some pie. We then cut to a satellite doing the most important thing a satellite can do, monitoring card games. Luckily, we have this old man with the most beautifully long white hair watching over the entire Battle City tournament to make sure that if Daddy Kaiba needs to know if a card was played, he knows. He and Mokuba are surprised that one has appeared already, but surely when they do, when he claims them all, he will have the most powerful deck in all of Duel Monsters. I don't have the heart to tell him how many better monsters are going to get printed in the future. Also, anyone else love that he makes Mokuba carry his apparent 500-pound briefcase that has nothing but trading cards in it? Back to the duel, Merrick says the same thing every older brother thinks to himself the day that his younger brother takes a game off him in Smash Brothers.
You're not worthy of the powers that lie hidden within you.
Merrick won't stop monologuing once again about his family and their responsibilities. So naturally, Yugi takes this time to draw 1 card and end his turn. How do you have the biggest god reads of all time, but you don't have 1 piece of back row removal? Fuck. Eric's turn arrives and the moment is finally here, attributing all 3 slime tokens in the Jam Breeding Machine to summon Slifer the Pie Wagon to the field.
No other!
I'd like to talk about these holograms here. They probably shouldn't be able to strike the ground with the force of a couple sticks of dynamite. Kaiba is definitely getting sued. Slifer gets an epic entrance revealing itself to our hero Yugi, which makes me wonder what exactly are the requirements for someone to be worthy to summon one of these things. I mean, they make a whole big deal about it later on that only certain duelists are worthy, and I'm supposed to believe that the gods just don't give a fuck that this guy named Strings that's done nothing with his life is supposed to be able to do this just because his mind is being controlled by Merrick? I don't buy it. Slifer is a monster whose attack power can go on forever. Well, at least before they implemented deck card limits.
This card allows me to draw 2 new cards. Trade is good.
Wait. What the fuck does Pot of Greed do again? After about 5 minutes of after-school special level explaining of what Pot of Greed does, I don't know, something about drawing cards, I think. Merrick claims that this duel is already over and no one's ever been able to actually defeat an Egyptian god card before. Bad for him, Yugi's never heard of these Egyptian god whats before, and his Buster Blader is currently stronger than his dragon thanks to his effect. This forces Merrick to complain for about 5 minutes straight before he lets Yugi take his turn and finally draw a card. Picking up Light Force Sword, he now has 7 cards in his hand, and is that negative energy? You should... Why do you still have that? I mean, you should use it. It's OP, but why do you still have that?
I summon Karibo in defense mode. Make your move, Merrick.
So we're just not going to ask why Slifer's ability didn't activate when that little Karibo hit the field? I mean, it was just kind of a basic normal summon. Back to String's turn, he draws again, bringing up Slifer's attack point to a whopping 4,000 and launching an attack on Buster Blader. That clever bastard Yugi activates Life Force Sword, stripping a card out of String's hand and lowering the Great Beast's attack by 1,000, seemingly leaving it vulnerable to the Buster Blader's swing. I mean, that makes sense, right? Merrick launched a foolish attack and now he'll pay for it, right? Nope, apparently Revival Jam can get in the way of an attack that was originally made by Merrick with a different monster. There is no damage step in which this makes sense. Oh yeah, you want some more very fun Yu-Gi-Oh gameplay? I activate Card of Safe Return, a magic card that activates even though it wasn't out when Revival Jam uses the effect. Oh yeah, this little card, it lets me draw 3 cards every time that happens. Don't you just love my very fun dragon? Who the fuck was that guy? And why did they give him so much attention? Kristen asked Joey why he didn't duel that chump, but Joey says that chump was too big of a chump, and this chump has a reputation to uphold. A reputation that was recognized by maybe 2 people in the entire world, so clearly that fame has gone to his head. Then Okaiba magically appears around the corner, wondering why that chump Joey has a duel disc around his arm, before saying the same line that I did when I first heard that Donald Trump was running for president.
Looks like someone screwed up at registration.
Naturally, Joey gets extra cocky, making extra ghost faces as he challenges Kaiba to a duel. Right here, right now, seemingly catching Kaiba on a good day as he's willing to teach the dog a lesson and it takes some time to do so. Hey, never mind, an Egyptian card has been spotted. Here's the helicopter.
It's a twister.
No, that's a twister. So he acts like he didn't just get his ass saved by not having to take out Kaiba. Also, rare hunters are seen lurking around the corner once again. It's almost like they have some sort of evil plan in store for them. I'm probably just crazy. Back to the duel, we decided to turn the cheating up to season 1. As Merrick just attacks again because, you know, that whole Revival Jam getting in the way shit, you know, you can just attack again after it fails. Sure. Our hero knows that he doesn't have a monster strong enough to combat it directly, so he needs the right magic card to take it down. Naturally, he draws Magic Cylinder, a card that's not a magic card, but it has magic in the name, so that's close enough. Yugi sacrifices this little Kuribo to summon the Dark Magician Girl, but unfortunately this time Slifer was actually awake and his second ability activated, wiping out 2,000 points of damage from whatever mode the monster happens to be in. But don't worry, Season 1 cheating rules are still in effect as Yugi activates the Magical Hat, a card that apparently just works on any effect or attack now and just reduces it to a 1/4 chance, managing to save his girl from the destructive force of Slifer.
Your monster's not strong enough not to defeat Slifer.
She's not only hiding, she's ready to launch a counterattack. She's not strong enough, you fool! This Dark Magician Girl has no choice but to remain hiding inside the hats. Yugi sets 2 cards face down and ends his turn. Unfortunately for our hero, Merrick counters by activating infinite cards, something that allows him to have as many cards as he wants in his hand, allowing Slifer to have an attack force that's virtually limitless, even though he could probably just one-shot him with like maybe 6,000 or 7,000 attack already. You really don't need any more. Making a lucky guess with this attack, he's nearly about to destroy the Dark Magician Girl, but oh wait, oh shit, oh damn. Yugi had 2 trap cards hidden under this one hat, because I guess that's possible, activating both Spellbinding Circle and Magical Cylinder at the same time. His ultimate combo seems to weaken the dragon and launch its attack right back at it. Oh wait, silly me, Revival Jam can just get in the way and intercept a fucking trap card that negates an attack and does effect damage. I promise I'm playing fairly, now I get to draw 3 cards, don't forget.
So my Sky Dragon grows even stronger. Plus, I'll draw again.
Hey, yeah, sure, I'll just draw again. It's my turn, I already attacked already, but you know, fuck it, I'll just draw. Yeah, sure, I'll just attack again and destroy the Dark Magician Girl, even though that attack just failed. Welcome to the ultimate 5-card combo. Gods can't be defeated, every rule's meant to be broken, right? For the first time, our hero feels completely stuck, falling to his knees in disgrace before hearing the words of a sassy individual. Instead, Okaiba, a man that refuses to watch his rival bow to another, he's here to give Yugi a pep talk on how to win. What wise words of wisdom will he have?
Do it now.
That's right. Just do it. Just do it now. Just do it, man. I swear to God, I'm not sponsored by Nike. The episode ends with Kaiba monologuing and revealing that he actually doesn't know Slifer's weaknesses and just wants Yugi to figure out so he can just, you know it later on and take it from him. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course, a shout out to all my patrons. If you're wondering if you think you should put infinite cards in your deck because you think it's an all-powerful card that'll actually help you, don't. It won't. This has been the man from Earth with all the girls, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see you all on Friday. Later. In today's story, we get the first ever recorded duel that shows off one very golden rule. When it comes to the show's main protagonist, you never, ever take the Maxi Challenge. Get ready to deck out all my fellow Fitch Outlaws. This is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NKK Double G. Back with another recap of Duel Monsters, the game where screwing the rules is basically a necessity at this point. So if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that comment, hit up that like, and hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. Oh, and of course, leave a comment telling me if you thought shit.
Oh my God, so beautiful. So gorgeous. Hey, you saw nothing. Get out of here. Come on.
Okay, Who programmed this thing? Wow, not sure where that came from, but let's get back to our duel, shall we? One that begins exactly as it should, with Kaiba constantly berating and belittling Yugi until he learns what to do properly. It's Yugi's turn and he knows he has nothing to combat the powerful piece of pie, drawing Monster Reborn and summoning Big Shield Garda to the field in defense mode to protect himself. This automatically triggers Slifer's second mouth, reducing the poor guy's defense down to a measly 600. Not really accomplishing anything in the process, but it's enough to make Mokuba really scared.
He better last long enough for me to learn Slifer the Sky Dragon's weakness so I can defeat it later.
Yes, that's right, Yugi. I'm the best duelist in the world, but I need you to figure this out because I can't, because I'm the best duelist in the world. And I swear to God, if you can't, Yugi, if you can't. When Merrick draws, Mokuba sees that his attack power goes up to 11,000, saying that he can get as strong as he wants thanks to infinite cards. This lofty piece of information regarding deck size limits makes Kaiba super horny when he realizes that that's the key to Slifer's power. Realizing its weakness before it launches an attack on Big Shield Garda and wiping it from the field. Yugi monologues to himself about the exact same thing about 2 minutes later and then figures out the weakness for himself.
About time.
Bro, it was less than 2 minutes later that he figured it out. You need to get laid. Yugi claims that if all his own monsters are too weak, then he must use his own monster's power against them. And all I can say is if he tried applying that logic to modern Yu-Gi-Oh, yeah, I wouldn't do that. Gaslighting Merrick that maybe he doesn't know as much about the Egyptian gods as he may think. Pushing his heart of the cheater to full strength, he draws his next card.
But that's only half the battle. This strategy requires perfect timing.
What are you talking about? This isn't a game where if you don't flip up the card fast enough, it doesn't take effect. Almost like the entire system of Yu-Gi-Oh requires being able to respond to cards. But nope, sorry, if you take longer than half a second to activate your card, it doesn't count. No chaining allowed. Yugi activates Monster Reborn, bringing back the mighty Buster Blader to the field, and what's this? Attack mode? That's a big deal. One more attack and the duel is already over. Oh, by the way, card of safe return allows me to draw 3 cards even when you revive a monster on your side of the field. Like, fuck Slifer, I'd even argue fuck Revival Jam. That one card alone makes this entire duel just like, really, bro? With Slifer's attack now over 11,000 and Buster Blader weakened by his second mouth, Eric is confident that on the next turn, the end of this duel is coming. Unfortunately for him, Yugi's in full power sass mode and claims that there isn't going to be a next turn before launching an attack with Buster Blader. Actually, Revival Gem kicks in and stops the attack, forcing Strings to draw 3 more cards in the process. Which apparently is now the perfect time to activate Brain Control, because why? I mean, it wouldn't have changed the end result at all. It would have taken like 2 more Revival. If anything, this convoluted path definitely took longer. Mokuba says that the dragon is way too powerful to be controlled by a simple magic card, but to everyone's surprise, Yugi is taking the Revival Jam instead, something he could have just done from the start. Even though Merrick really wants to skip his turn and attack, Striker's mouth is forced to strike the gooey substance every time it reforms itself on Yugi's side of the field, forcing him to draw another 3 cards in a never-ending cycle. In the middle of all this, though, Merrick takes 1 second to read off Google's definition of marriage.
There's no way out!
Strings drops all his cards like a frickin' noob. Seriously, get some sleeves on that shit. Yugi has seemed to do the impossible and turn his own Egyptian what against him. And if only he had a single magic negation card in his entire deck and, oh, I don't know, set 1 card out of the 11,000 cards he had in his hand last turn, just 1? You're telling me he didn't have 1?
Card, a much more powerful one!
Tiny little legs. On a gigantic dragon. Just tiny little legs. Despite losing to the Max Seed Challenge, Merrick claims that he still has another Egyptian God card in his hand still. A far stronger one with more bullshit effects that he'll never be able to contend with. I can't wait for their 112th duel at the end of the season. Mokuba immediately runs up to this crackhead, demanding Slifer to hand over to Yugi for winning the duel. Unfortunately, it's been several hours since this last fix, so he doesn't seem capable of responding properly.
Hey, don't be so hard on yourself, mister. It's just a game.
It's not just a game. This incredibly valuable one-of-a-kind card is just lying on the ground, PSA value ruined, as Mokuba takes both it and the locator card to hand them over to Yugi. Pay no attention to this guy's health or if he's even still breathing. Card games come first. Naturally, after his victory against someone who's trying to rule the world, Kaiba congratulates on a job well done before immediately challenging him to another duel because he just really wants that Slifer card. Oh shit, the bath salts kick in and String magically wakes up, startling our heroes as Merrick claims he's on his way to Battle City. Being a proper generic Season 2 villain, I love that he takes the time to explain every single step that he's going to do to the protagonist of the show, as well as the commissioner of the tournament that's standing right there. I mean, he has billions of dollars. He probably could hire a small army if he really wanted to stop you.
I see a defenseless city waiting to be conquered.
First of all, the vast majority of the people in the city have no idea what duel monsters are, or let alone the intricacies of this tournament. Eventually, you're gonna get overpowered by people who don't give a shit if you're holding a trading card in your hand or not. Even in Merrick's short montage of the rare hunter spying on Yugi's friends, they still take time for his friends to make fun of Joey for not finishing the duel against Kaiba last episode. I gotta love the consistency. Knowing deep down his true love for Yugi, Merrick accidentally slips up and admits what he hopes to say one day while looking deep into Yugi's eyes.
Well, it appears I've hit your sensitive spot, haven't I?
Pharaoh.
Much like Ike, Yugi fights for his friends, and threatening them is something you just do not do. Remember that permanent marker smiley face they made in episode 1? Yeah, that's just for life. Merrick claims that these friends mean nothing to him, and he has nothing to lose by trying every tactic he has to gain the power he believes he deserves. I just wish they had to talk about it for 10 minutes after every fucking duel they have together. Sphinx finally falls to his feet like the healthy individual that he is, causing Yugi to take off immediately to try and save his friends that won't be in danger for about 2 to 3 more episodes.
Running away from a challenge is against tournament rules.
Even if people actually follow the rules in this tournament, it takes a certain level of selfishness to watch a possessed man threaten the lives of both him and Yugi's friends and then be pissed off because he'd rather go save them than have a children's card game instead. The episode ends with Merrick finally arriving at Battle City and riding a motorcycle looking nearly half as cool as Tristan. Nearly half. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my patrons. If you just find yourself sitting there after this episode thinking, just tiny little legs. You had a huge body, but just tiny little legs. I'm right there with you. This has been the Man from Earth with all the girls, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. See you all on Monday. Later. In today's story, we're introduced to a whole new kind of cheating, one where using your magic and trap cards as monsters is nothing but commonplace. Seriously, man, it happens like 2 to 3 times in this one episode. Get ready to summon a bunch of monsters in one turn, all my fellow future outlaws. This is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NKKGG. Here with that Duel Monsters recap that you know just going 1 week without just makes life a little bit worse. You're all lucky that I'm such an idiot, aren't you? So if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if you also don't care that my name is Merrick. But you know who does care? Yugi, as he's seen running down this back alleyway being accosted by 2 random rare hunters. They refuse to let him pass, but are they gonna beat him up? Nah, they just want to challenge him to a children's card game. But before they do that, they do their best impression of Simo and anyone else he duels on his channel.
It wouldn't happen if you played something besides paper.
All of a sudden, theme music hits as a surprise partner makes his way down to the ring. It's Seto Kaiba, here to help Yugi destroy both of these pathetic losers and take both of their locator cards. Oh, by the way, after this, Yugi, I'm challenging you immediately to a duel, even though I just did 10 minutes ago and you said you couldn't because you had to go out and save your friend. We're then treated to the single biggest god hand in the entire series as Kaiba draws Pot of Greed to start the duel. Drawing 2 cards before summoning the Lord of Dragons, he activates not 1 but 2 Flute of Summoning Dragon, conveniently summoning the 3 blue eyes he had in his hands as well as the mighty Hyro Zanru. Using all 7 cards in his hand, he shows the audience what it means to truly make an unbreakable board back in 03 and shows Yugi exactly what it means to summon a bunch of monsters in 1 turn.
I hope you realize this is just the beginning of—
So is like anyone gonna tell me why he summoned Pot of Greed to the Monster Zone? No? No. It's the fat guy's turn, and oh wait, he just sets 1 card face down. It's Yugi's turn, and oh wait, he just sets 2 cards face down, causing Kaiba to make fun of him immediately. Don't pay any attention to the fact that he still has 3 cards in his hand despite using all 7 in his last turn. That's just Pot of Greed's monster effect while on the field. It's a tall, creepy guy's turn, and he draws Mirror Force, a powerful trap card that he sets down right away.
Do is place this 1 trap card face down!
If you're trying to lay a trap, you're wasting your time and mine.
I'm not really sure what's more entertaining, the fact that the rare hunter told us it was a trap card, or the fact that Kaiba still wasn't sure if it was a trap or not. But enough about that, because it's back to Kaiba's turn and the end is nigh. Tuning a level of draw power that Yugi could only dream of, he tributes all 3 of his blue eyes for the mighty Obelisk the Tormentor. You know the one he has in his hand conveniently already? He tributes the other monsters with Obelisk to destroy all the opponent's monsters right away. Luckily they have the Mirror Force trap card to stop this attack, but unfortunately this is technically a monster effect, so all it does is result in both of these poor bastards getting knocked the fuck out by a massive hologram fist. Both of you were pathetic bastards that stood no chance. Like a true Mokuba, Kaiba takes both of the locator cards and immediately hands 1 over to Yugi, before telling Yugi that they can use the Kaiba Corp satellite to track down that pathetic loser Joey Wheeler. Actually, Yugi says thanks and doesn't argue at all. The strange homeless man is seen trying to steal fish from an aquarium, claiming he's just trying to get his daily meal, something that wouldn't be a red flag for anyone in any situation ever. Oh, wait, god damn it, it's just Mako, isn't it? Apparently this woman who runs the show has come down with COVID and can no longer function, forcing her to relinquish the control to this homeless man that she just caught stealing fish instead of any other registered official on the site. Makes sense. Barrick is still riding this bike, not looking very cool, when all of a sudden his Millennium item causes Bakura's ring to resonate. He nearly goes into a monologue before Joey and the rest of the gang show up unexpectedly. Somehow Mako has a fucking sign up for his show already within like 10 minutes, catching the attention of her gang, most of all Joey Wheeler, because he remembers just how much of an easy win he was for Yugi last season. Entering the stadium quickly, Taya and Joey say the few lines you never want to wake up hearing your friends say when they open your door after you just got blackout drunk last night.
So, do you see him?
He's the one on the whale?
These rare hunters sit down and watch the show because they're just super into sea life. Watching this orca do tricks that Mako somehow trained within an hour. Joey immediately challenges him to a duel, revealing his 4 locator cards and impressing the watery duelist who also has 4 cards as well. Naturally, just like Dave and Elon Musk, both of them decide to duel instead and give the crowd something they didn't expect or pay for.
Awesome! They're gonna duel!
That's even better than the whale!
I hear that. Somehow both men teleport to the stone formation in the middle of the pool that was never there before. Before the allure of the crowd causes Joey to do Captain Ginyu poses that make everyone baffled and confused as he draws his first card. Trust me, It's just mind games. Because he's a good duelist and remembers to check his deck after every single situation, he draws the Parasite card that he forgot to take out from his last duel, setting it down immediately, hoping to infect Mako's monsters, something that wouldn't benefit his strategy in the least. Because Mako's a good duelist, he counters by summoning the mighty flying fish, normal monster with 800 fucking attack and no back row and no effect, attacking the Parasite card and destroying it, and apparently negating its effect because it's a flip monster, but it was destroyed, even though flip monsters, the whole point of them is that they flip up before they're destroyed, and they're kind of like a trap card on their own, and it didn't work, and it just doesn't make any sense. Moving on, it's Joey's turn, and he sets another monster face down. Moving on, it's Mako's turn, and he also sets another monster face down.
I'll place a monster face down as well, and end my turn.
So, unless he figured out a way to set a monster in face down attack mode, I don't think that's a monster. Back to Joey, he tributes the face-down monster that we never get to see for the ultimate Garuzzi. 5-star basic 1800 beater that if you listen closely, you can actually hear Vorst Raider laughing at him back in Season 1. It doesn't matter though, because that monster that Mako laid last turn was actually Torrential Tribute. One of my personal favorites and one I 100% forgot that he used in this duel.
He's the most dramatic opponent I've ever faced.
You know, normally I'd agree with you, but after watching Joey get knocked down by multiple holograms and lightning strikes that can literally blow up small portions of the ground, I can kind of see why he's freaking out every time he sees a hologram coming his way now. Back to Merrick on his shitty bicycle doing shitty wheelies in the shitty back alleyway. He's accosted by the white-haired one named Bakura, demanding he hand over his Millennium Rod right away. Why, you ask? Same generic reason as you, really. I want to rule the world with their power, but don't ask what I'm going to do when I actually get that power. I haven't quite figured it out yet.
My name is Marek.
I don't care.
My name is Nick.
I don't care.
What if I told you I'm very sexy?
I don't care.
What if I told you I'd buy you pizza?
I don't care.
Eric claims that Bakura can have his rod as long as he does what he wants, knowing what other Millennium items exist, like the necklace that his sister owns. And a new necklace, that's something that gets Bakura very excited. Both of them DBZ power up for no reason whatsoever before we head back to our duel, where Mako's garbage flying fish that somehow did get destroyed by Torrential Tribute is attacking Joey directly for a massive 800 damage and knocking him down again. So, do holograms hurt or not? For years, Mako has searched for his father, who is definitely already dead, on the small wooden boat and nothing else because I refuse to get a job and understand the simple fact that he didn't. Better boat, better chance at sea. Also, Torrential Tribute is a monster. Don't even argue with me. Joey's turn and he plays Alligator Sword and lays 2 back row, not attacking for some reason. Although Joey activates Simo's favorite card, Fairy Box, Mako's a master water duelist who activates Umi in the middle of the damage step to counter it. Negating your trap card with this field spell effect. Oh wait, never mind, you have Skull Dice as well. Now my monster's at 650 attack while yours is at 1500 and I take 700 points of damage because of it. Wait, what? The episode ends with Mako monologuing to himself, saying he has the ultimate secret weapon hidden in the ocean below him. AKA, he has a harpoon hidden in the pool that he's just gonna throw at Joey's leg when he's least expecting it. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course, a shout out to all my patrons. If you find yourself wondering what Pot of Grease monster effect does while it's sitting up on the field, you'll have to send in a special email to Konami's uncle to get a response back about the actual information. It's a whole Dark Paladin situation again. This has been the man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Bit of a weird week. Sorry about that, but still got some episodes done. I'll have another one tomorrow. Later. In today's story, we get a nice and fair duel between 2 seasoned veterans. What? Not everything has to be funny. Pretend your father is still alive, all my fellow and future outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NAKK Double G. Back with the recap of that show that brings you so much after-school special inspiration that I must continuously remind you of it every episode, Duel Monsters. So as per usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if you were just as happy as the animators were when they realized about 80% of the monsters in this duel had to be summoned underwater. Underwater, somewhere where our hero Joey does not want to be as we head back to our duel with both players at similar life point value. And because Joey is a veteran, instead of just summoning another monster and attacking directly with both of them, almost taking the game, uses polymerization to fuse Alligator Sword and Baby Dragon into, yes, you guessed it, Alligator Sword Dragon. Ignore the clever name, also ignore the fact that now I can't attack at all, even though I could have just almost won the game instead.
Show me your underwater monster.
Joey, do you really think the animators are getting paid enough for that? Mako sets another monster underwater, confusing Joey as to whether it's in attack or defense mode, because apparently the field spell can just, allow it to do that. So instead of playing in any sort of fair way, Joey just says, well, if you're gonna cheat, so am I, casually flying over his monsters and attacking him directly for 1700 damage. What?
Look out! Dad!
Oh my god, Dad, look out!
Whoa! Mako continues this strategy of doing almost nothing, setting another card underwater, and we're not even sure if it's a back row or a monster this time. Unfortunately for Joey and his lack of strategy, though, his follow-up attack is stopped by Tornado Wall. Actually, decent combo card with Umi that reduces all battle damage taken from your opponent. Oh, don't forget that even though this card sucked up the water that was covering my monster, it never actually revealed itself, so I'm gonna tribute it for something even stronger and not tell you what it is. Too bad for Mako, though. We all know back in 03, the only monster worth tribute setting was Guardian Sphinx, and I have a real severe love-hate relationship with that card. Mako reveals this monster to be the one, the only legendary fisherman, launching an attack at Joey's alligator dragon that is seemingly countered by the activation of Energy Drain, a card that I'm pretty sure is actually just Silent Doom and that reduces the opponent's monster's attack to 0. Unfortunately for Joey, the sea is on Mako's side, aka while Umi is on the field, his monster is unaffected by spells, blocking his magic card and being forced to watch his precious fusion monster be destroyed. Back to Joey's turn and he sets the monster face down. Oh shit, it's dead. Did you see how fast the legendary fisherman lobbed that harpoon? No wonder it's his favorite monster. Joey Wheeler then gives us our best description of your average Yu-Gi-Oh player 20 years from now.
He kinda looks like you, only a little older and a little creepier.
Mr. Tsunami tells Joey to watch his mouth, that this card was given to him by his dad before he died. Well, sorta. And oh god, it's time for another flashback of the same tidal wave that we've seen 10 times already. I found my dad's lifeboat missing after the storm, so it makes total sense that he made no attempt to come find me afterwards, or we had no emergency plan set in motion in case something bad happened.
I even built a monument overlooking the sea to guide him home.
Yeah, that's a monument, all right. Also known as a grave.
Mr. Tsunami!
Okay, I'm gonna ignore that insanely dedicated mailman as best I can. Point out the fact that his father knew where he lived well enough to deliver him this package with a single card and a note that says don't give up instead of just, you know, going to fucking see him. After about 5 minutes of inspirational speech about why his father helps him, Joey responds appropriately by just saying, let's do this. Seriously, he says he respects him, but he doesn't pay attention to any of the story he just told. And because this is an exciting duel, Joey uses his turn to set one more back row instead of monster face down. A monster that we later see could have been actually useful, but never mind, it's Mako's turn, and I think he's performing a ritual or something. Sacrificing this poor shark and jellyfish in his hand, he brings the fortress whale to the field. The strongest monster in his deck apparently, even though Amphibian Beast was at 2400 last episode. Oh shit, it's Merrick and Bakura who are still on a date talking about how they're gonna rule the world together. Bakura wants to know exactly what Merrick wants for him so he knows how to claim that rod. Merrick just says he needs a duel for him and win a few cards and the rod is all his. Bakura accepts and I sit there wondering, was this scene really even necessary? Back to the duel, Mako destroys Joey's rocket warrior and then launches a massive direct attack with a fortress whale, taking out most of his life points and seemingly cooking him alive in the process.
See those two shadows? One of them has gotta be the fisherman that Mako hid under the water.
Since when do the holograms have shadows underwater for more than like a second or two? Why is this suddenly a point of interest to where the actual whale is swimming around? It's not like the whale's just gonna be flopping in the middle of the pool where there's actually no water because it's an actual hologram. Like, this becomes such a point of contention for no reason. It's Joey's turn, and for once in his life, he seems to have drawn the perfect card, setting 2 back row and summoning the nimble Panther Warrior to his side of the field. And because he's a 4-star duelist, Mako just attacks right away with his Fortress Whale, only for his fisherman to be snagged by the magical arm shield that has to be attached to Panther Warrior for some reason. Whips Mako's already dead father into the path of the Fortress lasers, destroying his own monster in the process and sending Mako into a deep, deep depression.
Hey, it's just a card.
Wow, Joey, it's not just a card. I can't believe you said that. Mako goes into ultra sad boy mode, claiming that he needs the card to be brave and strong. He needs a trading card to be strong when he was literally fighting the jaw strength of an orca in the last episode. I think your masculinity is intact, bro. You're probably fine. Mr. Wheeler claims that he doesn't need that he doesn't need this freaky looking fisherman on a trading card to inspire him. That strength was inside him all along. Gotta love that even when he's trying to help, he takes the opportunity to insult his father in some way.
The memories of your dad and your courage are in your heart, not in that card. And nothing can take that away.
Joey, goddammit, stop being like mature and respectful. I don't know how to handle it. Anyways, back to the duel. It's still Mako's turn. He just attacks again with a Fortress Whale because I guess he's been taking tips from Merrick. Unfortunately, being stopped by Joey and his love for just waiting for people to do shit. Activating what is this? Kunai with chain. Stops the whale's attack and raises his own Panther Warrior up to 2500. A nice boost, but not quite nearly enough to end the game. Unfortunately, Mako forgot one important thing. This is Battle City where the rules are always in flux, allowing me to activate this equip spell during the damage step. Lightning Blade, raising my Panther Warrior's attack all the way up to 3300, destroying the whale and leaving him with only 150 life points.
Any last words?
Yes, 6.
Those 6 words better be chicken wing pizza with blue cheese. This duel is not over yet, is what Mako actually claims, activating Return from the Doom, when I'm pretty sure it's just another Silent Doom copy. Also possibly Energy Drain from earlier. He revives one monster and puts it underwater, making Joey very suspicious. Oh wait, never mind. Joey draws one of the best magic cards of all time, Giant Trune, blowing away all magic and trap cards on the field and revealing the legendary fisherman. Realizing that Mako basically threw the game last turn, Joey says it's been an honor and quickly kills his father for the 2nd time. Seriously, why did he bring it back just to watch it die again? After the duel, Mako cries like a true masculine man, handing over his 2 locator cards and his 2 rarest cards to Joey, saying that Joey has earned his respect and thanks him for the wild therapy / dueling session. It really helped him. Shit, Kaiba's got a message from headquarters. They finally found out where Joey's located. I love that sophisticated technology that only took 45 minutes to find him in the same city where he was already dueling the whole time. The episode ends with Kaiba telling Yugi that after he helps him, he immediately wants that duel. Yugi says, shut up, bitch, and let our capes do the talking. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course, a shout out to all my patrons. We're only about a week away from Christmas. Hope you all got your stockings stuffed properly. What? I mean it. No dirty innuendos. I genuinely mean it. This has been the man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. On Christmas Eve, 10 p.m., we have an opening you better not miss. You better be there. I live stream rarely, and when I do, it's good. Let's pull like $20,000 worth of cards. later. In today's story, viewer discretion is advised because we're treated to one of the most violent, brutal, and destructive things you could possibly imagine. A 4Kids fight scene. Don't actually throw a punch, all my fellow and future outlaws. This is Cards Games vs. Humanity, and I am the NAKAK Double G. Here with another recap of that show that will do any and all things to avoid showing that humans can actually be physically hurt, Duel Monsters. So if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, that comment, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if you think it's completely stupid that our heroes are doing a double duel against two people that they already beat 2 episodes ago. But enough about that, let's head back to Joey, who's currently calling his sister, telling her the good news that he made it to the Battle City final. Apparently she already knew this, not because of Tristan, but because he's the main sidekick protagonist of the show.
Hurrah! Joey! Easy with the technology, you spaz!
Oh man, that's not even a flip phone. Technology. We need someone to pick Serenity up and bring her to Battle City. You know, someone he can trust and really depend on.
Away!
Don't worry, she'll be in safe hands.
You know, I can honestly say I've never been so excited to meet a girl that I started running like I had to take a massive shit. Without warning, though, a mysterious stranger appears holding an injured Bakura that he apparently just found lying on the ground. He hasn't said a word to me, so I thought the best thing to do was bring him to SeaWorld. Grandpa says that Bakura, the man that currently has a broken arm right now, is very lucky they were conveniently here before quickly frame skipping into this taxi. Yugi and Kaiba walk past on the other side of the street and somehow don't fucking see any of them, except to go that Kaiba actually knew what he was doing and brought them to the wrong place. Hey, is super turned on right now, nearly knocking Joey over just to introduce herself. The man claims his name is Namu and he's a duelist in Battle City, albeit not a very good one, even though Battle City is a tournament full of people that only got invited because they're world-class champions. And because Joey isn't vain or addicted to fame whatsoever, he totally doesn't immediately give in to this man's admiration and desire to help him as a duelist.
Seems like a nice enough guy.
Oh, give it time. That might change. Eric then monologues to himself for about 10 more fucking minutes. Can you guess what about? Ruling the world, God cards, Pharaoh's power. Yeah. Luckily, all this happens in what seems like 10 seconds because he still has time to call it to Joey and ask him for dueling tips right here, right now. Without any warning, though, some mysterious thugs appear and force our heroes into one of the most dangerous things possible, a 4Kids fight scene.
Take this!
You got him!
Piece of cake!
Joey! Behind you!
You fool!
Excuse me, what are you looking at? Are we gonna fight? Do you have a... Alright. See what you get for messing with me? No one gets in my way.
I can't believe he punched me in the face. I'm not crying.
Unfortunately, Joey is just not man enough to take on 3 fully grown thugs and protect Taya at the same time, capturing her in a rear naked choke before her phone starts beeping with the worst ringtone ever. Yuki's on the other line wondering where Taya is for their 1 o'clock booty call before the Rare Hunter smash her phone for not even being a Motorola Razr. Full of blue balls, Yugi hangs up the phone as Kaiba's just casually chilling and waiting for him outside of the booth.
Hey, Yugi. Relax, not your pathetic friends. They're of no use to anyone.
Yeah, Yugi, just relax. Your friends just got their asses kicked by a group of adult men, and you know, they're just a bunch of pathetic losers who aren't useful to anyone. Just relax, man. It's all good. I'm not a patronizing dick. Yugi is a true friend, so he literally doesn't fucking argue with anything that Kaiba just said before Mokuba calls in, saying that they can't get a feed anymore from Joey's duel disc. Something Kaiba claims is a minor setback. He claims that these rare hunters are smarter than he thought, which, while maybe technically true, is still just barely. Oh my god, Mokuba, look out! There's 3 large men here to try to kidnap you! For some reason, they needed 3 grown-ass men and 1 Odeon to kidnap a small kid opposed to Yugi's entire friend group. I mean, he is the god of destruction. Messing with Seto Kaiba's little brother, no one's ever done that before, so let's start walking down the street slowly together because I'm just so pissed off. So, was this guy in the frickin' NBA before he met Merrick? Like, dude, you're a 4-foot-tall, white, chubby guy who's jumping off buildings. You could be making millions. You do not need Merrick. All of a sudden, a helicopter comes from around this building, kind of like it was just sitting there hiding and waiting, revealing Mokuba tied to a rope as they fly by to intimidate Seto Kaiba. This is so amazingly dangerous that it's not even funny. Like, the whiplash alone would be enough to kill someone. I genuinely feel bad for him right now. Kaiba then slips up and reveals at heart that he's truly nothing but a mama bear.
If you so much as touch 1 hair on my brother's head, I promise I'll hunt you all down.
The NBA player says the only way to save Mokuba and his friends is to meet both of them on the top of this tower for dinner, and if the date doesn't go well, Merrick will hear about it. Instead of running away like a normal person, he jumps up the side of this building like he's freaking Luigi or something before Kaiba turns to Yugi and says, "We have no choice. We have to duel." Oh shit, we're already there. We stand on this glass ceiling thinking we're about to have dinner, but apparently that's just a euphemism for it's time to duel. It's the same 2 idiots they beat a few episodes before, but this time they've been infused with the blood of Harvey Dent, revealing their full power in these 2-faced forms. They claim their decks are specifically created to counter theirs and that Kaiba won't be so lucky this time. And considering he drew the perfect 7 cards that wasn't like a magical scientist FTK last time, yeah, it's kind of hard to argue. What I don't agree with is taking the next 5 minutes to explain the rules of a double duel, even though we just had one 2 episodes ago. You didn't explain anything and it was over quickly and no one had questions or no one even cared. This time things are different. If you lose, the glass ceiling shatters and you fall 50 stories down to your untimely death while these people who are inside what looks like a mall just shopping randomly not noticing the death game going on above them.
But if you fall, you'll never reach the bottom.
Oh, so you don't just die, you get sent to the Shadow Realm? I genuinely don't know if this is worse than the buzzsaw or not. When these rare hunters win the duel, they'll win both of the Egyptian god cards from Yugi and Kaiba for their master merit. Pay no attention to the fact that if they lose, they'll immediately drop down into the Shadow Realm and you'll have no chance to actually grab the cards first. We already talked about the rules and how our decks are specifically made to counter both of yours, but we really need some time to fill, so let's spend another 3 minutes having Dan Green narrate the rules one more time. If you, the audience, feels like this is unnecessary or we're insulting you, well, that's just too damn bad. The duel begins as exciting as you'd expect, with Umbra setting 2 cards face down and ending his turn. Yugi follows up on his turn by yelling, "Draw!" as loud as he can before summoning the Beta of the Magnet Warrior to the field in defense mode. Yugi wants to wait and see what their strategy is. Kaiba's just pissed he didn't get to go first this time. Seriously, that's just like the single biggest difference in this duel. It's Loomis's turn. Also, what the hell kind of a name is Loomis? Sounds like a flashlight. Anyways, he summons Shining Angel to the field before his partner reveals something devastating.
A team strategy!
Yes, who could have guessed they would use team strategies in a double duel that they forced you into by kidnapping people you care about? Who could have guessed? Activating Mask of Brutality, they raise Shining Angel's attack to a massive 2600 in the first turn. Something that normally costs 1000 life points per turn, but luckily this is the anime and we have fake cards. Fake cards such as Masked Doll, which really looks like one of the weird dolls that Bakura uses in Season 5 in his deck, which mitigates all life point costs from cards on their side of the field. Why even have the cost on the card if you're just gonna make up something stupid to negate it?
Teamwork is for Boy Scouts and nursery schools, Yugi.
Kaiba, I'm pretty sure neither of those things exist anymore. The episode ends with Kaiba setting 2 cards in the back row and summoning Force Raider before looking into Yugi's friendship hopeful eyes and saying no. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my patrons. If any of you want to double duel with me and work on some sick team strategies, just know that no matter what the situation, I will take any opportunity to remove Necrophage from play. This has been the man from Earth to all the girls, ladies and gentlemen. Don't miss that Shadow Infinity Hobby Box stream on Christmas Eve, 10 p.m. Be there. It's gonna be fun. Later. In today's story, we get an epic double duel with Yugi and Kaiba versus a bunch of rare hunters. Want to take a guess how many turns actually take place in this episode? If you said anything more than 3, you were wrong. Do your best Jim Carrey impression, all my fellow and future outlaws. This is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am the aka Double G. Here with another Duel Monsters recap on your Christmas weekend. You know I just had to don some appropriate colors for the occasion. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, that comment. Hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me, like myself, if watching this episode makes you seriously question whether or not Kaiba has some bipolar issues. But let's ignore psychological problems for now and get back to our duel, shall we? One where Umbra is activating Mask of the Accursed, which stops Yugi's Beta the Magnet Warrior from attacking and also inflicts 500 points of damage for every turn that passes. Actually, because he's the king of games, despite being literally 1 turn so far, Yugi has already deduced their strategy. Revealing Umbra holds all the magic and trap cards, while Loomis must have all the monster cards before trying to sacrifice for Archfiend of Guilford. Unfortunately for him, Umbra counters with Mask of Restrict, a card that says no matter what the situation, you are not allowed to tribute. So remember kids, if someone has a gun to your head at a local tournament and you're fighting someone who has this card up, it doesn't matter, you still can't cheat and tribute that monster.
We'll see about that.
There's no way we can win with weak
Why are they shaking and shivering at like 100 miles an hour? Is it cold out? Did you pop a few Adderalls? Like, holy crap. Kaiba literally blames Yugi for trying to tribute summon a monster as if it was a bad plan and not exactly what he was going to do next turn. Before Yugi finally sets 1 card face down and summons Karibo in defense mode. He does that a lot, doesn't he? It's our favorite Flashlight's turn next, as he chooses not to attack Beta the Magnet Warrior because it harms Yugi every turn. And turning his attention to Kaiba's Force Raider despite the 2 back row cards because Umbra tells him, don't worry, I got some fake cards to counter whatever they got.
You've activated my Ring of Destruction!
Dude, did you see how frickin' happy Yugi got when someone else mentioned destruction? Too bad for Kaiba though, the Ring of Destruction is negated by the all-powerful Curse Transfer Trap card. A fake card that doesn't really exist and it's basically just a rip-off of Shift, but let's not talk about that right now as we watch it go to Kaiba's Force Raider ready to explode. But no worries, Kaiba has the Ring of Defense to protect— oh wait, never mind, they have some more fake cards.
As I activate this, my Spell Transfer Magic card!
Considering this is the one single time they actually reference magic cards as a word spell in the entire Duel Monsters series, you know you're just making up bullshit now when you literally call a fake card spell transfer instead of magic transfer, easily a year before Konami ever had to worry about a certain other company creeping up on them with their lawyers. This results in the Force Raider being destroyed and causing Seto Kaiba to take 1900 points of direct damage before it looks like our billion-dollar baby is about to lose this duel to a direct attack by Shining Angel. That's very exciting, so let's immediately cut over to Tristan and see how he's hitting on Serenity today. Oh wait, silly me, he's just here to pick up Serenity and bring her to Battle City for Joey. No ill intentions. He's just here to comfort her because she's still scared that maybe the operation didn't work and she still might not be able to see. For $3 million fucking dollars, it better fucking work. Oh look, Bakura's in the same hospital as them and he's hanging out with Gramps. Isn't that sweet?
Bakura, are you asleep?
He's literally sleeping in front of you. My God. Despite being a hot teenage anime chick captured by 3 large men, Heia's friendship pieces are so annoying that they just throw her into a locked room instead. He threatens them by doing her best impression of your average Reddit moderator trying to intimidate someone.
I have friends in high places.
He wonders why they take her. She has nothing valuable, basically agreeing with what Kaiba said last episode, before flashbacking again, finally realizing these must be the creeps that Ishizu was talking about, because apparently it took you this long to figure it out, even though you were the only one constantly worrying about it in every episode. Back to the duel, Yugi saves his lover Kaiba with a sexy activation of Multiply, protecting their side of the field with a flurry of hairy balls. Totally pissed off because he could have saved himself with what card, who knows. Kaiba is forced to accept that if they don't work as a team, he'll never actually see his little brother ever again.
Are you questioning my skills as a duelist, Yugi?
Your dueling abilities are fine. Your mental stability, questionable. Heia Jenga's the hell out of the stack of cardboard boxes that are either made out of the thickest material ever or she weighs absolutely nothing. Fortunately, she can't maintain this balance and falls on her firmly shaped ass that the animators made sure that you pay attention to. All of a sudden, she has a new roommate. It's Mokuba, who says he's very used to this situation, so listen up, bitch. Revealing that these are the rare hunters and they're after Yugi and Kaiba for their god cards and we just happen to get in the way. Pretty much confirming what Kaiba said last episode again. He really hit the nail on the head, didn't he?
Are you sure that's all these guys want?
Why?
No reason.
Why even bring it up if you're gonna act like it's a huge deal to tell him what's going on fully? If anything, he's like slightly more involved than you. Oh hey, it's only 15 minutes into the episode and we're finally on Kaiba's second turn. Going the legendary Blue Eyes White Dragon, he gets frustrated knowing he can't tribute summon anything with Massive Restrict on the field. Instead, deciding to play one card face down and summoning Battle Locks to the field in defense mode. Too bad for our heroes, it's Umbra's turn, and thanks to the plot demanding it, he draws the perfect card. Basket a spell, negating the effects of Multiply and causing Yugi to take another 500 points of damage every turn. Our hero will be dead in 4 turns if this keeps up, or if he doesn't have a single piece of back row removal, and at this point, who the hell ever knows. He summons Grand Tiki Elder to the field, instantly destroying Yugi's earlier strategy, sending that little Karibo off to the graveyard without hesitation.
Since your magnet warrior can't defend you, thanks to the mask it's wearing.
Pretty sure it doesn't work like that. It just can't attack. It doesn't just like magically go away. Oh shit, it's Yugi's 3rd turn finally, and we need to draw a big card to turn this around. Noticing the card destruction in his hand, he contemplates activating it, but he doesn't want to risk ruining anything that Kaiba may have in his hand, possibly putting them at even more of a disadvantage, even though Kaiba really didn't do anything significant last turn.
You couldn't possibly make things any worse than you already have, Yugi.
He's literally done nothing wrong. He's the reason you're even still alive. Somehow Kaiba knows that Yugi has card destruction in his hand, despite the fact that their communication level has been like a 1 out of 10 at best. Going into passive-aggressive sassy mode and saying the cards in his hand are useless and they'd be better off in the graveyard. Seriously, how did he know? After about 5 minutes of build-up, Yugi sets card destruction face down and ends his turn. Why didn't you play it? But why didn't you play it? No, seriously, why didn't Yugi activate it? Why did you just let Loomis activate the ritual of the Mass Beast and then tribute these 2 monsters to bring out the Mass Beast with 3,200 attack points? Why did he let Loomis attack him directly just to force Kaiba to send in the Battle Ox to defend him? Just why?
I thought that they weren't working together as a team, Loomis!
Did you just call your partner your own name? For some reason, now is the time to activate card destruction instead of last turn would have actually prevented the things from happening the way they did. Still paying attention to the 30 seconds or so we focus on Archfeet of Guilford going into the graveyard. Don't worry, there's no reason for that. The episode ends with Kaiba being super horny now that he can activate the Monster Reborn he just conveniently drew and bring back the Blue Eyes he just sent to the graveyard. Still weaker than Mass Beast though. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching and of course a shout out to all my patrons. Christmas time, ladies and gentlemen, and all I want to do is thank you all for the support and the growth that we've had over the channel. We're just pushing that 500. We might get it before the end of the year. Let's try. So, thank you. Seriously. I hope you had your stocking stuffed, by the way. Get them stuffed. This has been Old Saint Nick with that huge-ass dick. Try not to be a massive prick. Merry Christmas. Teamwork. Today's story is about teamwork. If you don't work together, then how are you going to win? I also promise today is not an episode of Raw where the heel and the face have to work together and we have to ask if they can coexist. Punch your best friend in the face, all my fellow future outlaws, as this is Cards Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NAKAK-double-G. Here with your final recap of the year of that little-known show called Duel Monsters. Maybe you've heard of it? As per usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, that comment, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if, just like Kaiba, it doesn't matter how many times I save you, it's your superior dueling skills that were the key to our victory. Victory! Something that Kaiba tastes on his lips as his beautiful blue eyes finally reach the field. Something that makes the rare hunter shake almost as violently as Yugi and Kaiba did in the last episode.
What my partner is trying to say is that Thanks to my superior skills, you're finished.
AKA, I had a card in my hand, and thanks to him activating one of the few cards in the game that makes everyone discard their entire hand, I'm now able to use it. Superior dueling skill. Unfortunately though, despite the power of his blue eyes, the masked beast is both stronger and sexier still. Instantly taking away his confidence before Yugi tells his partner that if he attacks, he will 100% win the day. And see, so about as bipolar as can be, Kaiba goes from scared to confident in about 2 seconds, attacking a monster that's stronger than his and destroying the masked beast without any explanation whatsoever.
Must have cheated!
I mean, that's usually my first guess, but this is like the one time that they actually did. Remember that Beast of Guilford from the last episode? The one I told you not to pay attention to? Well, you should have paid attention. Because when it went to the graveyard, it lowered the masked beast's attack points down to 2,700, allowing Kaiba to beat over it.
Yugi's trying to take all the glory for defeating their creature.
Yes, that's right. Yugi's trying to take all the glory and reputation in this duel that was forced by criminals that has no fanfare or audience whatsoever. Lewis plays one more monster in defense mode before setting 2 more back row, causing Yugi to lose another 1,000 life points as we finally switch over to his turn again. In a rare moment, we get Yugi's inner dialogue talking about making the opponent waste a trap card or maybe actually defeating it. Actual resource management in a Yu-Gi-Oh anime episode? I'm not used to that. Getting a face down card before summoning Alpha the Magnet Warrior, then cut back to Joey and friends who are enjoying a nice vacation at this random warehouse.
There's a way to get in touch with Seto and let him know where we are, but they took my laptop.
Yeah, man, as soon as my brother finds me, I'll be safe. It's not like these thugs that could have tortured me if they wanted to. They're such jerks for taking my laptop, and Kaiba could find me if I had my laptop, but they're jerks and they took my laptop. Yeah, you know, these jerks are actually kind of tame. Oh, wait, never mind. Joey's conditions are way worse. Before either of these thugs get a chance to do anything, though, Joey Wheeler does his best impression of Anthrax.
You touch me, you'll be sorry.
This strange man puts his hands out and casts a spell on Joey, convincing him that he's now bald and must destroy everyone with amazing hair, starting with Yugi. But ignore that because Taya and Mokuba are already back with the ultimate cardboard fort. Just about to escape when all of a sudden the same 3 thugs that always come in, seriously, do they have anyone else hired, that are somehow all able to climb up on this cardboard box structure at the same time. 3 fully grown men. Like, how strong are these boxes? Apparently not strong enough, as they all fall down like London bridges as Mokuba manages to escape. All while leaving me sitting here thinking just one simple thing. Damn, Taya has some crazy defense. She fell down like 20 feet twice today. She just keeps on trucking. The thugs split up and try and find Mokuba, but he's wearing a bright yellow jacket, so that's just too tough to find. So let's just go back to our duel. Our duel where it's Umbra's turn and he summons Rogue Doll to the field, causing Kaiba to make fun of him, claiming he's way too old to be playing with dollies, or at least ones with such low attack points. So if they had higher attack points, would he be okay with it? For some reason, Kaiba isn't even remotely worried about those 2 face-down cards, but he probably should be, because one is Massive Weakness, lowering the attack points of the Blue Eyes down to 2,300, and the other is Massive Brutality, raising the Rogue Doll back up to 2,600. This makes Yugi super friggin' excited, because he gets to be a team again and activates Mystical Rift Panel, transferring the Massive Brutality to Kaiba's Blue Eyes, destroying the Rogue Doll, and pissing off Seto Kaiba because he had to accept the worst thing in the entire world, actual help. Why the hell did Rogue Doll sound like Black Skull Dragon when it died? The Ray Hunters start bitching at one another, losing their team spirit before Umbra claims he's just gonna go it alone from here. All because their opponents had 1 trap card to stop their almighty plan. 1 trap card. That's all it took. Oh hey, it's Tristan and Serenity barely making it into a train station, and when I say barely, I mean they literally had maybe 2 seconds before the door closed. No paying attention to Tristan having his hands on her the entire time. It's finally back to Kaiba's turn, and he says the same thing that Elon Musk said to himself about 10 minutes after revealing Twitter Blue.
I am once again in total control.
Seto's an expert duelist, so fuck the draw phase, standby phase, main phase. The battle phase is all that exists, launching what Yugi calls a hasty direct attack on Umbra. Unfortunately, he didn't think about the face down card that he had, the Mask of Impregnability. Nice name. It blocks all incoming direct attacks from the opponent, so basically just a worse negate attack or a Wabaku. Would you have protected your friend if I had attacked him? Would you have used your face down card on Loomis if I had chosen him instead? Is there anyone in this world you can trust besides yourself? Am I even Seto Kaiba? Am I playing mind games? I don't know. I'm Seto Kaiba. Yugi is very happy to see Kaiba being a good teammate, telling these other teammates how bad of a team they are, before we head back over to Tristan and Serenity sitting in a train. Unfortunately for our boy Tristan, though, he's currently going through the one thing that all duelists must endure at least once in their lives.
Oh man, I'm stuck in the friend zone!
We head back to Taya, who's been recaptured? Captured again? I'm not really sure how it works if you've already been caught. He attempts to talk to Joey, but he just stands there with a blank expression on his face and refuses to respond. And while she's normally used to this, she can clearly tell this time it's not just because he smoked too much. Back to Loomis's turn, he activates Pot of Greed, whatever that does, revealing a hand that's not so good in the looming threat of a hungry Blue Eyes.
I'll activate card exchange! This card allows me to exchange my entire hand with that of any other duelist on the field.
Excuse me. Excuse me. We've officially found the most broken card ever made. That card had no cost. And he didn't even have a hand when he took his partner's cards instead of just taking resources from his opponent. Do you I can't there's no words. There's no words for that. Just because we use one of the best magic cards in the game, let's follow it up with one of the worst magic cards in the game, Chosen One, because fuck going -3 just to special summon something.
Those are my cards you're risking.
They're not your cards anymore, Umbra.
Yeah, now they're mine. I could have taken my opponent's entire set of resources, but I really wanted to use this shitty magic card instead. Actually, because this is the anime, it doesn't really matter if you're good or evil, chance is guaranteed. Successfully landing on the monster he was so desperate to summon. Also, anyone else realize how fast this team duel strategy goes out the window? Seriously, all it took was one mystical rift panel. Loomis succeeds and summons the mass beast Descardius, one of my personal favorites, and with over 3,300 attack, it could take out the Blue Eyes with just one easy swipe. The episode ends with Loomis taking about a full 2 minutes to decide who to attack, while I get pissed off because they show beta to the Magnet Warrior with X's instead of its attack values, and it just doesn't work like that. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my patrons. I just want to thank everyone all for the support this year. We're coming up on the 1 year mark. I want to say around January 26th, and we should hit 500 before then pretty easily. So again, thank you all, and we're gonna keep killing it next year. If I can start making some money off this, you know I'm gonna make it full time. This has been the Man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. It's a new frickin' year. I'm old, you're old, we're all dying. Entropy sucks. Love you. Later. Today's story is brought to you by the number 1, as in that's how many times every player in this duel actually had a turn today. Oh god, they're just gonna start talking, aren't they? Summon the god of friendship, all my fellow future outlaws, as this is Card Game vs. Humanity, and I am that NAKK Double G. Starting your year off with that recap that you know your life would feel weird without now. We still got about 150 episodes to go. Jesus Christ. So as per usual, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, that comment. Hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. And leave a comment telling me if, like me, you're genuinely wondering if Kaiba forgot that anything other than the battle phase exists at this point. The battle phase, the most important phase, of course, is exactly what Loomis has been sitting in for the past 10 minutes trying to decide who to attack. Considering he could just win Yugi's God card right here, right now if he attacked him, I'd probably go with that bet. I don't know about you. Umbra finally decides that now they're teammates again, saying that leaving Kaiba's Blue Eyes unattended would be a terrible move. And honestly, I'm just wondering if Yugi dies, would it just automatically go back to Loomis's turn, or would it just be Kaiba's turn? I'm genuinely curious.
Wondering whether you'd have the guts to challenge my Blue Eyes White Dragon, and now I know.
I always wondered if you were a coward, too scared to attack me and my Blue Eyes, too scared of my huge fucking nose. Now I know. Loomis finally decides to attack the Blue Eyes, taking the bait laid by Seto Kaiba, who manages to go from Zen mode to Destroy Them Now mode within about a few seconds. Yugi loses 1,000 more life points as it switches to his turn, but he doesn't seem to care, as he says this duel is just about over anyway. As a man who's lived as a god for many generations, he's learned that you don't always need a sacrifice to have a good time. Coming in Gamma, the Magic Warrior, as Yugi is the only man who knows how magnets actually work. He combines all 3 of them into the mighty Valkyrie and the Magna Warrior.
I've been patient long enough. Stop stalling and attack them.
Yes, I've been patient long enough, Yugi. You just summoned that monster 15 seconds ago, and then I started talking shit to Loomis, but my god, I've been waiting long enough. Holy crap. Yugi tries to monologue to himself and wonders why they don't seem nervous at all, despite the fact that they don't seem to have any trap cards on the field for once.
Listen, Umbra, don't seem nervous at all.
Do it, Yugi. Destroy their monster now.
Man, it's kind of weird that Umbra and Loomis aren't nervous.
Do it now, attack!
Man, it's kind of weird that Umbra...
I've waited long enough, attack!
That Umbra...
Now, attack!
Let me get to it! Kaiba's bitching and monologuing goes on for so long that it's actually been about 5 minutes since Yugi summoned Valkyrian now, admitting to himself that as much as he hates relying on others, he will do what he has to save his little brother.
Yugi, we can win. Right.
What the hell was the point of all that back and forth if you're just going to go into attacking anyways? It was all inner dialogue. They didn't communicate anything. Valkyrian successfully destroys the mass beast Descardian, unleashing its hidden ability upon its destruction. Leaving the Mask of Remnants in its wake, it quickly takes control of Yugi's Valkyrian and puts it on his side of the field. It also brings me to realize, like, holy crap, all these high-powered monsters just kind of go back and forth really quickly, don't they? For some reason, the Rare Hunters are back to buddy-buddy mode, as Umbra takes his turn to activate another lovely fate card called Masquerade. A card that apparently allows him to control his friend's monster with no cost or explanation, because sure, why not? Taking a page out of Kaiba's book, he attacks Yugi immediately, but unfortunately Yugi decided that now is his one time to use his allotted cheat per duel. Activating Defusion and splitting up a normal effect monster that gets summoned to the field by tributing 3 of its lesser components without polymerization. Don't ask questions about rulings or whether or not it's Umbra or Loomis' monster still for the end of the turn, or why the battle phase didn't just reset and he could have just attacked with all 3 monsters for game anyways.
Are you shocked?
Well, yeah, I mean, no one explained why he still controls all 3 monsters without the Mask of Remnants, or why your card worked on a non-fusion monster, so... yeah. After what seems and what actually is about 10 minutes, it's finally Kaiba's first turn in this duel as he tells the Rare Hunters to welcome his Egyptian God card. Even with the Mask of Restrict on the field, he can sacrifice his opponent's monsters still, if only it worked like that. But if he used Soul Exchange, he can take all 3 monsters at the same time and tribute them for Obelisk, if only it worked like that. And when Obelisk is summoned to the field, it creates a giant tornado that destroys everything around it, if only it worked like that. Anyone gonna tell me why Obelisk attack and defense were going up to 4850 for no reason?
Do it now! Attack!
That's not an answer, bitch. Just because everyone loves a soul exchange that doesn't take away your battle phase, Kaiba doesn't hesitate at all to lay waste to Umbra with the mighty fist of Obelisk. Oh shit, his life points have dropped to 0 and he's gonna fall through the glass ceiling and into the Shadow Realm. Oh wait, never mind, he has a parachute inside his robe because that's structurally acceptable. Good to know you can just fly down and land on a pole that can save you from going into a magical dimension that I'm pretty sure was supposed to send you there immediately. Yugi says to Loomis that in a 2-on-1 battle he'll stand basically no chance and demands that he surrender, bringing the NBA player to his knees. Kaiba on the other hand doesn't care if it takes another 3 turns to get to his turn. He must attack, he must destroy them. Without any warning or any frickin' surprise at this point, Merrick takes over the body of the rare hunter that just lost to Yugi. A concept never seen before and an omen to the fact that we're gonna spend the last 7 minutes of this episode just talking.
This rare hunter's gone mad!
Is under the control of a man named Merrick.
That is ridiculous, Yugi.
No, unfortunately, that's just pretty much the standard right now. I can't even make fun of him for really not knowing better. Because at this point, I'm pretty sure even Yugi's sick of talking after every duel and just wants to get to the end of the season. Merrick is a classic 007 villain, so he does his best to explain the entirety of his plans to both of our heroes, sparing no detail, claiming that Kaiba's Obelisk is no match for his winged dragon of Ra. But he's taken over the minds of Yugi's friends, and he doesn't want Yugi to talk, he just wants him to die. Yugi calls him a coward and says, why don't you just show up and end this season already? If only he knew of a certain green-haired interruption that's just not gonna let that happen anytime soon. But Kaiba is done hearing enough of this BS, walking over to Loomis to pick him up with one arm for what I can only assume is a devastating chokeslam.
You trust me? What a fool!
I think the lady at the DMV said the same thing to me once. Unfortunately for our heroes, this line called Loomis has been disconnected. Please hang up and try again. But also don't forget to be a selfish prick and take their locator cards first. You earned it by being forced into this by criminals. They both have 6 locator cards now and can enter the finals as if Kaiba wasn't going to make that a mandatory thing to begin with. All of a sudden, a goddamn helicopter comes out of nowhere and oh wait, is that Mokuba? And he managed to save himself and escape all in the span of 1 episode? Also, who the hell's flying that thing? Mokuba reassures that while Taya did fall on her fine ass a few times today, she's otherwise okay, surrounded by gangbangers.
Get in the chopper now.
Arnold? Hey look, it's Tristan at the train station and he's really hungry and wants to buy one of everything. Serenity's really scared about her eye operation still though, and I honestly just don't care at this point anymore. The episode ends with Seto Kaiba being mad at his brother because even though he saved himself and brought them a personal helicopter, he forgot the snacks. And you never forget the snack. That's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching and of course a shout out to all my patrons. If you find yourself filling with a sense of horror and dread, a sense of deep malice that you just can't get over, a sense of a flashback episode coming up soon. Yeah, it's coming. This has been the Man for Worth with all the girls, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're ready for a recap of a recap on Wednesday. I'm not even sure how I'm going to do that. Later. In today's story, there is no story because it's all just your imagination and you should probably stop watching right now and you should probably ignore what I just said. Put on your favorite baseball cap, all my fellow feature outlaws. This is his Card Games vs. Humanity and I am the NKK-double-G. Here with a recap for your recap, and I swear to God I'm not capping on that. Honestly, I'm not even 100% sure what I'm doing right now. So if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, that comment, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if you think it's remotely insulting to the audience of this show that they didn't just, move the story along about 30 minutes. Moving the story along is something we simply will not do here today. As we watch some nameless duelists in the streets cause some chaos to local civilians. Actually, the duelist using giant Rex gets wrecked by the sword hunter before an actual adult shows up to the scene.
Come on, let's go! What's going on here? Don't you have school?
Silly adult, the Duel Academy hasn't been built yet. This isn't GX. Sorry, pal, my name is Police Officer, and Kaiba paid us all off very well to kill on sight anyone who interferes with his children's card game tournament. I'm just enforcing the rules and doing my job. I promise this isn't a direct representation of when the police force has been used for something extremely stupid before. Aw, I want to meet Steven Tyler. I'm not really sure why this laptop has a piece of Maceta from Phantasy Star Online in the corner, but ignore that little Easter egg. Because it totally makes sense we have a view of this port that we're headed to on this 256 megabyte RAM laptop despite it being 11 miles away. Kaiba says there's more important things to talk about than Yugi's potentially dead friend. He wants to know about the Egyptian god cards, about Merrick and why he seems to want them so badly. Considering that Yugi's talked to him 10 times already, he should know quite a bit about him at this point. He tells Kaiba that he has a Millennium item and that's the way he was able to control the rare hunters to duel for him. Something that Kaiba claims is silly and nonsensical. Yugi says, oh yeah, Kaiba, take this. Flashback. The only card left untouched is Monster Reborn. No other magic cards, no other trap cards. Fucking world champ. Kaiba summons a clown, Pegasus summons a Jack-in-the-Box, and this duel is over. That's about how I saw it going. Kaiba laments his loss and asks Mokuba to forgive him before quickly having his soul stripped and put into a card with 0 attack or defense points. It should at least have an effect where if you pay $1,000, it can destroy one monster on the field.
That was just a cheap trick.
But you were literally turned into a trading card. Even as stubborn as I am, I don't think I could come back from that and ever expect physics to make sense again. For some reason, after 74 episodes and multiple opportunities to do so, Yugi decides that now is the time to tell the Kaiba brothers that he's actually a 5,000-year-old ancient pharaoh living in a spiritual puzzle. I believe it or not, that he wasn't just a kid born in a pool of L'Oreal shampoo and conditioner.
That's a lie. Do you honestly expect me to believe you?
With hair like that, I honestly don't see any other explanation either. Yugi says he once ruled as pharaoh, and oh god damn it, here's another flashback. Unfortunately, like most game creators, sorcerers stuck in their mom's basement with way too much free time on their hands learned how to use them as well and wage war back on the pharaoh. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, at the bottom floor, and oh my god, it's a giant rock. It's a rock, and it has dual monster carvings on it, and it's quite large. So large that Kaiba admits right away that her story must be true. Man, she just really knows how to get to him, doesn't she? Apparently the monsters were real and people were idiots back then, summoning them willy-nilly without knowing how to put them back like some broken me-sinks machine. They asked the pharaoh for help, and on that day he decreed, fuck it, let's have trading cards, sealing them away in stone tablets. Despite becoming a fucking trading card himself, Kaiba refuses to believe any of it, thinking it all must have been some sort of silly joke before wait, no. We just had one. God damn it. Flashback. Now this man's deck, who's completely filled with rare cards, didn't have a single backup soldier or monster reincarnation. I guess it just slipped his mind.
Summon Skull's electricity raises Alpha's magnetic attack power by 200 points!
God damn it, no! Summon Skull does not boost his attack points by 2. Mokuba wants to know what Merrick's gonna do when he rules the world, and truth be told, so does Yugi, because no one actually knows yet. Kaiba, on the other hand, just says the same thing I said when I caught my brother talking to 2 Jehovah's Witnesses at the front door.
Do me a favor and stop corrupting my brother's mind with your lies.
Yugi! Lifer gets an epic entrance revealing itself to our hero Yugi, which makes me wonder what exactly are the requirements for someone to be worthy to summon one of these things. I mean, they make a whole big deal about it later on that only certain duelists are worthy, and I'm supposed to believe that the gods just don't give a fuck that this guy named Strings that's done nothing with his life is supposed to be able to do this just because his mind is being controlled by Merrick? I don't buy it. Lifer is a monster whose attack power can go on forever. Well, at least before they implemented deck card limit. Yeah, so 2354? Yeah. Half hour? Yeah, that should be fine. Alright, thanks. Oh, shit. Hey, I'm back. Yugi says... Finally stop talking after 8 minutes before Joey and Yugi start talking again. Joey tells his best bud to keep the red eyes for the tournament, that all these players have such rare cards that he'll definitely need a 2 tribute monster with 2400 attack and no effect to help him. The episode ends with them saying how good of friends they are and how they're gonna work together, and then they immediately take off in separate directions. Man, I really wanted to make fun of more of this episode, but holy shit, they just talk for like 10 minutes. What's the point? What's the point? I can't even do a full sentence without a flashback. Full sentence? Oh crap. We back? We back. Despite being the one to tell Yugi to get to the chopper to go save his friends, Kaiba's already sick of hearing about Yugi's friends that they're going to go save. Now only 2 miles away, activates Roulette Spider, attaching itself to Jinzo and forcing it to spin right round baby until it lands on either a monster or a player. 2 options that could land on a scapegoat and do nothing, 1 that could kill him, and 2 that could land on Espa and kill him. Less than a 50% chance, so of course it's gonna work. Jinzo finally stops spinning and lands on Reflect Mode. He attacks one of Weevil's eggs that are conveniently always left in attack mode for some stupid reason. Before going on a huge rant about how they plan to lower her attack bit by bit by destroying all the other insects on the field, despite the fact that her natural attack power is stronger than Gear Free. So he activates Grave Robber, stealing the can of bug spray from Weevil and destroying the queen on, also possibly energy drain from earlier. He revives one monster and puts it underwater, making Joey very suspicious. Oh wait, never mind. Joey draws one of the best magic cards of all time, Giant Trune, blowing away all magic and trap cards on the field and revealing the legendary Fisherman. Realizing that Mako basically threw the game last turn, Joey says it's been an honor and quickly kills his father for the 2nd time. Seriously, why did he bring it back just to watch it die again? You know what? Fuck it. The episode ends with the helicopter crashing and everyone dies. The end. Well, that's it for this recap. That's not really a recap on a recap. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my patrons. I just want you all to take a step back and think about one simple thing. You just watched a recap about a recap. Yeah, your life sucks. This has been the Man from Earth with all the growth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. See ya. In today's story, we finally reached the point where avoiding any sort of humans can be physically hurt aspect is just finally thrown out the window. I mean, want to crush a teenage girl under a 5-ton container? Sure, why not? this. Give all your rarest cards to your enemy, all my fellow and future outlaws. This is his Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NAKK Double G. Here with another recap of our favorite card game show. I think the name of it's called Bat and Kaidos or something. I might be way off. But as per usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment, tell me if you're just as surprised as I am at how long Kaiba just kind of stands there and says and does nothing for most of this duel. Really the kind of nothing that Merrick plans on doing when he rules the world. Thanks to his two new mind slaves, Joey and Taya, aka these two teenagers that he bribed with some trading cards. Odeon appears with 12 locator cards that he apparently must have just gotten during the 30 minutes that we were flashbacking in the last episode, allowing them both to go to the finals in case this plan fails, which it definitely seems like it's going to.
In which case you've wasted a great deal of time.
I mean, not really. He got them all off screen within like one episode. Merrick hands over a bunch of his rarest magic cards over to Joey, who just quickly slams them down on top of his deck with no shuffling or strategy. It's just a 60 card deck that's virtually unbeatable now. I mean, it'd be such a shame if we couldn't get those cards back should this plan not work out. I mean, that'd be such a shame, wouldn't it? This isn't a good plan, is it? Yugi is ready to rumble as soon as they hit the ground, but Kaiba says because this is his choppa, he's the one that gets to call the shot. He only cares about the third Egyptian god card, and he will turn this helicopter around if Yugi doesn't behave. Our hero claims that Joey and Taya are in great danger and need to be saved first. Kaiba, on the other hand, just does his best impression of the US government.
Haven't you realized by now that teamwork's not my thing?
Seto says it was his skills that were able to defeat the rare hunters in their last duel, despite the fact that it was Yugi that saved his ass multiple times. Not to mention, he's the one that literally provided the 3 monsters that allowed him to summon Obelisk in the first place. Yugi decides that he'll just have to save his friends on his own before they notice a familiar figure in the distance. It looks like someone who's barely paying attention, so they just kind of assume it's Joey.
When that fool realizes I've turned his best friend against—
Okay, that helicopter was less than 2 frames from hitting the fucking ground. I'm no expert, but I'm pretty sure you can't just come flying in at 200 miles an hour and then stabilize yourself like 2 feet above the ground. Despite Joey's entire personality and voice being different, Kaiba assumes that this must be just one of Merrick's tricks, that he just really likes voice changers. Oh wait, no, he's diving further into this weird conspiracy mode. As Kaiba says that Merrick must have found a way to turn Joey against him, and he's working for the rare hunters now, and maybe he has the third Egyptian god card in his deck. And like, really? After all the crap you said about him, you assume they're gonna give it to Joey? Like, really? He tries his best to talk to Joey and make him remember the promise that he made to him, and oh look, it's a flashback. I'm not fucking doing it again.
Merrick's power is feeble compared to the strength of our friendship.
It's honestly a little scary how you could just replace Merrick's name with just about any anime villain from the 90s and that statement still remains accurate. This may come to you as an unfortunate surprise, but Taya is now under Merrick's control as well. Because I guess he was thinking there was a small chance that Yugi wouldn't have minded. He does the terrifying act of walking down these metal stairs slowly and then slowly walking past Yugi because Merrick knew that Yugi would follow that booty into battle any day. This is Joey he's being forced to duel against. Surely he wouldn't want to go through with that.
For the highest stakes imaginable!
All right, let's duel.
Okay, now he's ready to duel. I mean, you know, as long as there's some sort of life-threatening situation to gamble on, Yugi's ready. Otherwise, it's just not fun anymore. Both players are handcuffed to this large anchor that will crash into the sea and drag them both with it, essentially removing any possible way to avoid the fact that someone's probably going to die at the end of this duel, so we're just going to have to go with it. The match has a 60-minute time limit, and should Yugi try to cheat, both players will be dragged down into the sea at the same time, essentially ruining any possibility for me to complete my goals and actually take your god card and puzzle in the way that I need to. Oh, by the way, don't pay attention to the large crate hanging above Taya, who's now sitting in the sophisticated bondage chair. Don't pay attention to any of the death that could happen here. As head of the Battle City tournament, Kaiba demands that this duel be stopped. If you look closely at one of the same 3 rare hunters that we always see operating this crane, you'll see that if Kaiba does anything to interfere with this match, I will literally flatten her like a pancake in front of all of us, crushing her bones in a bloody embrace. This is a kid's show. Merrick tells Yugi that his god card is off limits in this duel, and for some reason Yugi agrees instantly with no fight, claiming that the card is too dangerous anyways, and I'd argue with him, but last time it literally struck the ground with, like, the force of dynamite, so it's a bit of a gamble.
I keep my special cards in here.
I'm having a hard time deciding whether or not that's actually cool because it's like the beginning of a Batman tool belt, or if it's really lame because it's basically just a fanny pack. But look, I see Red Eyes in here. Let me use the worst version of Dark Magician in my deck with no synergies to support it. That should help me win. Yugi throws this special one-of-a-kind god card on the ground like it doesn't matter as this duel finally gets underway. Naturally, let's head over to Tristan and Serenity to see what boring crap they're doing together. Oh look, it's a flashback of Joey and Serenity playing together as kids. Huh. No parents around. That's surprising. Unfortunately for them, and definitely not because he wasn't thinking about anything but titties, Tristan never actually found out where he's supposed to meet the gang after picking up Serenity, attempting to call Taya on the payphone.
That girl's always got her phone on.
I'm not sure why that kid was so happy when he saw Tristan. You might want to get out of there. Back to our duel, Merrick tells Yugi to go first because he knows he's too scared to actually do something to hurt Joey, to which he does comply, simply setting a gazelle in defense mode and ending his turn.
Say goodbye to your gazelle, for I play Raigeki, which destroys it.
And literally the one goddamn time they use Raigeki in the show, and they don't even show the card. Just like this weak-ass lightning bolt that destroys one monster and then it's over. I can't be the only one who was upset about that. Evil Joey summons the almighty alligator sword and attacks Yugi directly, leaving our hero with only 2,500 life points on the first turn before summoning Big Shield Gardner to protect himself. Unfortunately for Yugi, Merrick has Hinotama, such a powerful card for 500 direct damage. Yugi's already down to 2,000 life points and seemingly ready for defeat already.
That third-rate duelist Wheeler never had cards that powerful in his deck.
I know they only have 4,000 life points, but even then I'm not sure I consider that powerful. But then again, this is a man who chooses actively to not use Harpy Feather Duster in his deck, so maybe I'm the idiot. Back to Tristan and Serenity, who are walking down the street not knowing where to go when all of a sudden some thugs in mysterious robes appear around them. But since Serenity is blind as Ray Charles, she has to get on his back and run away, not because he thought they were dangerous, but because he thought it was an improv group that needed 2 extra actors. Heya finally wakes up from her acid trip, wondering what the hell is going on, so Mokuba looks at her and tells her what the hell is going on. He finally gets it that Merrick is the one that Shizu warned them about, oh, I don't know, 51 episodes ago?
So don't test me!
You wouldn't do it. You don't have the guts.
Never mind. Teia's kind of a badass. It's Yugi's turn, and he knows that even under Merrick's control, using basic moves are the best way to confuse the young duelist Joey. Putting one face-down card and summoning Karibo in attack mode. That's not a bait. Because Merrick is a good duelist, he just blindly attacks and gets caught in the spellbinding basic bitch circle, reducing the monster's attack to 800, a value that's still too high for any of his monsters to defeat. Jesus Christ. The episode ends with Merrick activating another Hinotama magic card, reducing Yugi's life points to 1,500 and pissing me off because it didn't even have an animation. But that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my patrons. If you yourself are addicted to a bunch of rare and powerful burn cards like Hinotama, I'd like to introduce you to my new favorite friend. I have 3 of them in my deck already. Their name is Sparks. This has been the man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. We're already over 500 subs, so I want to thank you all. We're getting that 1,000 this year. We might even get 2K. Let's do it. Later. In today's story, we set a world record for the most amount of time it took to make one move in a duel that already started. Spoiler alert, I effing hate it. Give the gift to Gab, all my fellow future outlaws. This is his Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NAKK. Back with another recap of that friendly show involving friends who aren't really friends anymore, Duel Monsters. So as per usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if you're as brain dead as I am, waiting for nearly 16 minutes for Yugi's first turn to end. Nearly as brain dead as the writers think we are, as we begin the episode with Merrick talking about his evil plans once again. Claiming that Yugi's friend is gone forever and now there's nothing he can do about it. Heya screams at him to snap out of it, despite the fact that she's been told multiple times that he's already under Merrick's control.
It just came to me when Taya reminded us of our friendship.
I'm not really sure what he's talking about, because this is like the one time in the entire series Taya actually opened her mouth and didn't use the word friendship. Little Yugs wants to switch places with Yami, claiming he's better friends with Joey, so let's have a 3-minute conversation about it first. Yami claims that this is far too dangerous of a match, though, as if his body won't be dragged down to the sea regardless of whose mind is controlling it. This deeply pisses off Merrick, as he wants to defeat the Pharaoh, not this little runt, before making even Kaiba look sane by doing a complete 180, saying, oh wait, this kid sucks. He's a little bitch. I can defeat this little bitch. This is a good thing. We head back to Serenity and Tristan, who are currently being chased by street performers.
Can't run forever. Wanna bet?
After all the superhuman shit I've seen him do already, I genuinely believe he could. Unfortunately for our overpowered hero, he finally gets ambushed by these 3 large gentlemen in robes, seemingly having no option but to fight them. Is that a laser beam?
There's more where that came from, tough guy.
Oh wait, no, it was a dice. 3 grown men, paralyzed for at least 20 seconds. Because of dice. He's just that sexy. I'm not even gonna ask how the fuck he even managed to find them in the first place. Holy crap, we're 7 minutes into this episode and Yugi finally draws his first card, revealing the Red Eyes Black Dragon. Something that forces them to spend the next 52 seconds explaining what tribute summoning is for some reason. The degree of which this entire episode is completely unnecessary is starting to hurt me. But wait, says Yami, summoning it right now would be too risky. Maybe he has something to destroy it. But wait, says Yugi, maybe there's a way I can show it to him without actually summoning it, which is not at all a convenient question to ask when you have exchange in your hand right now.
It's time to sink or swim. Quite literally.
As much as I want to believe that Kabe would just stand there and be a prick and do nothing as Yugi crashes into the sea, we all know that he could not go on without his secret lover. It's Teia's turn to talk, so naturally she gives us what we all wanted, a flashback. Remember that time I drew a smiley face on our hands and then it disappeared a few minutes later? Do you remember how important that was? 9 minutes and 20 seconds into the episode, it's time to show Merrick what friendship is all about, activating the first magic card exchange.
What's Yugi thinking? The exchange card allows Wheeler to take any card he wants from Yugi's deck.
Yes. Kaiba, that's right. Any card from their deck. You are such a good duelist. Eric thinks Yugi must be desperate to use a card like that, strolling ever so slowly to Yugi. Reveal the red eyes he drew 13 minutes ago, but it's somehow the same turn still. The first time the real Joey breaks through, seeing the red eyes in its opponent's hand, causing him to struggle against the magic of Merrick's large rod. Claiming that he has no mind of his own, it doesn't matter if that's the card that he specifically gave Yugi to defeat the evil voice that's currently inside his head. Well, either that or that card's completely made out of lead, because he's really struggling to pick it up right now. After about 90 minutes of struggling, Joey finally gives up and just grabs another card, quickly raising it into the air to reveal card destruction and not red eye. Yugi must have gotten through to him like a true friend. Such a commendable act indeed. Well, either that or Joey's hand was just really crappy.
There's not a card in your hand that can stop me.
And now I sacrifice my 2 monsters!
You just saw his hand. Like, you just saw his hand? He's gonna summon Red Eyes and then attack you for a lot of damage. Like, you just saw his hand. Only 13 minutes into this episode, not insulting at all or anything. Yugi tributes both monsters to summon Red Eyes Black Dragon, something that was apparently a risky move 7 minutes ago before activating exchange. Starting to realize how often they say, no, don't do that, before, you know, just talking to themselves for a couple minutes or activating maybe one other card and then going back to do that exact thing that they said they shouldn't do. Real Joey comes out seeing his one true love, forcing Merrick to lose more control before Odeon appears to tell him that his sister got away, unfortunately. Red Eye seems to be affecting Joey's mind, says Kaiba, as if, you know, a certain blue-eyed monster has never forced him to act more than a little crazy before. This leaves him wide open for Yugi to blast him back to his senses, his words not mine. Destroy the alligator's sword with the red eyes, inflicting 1,600 points of damage in the process. And I know what you're all wondering, and the answer is yes. Taking 15 minutes and 33 seconds to complete one turn of a duel is not insulting or rage-inducing at all. There's no holes in my wall over there. Nope, there's none. Despite his efforts with red eyes, Joey seems to still be under Merrick's control, causing Yami to say that this duel is getting too dangerous and he must step in, aka they're just taking way too long and he really wants to speed things up. We have 6 minutes left in this episode, so that's just long enough for Yugi to take off his puzzle and go into another inner monologue speech, claiming that ever since he finished the puzzle, he's gotten stronger and made friends along the way.
I need to prove to myself that I can be like you without you.
Said every anime protagonist to their master in the 2nd season of their series ever. I'm not really sure why both of them look like they're in severe pain while they're just talking during this part of the episode. It's kind of weird, honestly. Maybe they both stepped on attack, maybe they both had to poop, I don't know. I mean, it's honestly kind of suggestive. I'm just going to make it bigger on the screen as you look at it and realize that it's honestly kind of weird. Yeah, look at that. Despite it being his turn for the last few minutes, Joey asks Yugi if he's ready to get on with this duel. Activating a third Hinotama magic card, this one kind of animates a little, bringing our hero Yugi down to 1,000 life points. Without warning, we head back to the storyline that actually matters, though. Tristan, Serenity, and Duke running away from these rare hunters that are looking in the Chinese market. What the rare hunters didn't expect is for them to hide in what essentially looks like an army truck from GTA 3. Instead of asking why Duke is in Battle City or how the hell he even managed to find them, Tristan tells Duke the same thing every older brother must say to one of his friends who asked about his younger sister.
Who's she? To you, she's off limits.
Tristan tells Duke that Serenity is Joey's sister, making him wonder if it was that guy that he made him dress up in a doggy costume, definitely not implying that he's done it so many times before that he couldn't remember who it was.
I can definitely tell you one thing, though. They weren't very fond of you guys. Wow, Sherlock, you're real smart.
And you got Tristan putting someone down for their intelligence, Kaiba being mostly silent and only opening his mouth to say something stupid. This is a weird freaking episode. Back to the duel, Yugi is kneeling on the ground, devastated by a hologram magic card fireball, because that definitely makes sense. Before Taya asks the Kaiba brothers if they can do anything to help with their billions of dollars of resources. Unfortunately, Kaiba's feeling kind of lazy right now, so you'll have to try again later. For whatever reason, Yugi is severely crippled by this one magic card, attempting to walk really, really slowly as Joey summons the Rocket Warrior to the field. Oh, hey, it's a new fusion oh, wait, no, that's a fake card. A fake card called Attrition, a card that activates when he attacks the Red Eyes with Rocket Warrior in its invincible form, further reducing the Red Eyes attack by 1,500 more, as Attrition causes the monster to lose attack value equal to the monster that attacked it. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know how that card works. Yugi is still walking as slow as humanly possible as the Red Eyes falls to his knees like a sick dog. Unfortunately, this causes Joey to go nuts because he doesn't like seeing the pain of his good little boy. The episode ends with Yugi handing over his puzzle to Joey, saying, "It's yours now. You're the main character, but we're gonna have to wait till next episode to see your super form." Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course, a shout out to all my patrons. I don't have anything clever to say. This episode was about as pointless as it gets without being a clip show, just after we had a clip show. So I'm done. This has been the Man from With All the Girth, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god, this did not have to be 4 parts. It really didn't. But be the character you know you're worth. All that stupid shit. We're almost at 550 already. We're going crazy. Later. In today's story, Joey Wheeler finally steps up and becomes the main character. Now donning the Millennium Puzzle, surely we only have one question indeed. Has he become a better duelist? Not really. Attack blindly with no remorse, all my fellow feature outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NAKK-double-G. Here with part 3 of that friendship-bound recap that can't go more than 5 minutes without a flashback duel monster. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, that comment, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment, tell me if you're wondering, just like me, if both of these duelists, forgot that trap cards exist, and you probably shouldn't always just attack blindly when someone has at least 2 of them down. But that doesn't matter right now, as Yugi walks off like a badass, leaving Joey to struggle with his new main character status. Yugi says Merrick can't take control of his heart. I'm just pretty sure he can't take control of such a massive power.
The puzzle must be won in a duel in order to use its magic. Till we win this duel, it's useless to me.
Who set these rules? These items are literally made out of the essence of, like, dead, innocent people. Am I supposed to just suddenly believe the people who did it had a weird sense of honor and love strategy game? Merrick demands that Joey throw a piece of the puzzle into the sea, something he probably should have hired Weevil for, claiming that his rare hunters will dive down and go get it after he wins the duel. And just, like, imagine if they couldn't find it afterwards. It'd be genuinely easy for it to get stuck in a crevice or just get taken off by the current. So he's just about to throw the piece into the sea when Yugi yells at him to please not do it, instantly triggering a flashback.
Please stop! My grandpa just gave me that puzzle!
Sorry, twerp.
No.
Have you
no,
wimps had
no,
enough?
You're not showing
do
the
you
whole
want
fucking
more?
clip. Turn it off. Everyone thinks Joey is struggling in his mind to throw it into the sea, but the truth is his body's just trying to adjust to the new main character powers as best it can, forcing him to fall to his knees as he drops his cards. Clearly, this is just too much for him. Eric is pissed off that Joey chose to put the piece of the puzzle back together, but does his signature 180 by just saying, screw it, fine, keep it if you want, you stupid little kid. Only 14 minutes left on the clock, and Merrick yells at Yugi to get on with the duel, even though the last episode ended with it still being on his turn. This does cause Red Eyes to gain at least 500 of the attack points that it lost from Rocket Warrior last turn. Finally drawing bait of the Magnet Warrior, Yugi says he wants to try his best to make the real Joey break through again, laying 2 cards down and summoning his trusty Magnet Boy to the field. Holy crap, actual dueling recap on a dueling show? I almost forgot what it was like for the last few episodes. Yugi is a strong duelist, so he decides not to attack despite Merrick having absolutely no protection on his side, just ending his turn and letting Joey draw into another Panther Warrior, a monster strong enough to wipe out his Red Eyes and the rest of his life points. But before doing so, Merrick decides to do his best impression of the only words running through the mind of your average toddler.
Destroy! Destroy! Destroy!
He summons Panther Warrior to the field despite having nothing to tribute for its attack before putting Rocket Warrior in invincible mode.
Onslaught. And when that red eye...
It genuinely pisses me off how much ice he has in that cup and how much he spilled on the table. Like, even during editing, I will be upset. Merrick is an amazing duelist who somehow just attacks with the Panther Warrior blindly. But unfortunately for Merrick, he did forget to beat Erica in Celadon City, and Joey is now level 31, causing him to disobey his master and attack with a different move instead, this time the Rocket Warrior. Somehow the activation of Magical Arm Shield, a card he literally took from Joey last turn, surprises Merrick, redirecting the attack back at Panther Warrior and forcing the attrition card to lower its attack from 2,000 to 1,500 all the way down to 0. I kind of really do like how that card works. Yugi knows the real Joey is getting through bit by bit, and despite him constantly disobeying and doing what he wants, Merrick just kind of rolls with it and continues dueling. Let's head back to Tristan and Duke and Serenity, who is very worried about her older brother right now. Tristan says, I'm sure they're fine. Duke says, not if those thugs got them. Serenity says, oh no, I'm 6 years old and I'm scared. Tristan says, we have to find where the finals are and harass some duelists about it.
My Panther Warrior regains the 500 attack points it lost.
Big deal!
Oh man, little Yugi in sassy mode is the best. I'm not gonna lie, I might have responded with the exact same line. Yugi sacrifices Beta for Beast of Guilford and attacks Rocket Warrior instead of Panther for some stupid reason. I mean, at least if he attacks with both the Beast of Guilford and the Red Eyes that he keeps in attack mode for no apparent reason. Would have destroyed both monsters and left him with hardly any life points. It just bugs me, you know? Tristan is seen harassing this one duelist who only has 1 star chip, like the chump that he is before being shocked at the sight of something horrible.
That Duke Devlin's got a lot of nerve holding Serenity's hand like that.
Probably already slept with her, honestly. Somehow in a city that's apparently 11 miles long at the very least, the Rare Hunters manage to find our heroes by just loafing around, forcing Tristan to ask Duke to take care of Serenity while he takes care of some unfinished business. He's about to fight 3 grown men at the same time, isn't he? Well, they're fucking dead.
Watch it! Cross on the green, not in between!
As much as I want to make a vagina joke about that, I can't get over the fact that she was doing 70 miles an hour down a basic city block with people walking around everywhere. Never mind that, because let's head back to Tristan, who has literally beaten the shit out of 3 large grown men with seemingly no damage taken, interrogating one of them like this is Pulp Fiction or something, demanding to know where his friends are. Naturally, this man, values his life, so he tells them that they're at the Domino Pier. My Valentine comes out of nowhere, now only at 60 miles per hour this time. With Duke and Serenity now safely inside the vehicle, Tristan asks where the hell they came from. Duke says, don't worry about that. These hot chicks really want a 4-way, but we gotta be quick about it. Tristan says, I accept these terms.
They're underground duelists that lie, cheat, and steal.
Lie, cheat, and steal, huh? There might be a certain individual I remember who exemplified that life more than anyone.
Viva la raza!
Tristan tells Mai that she's going the wrong way because it definitely makes sense that he wouldn't have just told her where to go as soon as he got in the car. I mean, like, come on, man, that's some kid level shit.
Do not try this at home.
I literally can't because you're driving a fucking car. Back to the duel, Merrick draws into the skull dice saying this could be quite the helpful card before monologuing to himself for about another good 3 minutes. I mean, I could be just like a current meta player and let the timer run out since it's only a couple minutes away. But nah, thanks to my vaguely established world domination plans, I really just want to win this my way. Unfortunately for Merrick, and honestly for the viewer, Yugi starts to bring up old stories again to try to get through to Joey, mentioning his sister that he fought for in Duelist Kingdom. You know, the one he manages to forget all the time? Well, at least this time he kinda has an excuse. He places 2 cards face down on the field and dares Yugi to attack his Panther Warrior, something he could have done last turn with absolutely no consequences. It's Yugi's turn and he draws the Mystical Rift panel, setting it face down before being about as basic as Merrick and just attacking blindly despite him having 2 face down cards. I really can't stress enough how stupidly straightforward this duel is. Like, we've gone back to Duelist Kingdom just with 4,000 life points. Since both cards are so freaking good, Merrick activates both Graceful Dice and Skull Dice to make sure his 500 attack point monster isn't destroyed. Too bad for him, uses a lot of cheat per duel to activate D-Spell as a quick play magic card during the damage step, destroying the Graceful Dice and leaving Merrick with only one option for his monster now. Since Merrick doesn't have Joey's dangerous gambling addiction, he only rolls a 2, reducing the Beast of Guilford's attack to 1100 and still inflicting 600 points of damage.
I'm scared, guys.
Oh, trust me, I get it. I'd be scared too. I mean, like, a woman driving? The rest of the gang shows up as Mai drives in at 93 miles per hour, demanding answers to the crazy duel they see before their eyes. But they're gonna have to wait because the episode ends with Merrick drawing in a Meteor of Destruction, a card that basically has no artwork whatsoever and gets no explanation to how it's gonna win the duel. Nice. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course, a shout out to all my patrons. If any of you are scared of Serenity when we're in the car and I'm the one driving 90 miles an hour, just know it's just like my endearing way of getting us to 5 guys quicker. It's not meant to be dangerous. This has been Man from Earth with all the girls, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. See you on Friday. In today's story, we finally get the ending of our duel of friendship. Many lives were lost, but not many turns were taken. I think it was like 8 or 9 in 4 episodes. My brain hurts. Spent an entire episode all in one turn, my fellow future outlaws. This is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I'm that aka Double G. Back with a final recap of friends who just aren't having fun unless they're constantly trying to kill each other, duel monsters. So as per usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. And leave a comment telling me if you're thankful that I watched all these flashbacks so you didn't have to. Seriously, man. I'm in pain. Not as nearly as much pain as Yugi will be in when Merrick activates Meteor of Destruction, the apparent key to his victory despite still not explaining how it works at all. Bokuba asks Seto if there's anything they can do to help, that it's been 4 episodes and that's usually about as long as it takes them to do something. They need to save Taya, who says don't worry about her, just save the main characters. Doesn't know deep down without precious anime booty the main characters have nothing to fight for.
It's me, now listen up.
It's me, now listen up. I don't know why it took me 4 episodes to grab my collar and talk to someone, but you better open your ears, bitch. Merrick demands that Joey activate Meteor Destruction, finally explaining that it will do 1,000 points of direct damage to Yugi and end this duel. So pay attention to the animation lines that are literally hanging off his creepy-ass chin, not really connected to anything. Yugi cries out to Joey to start to try and remember who he is, and oh god, he actually starts to remember who he is, so you know what that means. Yes, flashbacks. Flashbacks for 3 minutes, from 3:54 to 6:51. Nothing but flashbacks of Joey in the past duels that we've already seen 80 times already. I'm starting to miss daylight. You then get a clip of Joey doing your best impression of your average Reddit user anytime the gay thoughts start to creep in.
Destroy you! Get out of my head!
With only 1 minute and 50 seconds left on the clock, Merrick demands that Joey do as he says or face severe consequences. Before all of a sudden, Yugi calls him out like a cowardly heel that refuses to come to the ring. He forced him to spend all that time flashbacking just to make Joey remember who he is and waste time on the clock. Claims that there will be a loser in this match. It won't be him, it won't be Joey. Taya, she might die, but we'll have to see. But it's definitely gonna be you, Merrick. And since he's not the one dueling anymore, there's no way for him to follow the weird, strict Millennium rules that, you know, allow him to actually gain the power of the puzzle.
What does Yugi think he's doing? That fool!
What is he even referencing here? Why did he say that? He's the one that stood there for 4 episodes like a useless prick. Everyone keeps talking so much that I'm literally losing motivation to recap this episode right now. Quickly realizing that the power of Merrick's rod was not enough to overcome the power of Joey's friendship in a shonen anime. Even though there's literally only 60 seconds left on the clock, instead of actually finishing the duel, let's just keep baiting Merrick over and over again about how he can't win now. This forces our very masculine villain to throw a hissy fit and use the full power of his rod, manually forcing Joey to activate Meteor Destruction, something he probably could have done like 15 minutes ago. Without warning though, seeing the meteor in the sky causes Joey to go into the fetal position, remembering the trauma of the scariest movie he's ever watched, Deep Impact. This PTSD shatters him from the control of Merrick, who does his best impression of me anytime I'm at a restaurant and they tell me there's no sweet Thai chili chicken wings left. No! Yugi activates Mystical Rift panel, stopping the meteor attack and allowing him to dictate who to launch it on. Totally doing anything they can to not mention the fact that Joey still has 1,100 life points and just would be fine if he got hit with it. I don't know, maybe you could have figured something out instead of talking for 20 minutes. Because this is Frieza versus Goku. The last 5 minutes happened all in about 30 seconds because there's 30 seconds left on the clock. Joey finally comes to his senses, waking up from his acid trip, wondering why he has handcuffs on him without consent. Oh shit, it's the Kaibacopter. It was just hiding behind this building the entire time. I heard it did have a flair for the dramatic suspense.
Not if I stop you first, Rare Hunter. Say hello to my Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Not so fast, Rare Hunter. Get a load of my blue eyes. I'll press the button. Here it comes. It's coming. Apparently all that standing around for 4 episodes was just Kaiba's way of being Batman. Concoct the perfect plan to take out this guard, crash his crane into the sea, and save Taya all in about 7 seconds. For some reason the crane explodes underwater because I guess this is an episode of Family Guy before Mokuba saves Taya from the bondage chair.
Let's help Yugi and Joey.
Right.
Kaiba literally just stood there. He saved Taya, he paid his debt, and now he's not moving a goddamn muscle. Back to the duel, Yugi tells Joey that there's no way he's gonna let both of them die, that the show needs one main character or all that screen time is gonna be taken up by Bakura, and nobody wants that. Trying out to Mystical Rift panel to direct the attack at him, basically not accomplish anything by activating it in the first place. You get an actual animation this time, causing Yugi to fall to his knees because apparently there's nothing more devastating than, like, a hologram magic card. Yugi's life points drop to 0, causing the box to open with a key inside before the timer resets to 30 seconds before crashing them both into the sea. He begs Joey to unlock his side and carry the series on himself, even taking his dual disc off so his precious cards don't get all wet. Joey says, wait, I'll think of something. Cheating!
Meteor of Destruction has another effect. Since Yugi has a monster on the field, I can force it to attack me.
Okay, no. Yugi already lost this duel and his life points hit 0. He even took his dual disc off and I'm supposed to believe Red Eyes is still out there on the field? Why not Beast of Guilford? Am I just supposed to forget that Red Eyes only had 900 attack and Joey had 1100 life points and somehow knew the effect of a card he's never ever seen before? Really? Red Eyes attacks and reduces his life points to 0 with no animation because they know this was total bullshit. As Serenity finally removes her bandages in the most dramatic way possible. Seeing her brother do his best Tarzan leap across the field with mere seconds to go. Grabs the key just before the timer runs out, pulling both him and the lifeless body of Yugi that's still at critical HP because of a magic card. Not even the superhero Tristan can save them from crashing down into the water, quickly being dragged down before Joey uses the key that he grabbed to release Yugi from his handcuff. And that's the mark of a true buddy. No friend of mine is gonna have to experience high levels of BDSM without consent. Yugi makes it to the top, but everyone starts to freak out, noticing their Brooklyn buddy hasn't resurfaced as well. Yelling at each other to grab the key before all of a sudden this mysterious woman that no one's ever seen before dives in.
Serenity?
Did you see how fucking fast she swam down to meet Joey? He was being taken down by a huge heavy anchor and she met him like it was nothing. Why does everyone on this show have random superpowers?
How cute. The geeks are back together again.
Gotta love how literally 5 seconds after 2 people nearly died in front of him, he's already insulting them and thinking about the finals. It's sunset now for some reason, and Joey is very sad about everything that transpired here today. Sorry that he almost destroyed their precious friendship, you know, not to mention almost killing each other. Joey wonders how he's gonna show his face at the finals now. How will he not be a disgrace when his mind was turned to mush by a literal psychopath that you're gonna meet at the finals anyway? Like, considering the cast and crew on this show, both good and bad, I really don't think you're gonna have to worry about your image. My appears and definitely doesn't slap him. Don't pay attention to that red mark on his cheek, you know, the one he's holding right now. Don't look at it. He didn't, there's no slap. Episode ends with Serenity and Joey being all warm and fuzzy and wholesome. So much so that even Kaiba has to use his hair to cover up the fact that he's tearing up right now. That's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to all my patrons. If any of you are interested in a massive Ancient Prophecy box break that we're going to be doing probably next weekend, maybe the weekend after, I got like nearly 300 packs coming in. They're the same error boxes, like the same case that we had in September. Don't miss it if you want to be a part of it. We've already sold like 125 packs. It's going to be crazy. This has been the man from Worth all the growth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. I'm going to go make food later. Today's story, a certain white-haired man finally gets his wish granted. More screen time than anyone else on the show. It's such a shame that when that happens, someone always seems to die, though. Meet me in the cemetery, all my fellow and future outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NAKKGG. Here with a weekly recap of that ghoulish show full of spooky, scary skeletons that just want your trading cards, Duel Monsters. As per usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if you're wondering why no one questioned the lame-ass rumor that the only duelists left in the tournament were going to meet up at the cemetery. It's just dumb, really. Not nearly as dumb as Joey, who starts off the episode by claiming that they really got one over on Merrick in the last episode. You know, got one over on him by almost drowning. Joey thanks his sister for saving him and says now that you can see again, you can finally watch me play a children's trading card game instead of, you know, anything else in the world that she may enjoy being able to see and appreciate.
I plan to wipe out both of you boys.
finals.
Honestly, with that disgusting chin, Joey, everyone's just gonna have a tough time even looking at you during the finals. Hey, let's use our locator cards to find the finals. How do we do that? I don't know, man. No one ever told us. Let's just summon them like monsters and hope it works. Oh, hey, now there's a giant hologram stadium to congratulate you for making it to the final. Honestly, I'm surprised there's not like a secret protocol to scan the duels, and if it's Joey Wheeler, it just blows up in his face. Bakura is lying in bed with a very serious ouchie, so we head to Dream World, where Merrick is just casually waiting for him. And should I come back later, or? Merrick says everything's going according to his plan. You know that plan where Bakura had to stab himself so Merrick could gain the trust of Yugi's friends, and that plan where the duel failed anyways. Bakura really doesn't ask questions or think things through, does he? Merrick says he'll have to steal a duel disc and gain 6 locator cards and join him in the finals to help him win some duels. Making Bakura very suspicious that there's something he's not telling him, or he's just really bad at the game. Like a good friend, Merrick explains nothing at all and says, go get the cards, and Bakura just kind of agrees and doesn't argue with it. All of a sudden, Grandpa is seen waking up this hospital-ridden patient because he made a mess in his bed and he really needs someone to help clean it up. Actually, Bakura wakes up to hear the good news that Yugi and Joey made it to the finals, despite Grandpa not asking at all where they are. Instead of thanking him, though, Bakura does his best impression of a young choir boy at church.
Back off, old man.
Evil Bakura stands up, revealing the Millennium Ring, mesmerizing Grandpa in the blinding light. Either that or he just has to pee again. Using hypnosis quickly to put the old man to sleep or steal his soul again, it's not really made clear. Man, Gramps just... he might have worse luck than Mokuba in this show. I'm not honestly sure who has it worse. Now somehow we're already outside some random building where our new hero is bullying some poor local duelist who only has 1 locator card.
Let's see what kind of deck you have. What? You call yourself a duelist? It's pathetic.
Gotta love it was basically the equivalent of an older brother looking through his younger brother's crappy new deck that he's really proud of. These hoodlums are out past their bedtime tonight, something that Bakura does not take kindly to, accosting one of them for the location of some duelists. Being a dueling vampire, his hunger is rising and he must feast.
Well then, I must duel now.
Some random dude is chilling in the cemetery looking for some other duelists because he's a very smart person, getting scared by some crows like a little punk before we finally get that Walking Dead crossover that we've all been waiting for. Let's not pay any attention to the fact of how long Bones must have been hiding underground wearing a mask with no way to breathe whatsoever. Like it would have taken time to bury him and make the ground look flat and wait for someone to come by that might be a duelist. He might actually be a zombie. Apparently Bandit Keith's old gang has just been scaring people for the locator cards and now they have 5. I'm not really sure how they plan to have all 3 of them duel at the same time in the finals, but you know, sure, go with it. Some crows start stirring as Bakura makes his way into the graveyard, but all of a sudden some zombies accost him from all angles. Proving another character in this show has Ultra Instinct, he avoids the big one with ease before putting him into a wrist lock and demanding that they duel him. Bakura tells Bones to take off the mask, something that he'll probably regret later, baiting him into putting up all 5 locator cards in a winner-take-all duel. I mean, the finals are soon and these would have to be the last 6 anyways, wouldn't they? Shizu. Bones accepts the duel, thinking that Bakura must be a low-level punk with only 1 locator card. Before everything seems surrounded by a thick pink fog that Bakura must have produced during the commercial break.
Hey, this fog's as thick as a really thick soup.
Thank you, nameless grunt. Bakura takes the first turn, claiming that this particular cemetery that he's never been to is haunted, so naturally he has the exact monster that represents its haunting story to, you know, summon to the field in the first turn. Summoning the Headless Knight and setting a back row, he ends his turn before Bones counters with Snakehair the Sorceress, destroying Bakura's poor knight and inflicting a massive 50 life points of damage. And because this is a graveyard-themed episode, we're going to use cards like the Shallow Grave instead of Monster Reborn, okay? Bakura's going to bring back the knight and then tribute it for the Earl Demise, a monster that seriously looks like it's suffering from malnutrition. Bones screams out, "Oh no, my monster is a goner! Oh no, my snake hair is destroyed and I take 500 points of damage! No one cares about their monsters more than Bones!"
I will unearth my magic burial card!
Pretty sure that's premature burial. Why even change the name of the card when you left cards like Mask of Impregnability in the show? Bones summons the dragon zombie and fuses both of them together to create a truly terrifying creature, the Mammoth of Gold Find. Gold Find? Gold Mine? I don't know, man. It's basically just a reskin Mammoth Graveyard. His fusion monsters are so good, he has to wait 1 turn to attack, laying 1 card in the back row before he ends his turn and letting Bakura go on the offensive. But before that turn begins, he activates Skull Invitation, a trap card that does 300 damage every time a card is sent to the graveyard. Are you noticing a theme in this episode? Maybe just a little?
To prove it, I'll send every card in my hand to the card graveyard.
Yeah, I'm gonna just discard these cards, man. I'm not really feeling them. Graveyard effects aren't a thing in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's not a big deal, man. Just go with the flow. Yeah, you can't do that. Invitation causes Bakura to take 1200 damage from his cheating ways. Oh wait, no, never mind. He's got a fake card. He's not cheating the rules. He's just cheating the rule. A nice fake card called Spiritualistic Medium, allowing his current monster on the field to gain 500 attack points for every card he destroys this turn. But before attacking, though, the Earl of Demise does his best impression of the last blowjob you'll ever receive in your life. Since Bakura is a top tier player, he goes -5 just to boost the attack of his monster and do a move that doesn't even result in the opponent losing the duel. Instead, just laying waste to the golden mammoth and bringing Bones down to a lowly 600 life points. For some reason, the trap card has an animation that knocks Bones down out of all things. I just genuinely find that hilarious. Before Bakura says that the end is near and that these 3 poor souls are going to be going to the Shadow Realm that they took them to during the commercial break. Those shadowy figures there, don't ask questions. The other nameless grunt tries to escape the cemetery by running away, but unfortunately this game is cyclical, not allowing for walking through walls and just returning you back to the starting point. With only one option left, Bones draws his card like a scared little bitch, revealing Nightmare, Steel Cage, and setting a face down card, seemingly giving him 2 turns to work with. Unfortunately for them though, Bakura draws his card and gets really sad because this duel is about to be over with and he just really loves torturing people. Ending the episode with the activation of Ectoplasma, he tributes his monster for direct damage to Bones, quickly sending all 3 of them off to the Shadow Realm with his army of marshmallow minions. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course a shout out to my patrons. If any of you are wondering exactly what Bakura did to Grandpa back in the hospital, don't worry, I am just as lost as you are. This has been the man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. Later. In today's story, we get the single biggest plot twist in the entire series, My Valentine being forced into a marriage over a children's trading card game. And if we know anything about this show, when it comes to cards, there is no higher law of order. You must comply. Force a grown woman to marry someone she barely knows. All my fellow and future outlaws, this is Card Game vs. Humanity, and I am that NKK Double G. Through the recap of the show, I used to think was Duel Monsters, but I had a feeling this might happen when the lead writer from Bold and the Beautiful took over. Of course, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, hit up the Patreon if you want to support me. Leave a comment telling me if any of you have ever thought about swooping down on a kite to steal your future bride. Be honest, at least a few of you have, haven't you? Almost as honest as our heroes who finally pull up to the Battle City Finals. There's literally no one around for miles, so let's park here so we can get away from the non-existent traffic that'll be around tomorrow. So he tries to mock Mai for losing at Duelist Kingdom despite only lasting literally 1 round longer. So they're asking why Mai bothered to help him at all back in Duelist Kingdom when he had no tournament prize card. Mai says he looked totally pathetic and his sister's story touched her, but never mind any of that shit because Joey found some ninjas. Apparently they're represented by this movie star, Jean-Claude Magnum, a man with a name that definitely doesn't make you roll your eyes. Nope, definitely not. He's also a man who decides to make an entrance in the most empathetic way imaginable. Okay, whoever just drove that car through a building was literally a few feet away from hitting Yugi and all of his friends. Like, if they hadn't continued walking forward, the show would just be over. All thanks to Jean-Claude Magnum. Yes, Jean-Claude, it's him, the guy that Joey's been obsessed with, that guy that we've known for about 10 seconds now that almost just killed him and all of his friends a few seconds ago. Hope you didn't mind that entrance, kid, or why there was absolutely no indication that there was some sort of movie stunt going on in this abandoned street that had all the lights off. Hope you didn't mind that. I guess movie stars are the one thing in Yu-Gi-Oh that are still revered enough to be competing with duelists. He walks over to Mai to tell her that he's come back for her.
Have you forgotten the offer you made me exactly 1 year ago? It was an offer of love, Ma.
An offer of love, you say? Friendship and honor? Compassion and romance? Sex. I guess they had a card game together on the boat on the way to Duelist Kingdom because go figure they don't show the one duel that she won legitimately.
You've got spunk. I like a girl who can stand up to me and tell me what's on her mind.
I mean, if that's your thing, then welcome to America. He's a very sane individual, so he offers to marry Mai right on the spot right there because mommy issues, what are those? Being rejected and telling him to come back in a year when he can actually beat her in a duel, which honestly probably shouldn't be too hard. He shoves his giant rock right in her face just as she's about to reject him. Then Joey really wants her to sleep with this movie star and give up her entire life just because he thinks he's a cool ninja. Either that or he's just a little bitch and he wants to visit her Hollywood mansion after she divorces him and takes half his stuff.
Give me one good reason why I should marry this clown.
Well, I mean, I just told you one reason why, so again, welcome to America. Because the children's trading card game is the way to decide very important life decisions like this. I agree to duel this chump because as Duke Devlin puts it, this guy has some serious kung fu skills and we probably shouldn't piss him off or, you know, he might beat up some actual minors to prove how awesome he is to the woman he loves. I asked Joey if he can use this duel disc, but without a moment's notice, he strikes an epic pose and reveals his own duel disc as well as 5 locator cards that he apparently won during this tournament. Which definitely means unless the Shizu just straight up takes the cards from him afterwards, that there's definitely more cards than there should be.
I'll take her place in the finals, not to mention her hand in marriage.
Oh yes, such a healthy way to start off a marriage. Have you heard of a prenup? Mai accepts the duel because she says that she's not a prize to be won, something that would require the knowledge of actually winning prizes in the first place. Starting off surrounded by studio lights that no one explains where they came from or who turned them on. Magnum begins the duel by summoning the ninja commander Asuka, who has the special ability of summoning another lesser ninja to the field upon summon. Actually, no back row to speak of. Mai takes her turn and summons the Amazoness swordswoman to quickly lay waste to the lesser ninja for 1100 points of damage.
Not only that, he's much shorter than he looks on screen.
Excuse me, Joey, do you have a problem with short people? That like somehow being a short man is a negative thing? That sometimes we have to stand on a step stool to get to the top of the cupboard? You know what? You're fucking right. Magnum is a great duelist who summons another ninja commander, giving him a third lesser ninja as well that can't do anything because Synchro and Ixie summoning is just a feature dream at this point. As you'd expect, Mai doesn't even summon another monster, just destroying the commander with Amazoness swordswoman, leaving this chump with 1,800 life points. That was his plan all along, because once both of these ninjas are sent to the graveyard, he contributed a third ninja to summon this massive 1,600 attack point monster called Grandmaster Ninja Shogun. Instead of being scared though, Mai says the same thing every teenager says growing up every time they saw a new Mortal Kombat adaptation.
What a surprise. More ninjas. Ever think about trying a different role?
Now Magnum has 5 ninjas on the field, so useful when your extra deck is still called a fusion deck. Destroying Mai's Amazoness and attacking with all 4 in a ninja star shower that leaves her with 1,800 life points.
At least you'll have a husband who's a Battle City finalist.
Really? You're so sensitive, Jean.
Stop flirting, Mai. There's too much on the line.
Joey, I don't think you understand what flirting is. Like, holy crap, that legit made me laugh out loud. Kay is very worried that Mai might lose this duel and end up having to marry this jerk because you must honor the duelist code. If you lose, you are getting married and you have no choice in the matter. Magnum sets a card face down and ends his turn, letting Mai take the offensive by summoning the Harpy Lady to the field. Attacking the Grandmaster Ninja, who has a trap card that never activated called Smoke Ball. Like, it just kind of happens and negates the attack. It didn't even have a card art.
You'll be limping down the aisle alone when I'm done with you.
Joke's on her, you know that man's down for pegging. We're nearing the end of this duel, so of course it's time to activate some fake cards, this one called the Kite of Ninja. An equip card that makes this Grandmaster Shogun completely untargetable by effects and monster attacks. Also, it allows him to sacrifice a lesser ninja to attack Mai directly, shocking our hero down to 200 life points. We ask Yugi if there's any way that Mai can win. Yugi literally just says, yeah, use Harpy's Feather Duster, no further explanation. So he hears this and like a good friend starts yelling at Mai at the top of his lungs, asking her if she has it in his hand. Why haven't you used it, man? I'm just trying to be a good friend and help. He can't hear me yelling at you and giving away your strategy. Mai draws elegant egotist before we spend the next 3 minutes locked in a friendship circle. As every main character, now a side character, cheers Mai on, telling her what a good duelist she is and how tough she is, despite never actually seeing her win a duel in person. He plays the magic card, turning one Cyber Harpy into 3 and destroying all of his lesser ninjas and somehow not winning the duel. Like, they had 1,800 attack and they had like 300 and 700. Why is it not over?
Why don't you leave this duel to the grown-ups, you little twerp?
Yes, that's right, little kid of 16 that I'm barely taller than. Leave this children's trading card game to the grown-ups. Us grown-ups who base our very important life decisions based on the outcome of a game that's meant for people half our age. Magnum summons one more ninja to the field. Oh wait, nope, it's dead. Mai has another lovely fake card called Grave Arm. Apparently it's quick play, has no cost or restrictions, and just sends the monster to the graveyard and your turn is over. It's Mai's final turn, and since that beautiful fake kite keeps the ninja out of play, it also doesn't protect him from a triple assault by our harpies, actually winning the duel in plain sight right in front of everybody. I mean, the episode must be over, right? We're just done here. Nothing else happened. Nope, somehow this ninja was just a stunt double flying in the air the entire time. Something that Kaiba's probably gonna have to explain a little bit later. But never mind that. Let's just watch this grown woman get captured perfectly by this net and a guy flying in a jetpack wearing a ninja costume. This highly popular movie star literally tries to kidnap a grown woman and take her into his limo, grabbing this pool stick that's sticking out of the wall before our hero Joey comes to save her. I'm sorry, guys. The episode ends with the death of Joey thanks to Mai's titties. But I mean, if there's a way to go, right? Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching, and of course, a shout out to all my patrons. We're finally at episode 80, ladies and gents. Expect season 2 complete to come out pretty soon, so you can give me more of that sweet, sweet watch time. This has been the Man from Earth with all the growth, ladies and gentlemen. This weekend's the Royal Rumble and an Ancient Prophecy break. Saturday's gonna be crazy, and I'm not gonna be sober. Later.